Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I'm your host, Elise, and we got some stuff this morning to talk about, guys. We do. I have a few things before the trial starts this morning with more Alessi, more mind-numbing nonsense that we have to listen to. There's a couple things, a couple serious things, and then a couple other random things. So first, I'm going to ask you to hit the like button because that's super duper important. We got to do that. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, it's definitely helpful. We are not monetized, so the only help we get is from you guys. So I spoke with Kevin this morning. He's not sure when he's leaving the hospital. They're going to be doing a little bit of radiation for him. But it's not, we need some prayers. Kevin needs some prayers. That's the bottom line, is Kevin needs some prayers for his upcoming treatments and that his body takes those drugs. So if we could just, I did see it, I think, unless it's a different one, say a little prayer for Kevin. I'd appreciate that. And today actually happens to be the anniversary of my dad's passing. It's a somber day. You know, I love to think about all the funny things that my dad used to say and do. But I want everybody to remember that suicide is very serious and nobody should ever feel like they're alone. So if that is something that you struggle with and you feel like you're alone, I don't want anybody to have to live what I lived when it came to losing my dad to suicide. Sometimes I wonder if he just asked for help or if he told us what was going on, could we have helped him? And I'll never get the answers to that. And I don't want any other family to ever ask those questions. So don't suffer in silence. Don't suffer alone. If there is something that you're struggling with, there are plenty of us to help out. There's plenty of us to go around. There's plenty of love to go around to everybody. So I just want everybody to keep in mind that if there's somebody in your life struggling with mental illness or there's red flags, like, say something, try to help them, because I didn't see them. You know, granted, my dad had moved out of state, so it was a little harder to see them. But had we seen them, maybe he would be here with us today. So I just want everybody to keep that in mind today as we remember my dad and what an amazing person that he was. And it's hard for my family because my brother's birthday happens to be tomorrow. And so my brother never really celebrates his birthday because of it. My dad got custody of my little brother when he was little from his
dad. We know that you're true crime fans, but are you?
And
Odoo is an incredible.
Forgot about it on the screen over here. So my brother doesn't usually celebrate his birthday because my dad raised my brother on his own and then with my mom. So his birthday is not a happy day that he can celebrate since my dad died. You know, your dad committing suicide the day before your birthday kind of makes that a damper, you know. So no one, and I literally mean no one, should ever lose a family member or a friend to suicide. We can do better than that. We can help. There's hotlines, and I'm not going to push the hotlines because I know plenty of people. I worked in mental health that tried those hotlines, and really all the hotlines do is like tell you to go to the hospital or talk to someone else. My suggestion is that you talk to someone, anyone, and they can direct you in the right direction to get medication, therapy. Therapy has done wonders for me. I have CPTSD, as most of you know. So, you know, I have been doing therapy for a really long time. And so it's something that I don't ever think anybody should feel shame for doing. Therapy can do wonders in your life and help. And if there's something that's really bugging you, your life's just going shitty, therapy is one of those things where you can just get it out, right? Just get it out. because holding it in is the part that you live with that pain or shame or trauma. Don't do it. Don't stuff it. Just don't do it. With that, we have an important thing to talk about that happened last night with the sewer turtle. He thought it would be appropriate to make a post about the children. About the children. I'm sorry, what? First of all, he made a lot of false statements, saying things like the children were forced to testify. That's not a true statement at all. Those children wanted to testify, chose to testify on their uncle's behalf. Nobody forced them to. The only people who have put them through anything is Karen Reed and the sewer turtle himself. So that post has been reported to the correct authorities and courts, and I hope that he faces consequences. These are minor children. But again, we know he doesn't have any lines. He doesn't have a line when it comes to my terminally ill child, so he certainly doesn't have a line when it comes to these children who have been orphaned 3 times. 3 times. So, this is what we expect out of such a deplorable human being, but it's never okay. These kids have been through hell. Hell. It's been through hell. So today's a tough day for a lot of us. Kevin's having a tough time. Today's my dad's anniversary. These kids are probably having a tough day today. So let's try to keep everyone in mind today and say a little prayer in your head. Yeah, the niece testified, not the nephew. And so that's the next thing we're going to talk about, Holly. The last thing this morning before trial that we're going to talk about is Karen's audacity. And because we're going to talk about this today on my dad's anniversary, I feel the need to get this off my chest. The audacity of Karen Reed to say she needs more sleep, more rest, for her father to be telling the media that she needs more rest. I'm sorry, what? Do the O'Keefe children get to take a day of rest from this debacle, this trial? Do they get to rest? Does Mrs. O'Keefe get to rest? Does Paul O'Keefe get to rest from this circus? Do they get to say, Your Honor, I need a fucking day off from this? This is deplorable. We have been harassed into oblivion. Do the McCabe's or Alberts get a day off? Because, well, they're tired, right? They're just wiped out. So tired from the defendant's murder trial. How disgusting of a human being and how disgusting of the court to allow it. So that also has been reported to the proper authorities and courts, because I hope the judge is not happy about, I can't imagine that the judge said, oh, she needs a day of sleep. Cool, let's do that. Let's give Karen a day of sleep. I'm sorry, Karen. Some people have been harassed since 2023 and 2022. Do we get a day? Do we get a day of rest? Do we get a day off? Like, is that okay? Like, how fucking dare she? And I'll get you guys comments in a minute. I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm just like focused on this for a second because it really pisses me off. Nobody else gets a day off from the harassment, from the cult. We don't get to say, I'm tapped out for the day. I'm feeling tired, right? I'm here when I'm sick. I'm here when I'm tired. I'm here when I'm done dealing with the bullshit. How dare she? Those families don't get to bring their loved one back. They don't get to stop a trial in the middle of the trial because they're tired. She doesn't either. What a deplorable human fucking being. A deplorable human being. Utterly disgusting. I'm sorry, I've never seen anything like it in my life. What a slap in the face to the O'Keefe family and the memory of John to sit there and say, you're tired. Your daughter was tired and she needed a day off from her own goddamn murder trial. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Reed, but your daughter backed into Mr. O'Keefe and left him for dead, essentially making sure that those children were orphaned for a third time. She does not get to take a fucking day off if she's tired. And excuse my French, because I don't always swear, but like this has got me, I'm at here, right? I'm here. Like I'm here. Did anyone who is no longer on this earth get a day to have a timeout because their murderer was tired? Like, I'm sorry, what? It is literally so infuriating that her dad had the audacity to sit there and say, well, she just needed sleep. She was just worn out. Well, don't you think Mrs. O'Keefe is worn out? Those kids sat in court waiting to testify for numerous days. Are you fucking kidding me? Their friends showed up. The niece's friends showed up to support her because she wanted, let's make this clear, wanted to testify, wanted. So the sewer turtle can take his statement and shove it. Those kids wanted to testify because their uncle means something to them. Their caretaker, the person that they loved, that took care of them after their parents both died in a 6-month period. They don't get to take a day off because they're tired. Who the fuck is Karen? She went out the night before and then you think you're going to say you're tired? Then don't go out the night before with your lawyer. We all know why she really didn't want to go. And it's not because she was just tired. All right. She did a little too much partying the night before, in my opinion. When does the O'Keefe family get to rest? When do they get to mourn? When do the Albert or McCabe's get left alone? Or anyone else who's spoke out and stood up? When? Do I get to call a timeout on the trial because I'm tired today? Do I get to do that? I'm just wondering if I can call Bev and be like, hey, Bevy, hey. So here's the thing. Felt a little harassy today, and I'm feeling like I don't want to stream the trial today because I'm just not feeling up to it. So, like, could we just, like, cancel that shit for the day? Please? Pleasey, please? And the judge is going to be like, yep. We're just going to, cancel it just for you, Elise. Because I feel like at this point, anyone could call the court and be like, well, today we're just feeling a little tired. Like, what? I'm sorry. What now? Like, how disgusting and deplorable. And this is on the judge. This is on the judge. I'm sorry. But after all the shenanigans that these people, Jack, but he's not here yet, Ashley. He's usually a little later. It's just amazing to me. It is effing amazing to me. Well, that's the other thing. He's posting the pictures of the children. They're minor children. Yeah, he loves to call them murderers, Anna, but the problem with that is he can just wait for those civil suits that they're going to bury him in for the rest of his fucking natural life. And I do wonder if any of these other people are going to think about the things that they say, because they seem to just say shit and not realize that, like, hey, you can be sued for defamation. You can't just say shit that isn't true. Like, that's not a thing. Sorry, not sorry. Like, I agree, JMS. We do know that. It's deplorable. But I think it pisses me off further with today being the anniversary of my dad's death of suicide. And I just think about the O'Keefes. They've lost John and those kids. And then he has the audacity to post pictures of those kids. Karen needs a day off. Oh, because she's tired? Well, the O'Keefes don't get a fucking day off. My dad clearly didn't get a day off from the torture that he felt inside here and here. So why does she get a day off? The people that cause that kind of torture here and here don't get a fucking day off. That's not how that works. That is not okay. It's just not. It's deplorable. It's disgusting. And I literally cannot wait for karma. It can't come fast enough at this point for some of these people, including Karen, the sewer turtle, his whole inner circle of morons. Like, it just can't come fast enough. It literally can't. The fact that any of these people think it's appropriate or okay to do the things that they do. Like, yes, I can read the email. Okay, let me get it up. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. I have 2 donations I'm going to read real quick. One $20 anonymous one on Venmo, and another $20 on PayPal. Although I'm not going to read the name because it's a real name. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. You know, it's been hard for the channel lately, and it could be, yes, it could mean that the bail is revoked. He likes to tell people that, like, his bail can't be revoked because they're old charges, but he was just indicted on those charges. Absolutely can revoke your bail. It 100% can revoke your bail. Oh, Ash, I'm also going to send you the Freak's going to be in a meeting this morning, so I'm going to send you the link for people who want to donate via credit or debit. You add it to your thing that you have up there now, so that the people who have credit or debit can donate if they want to, because usually he has it and he puts it on there. So I'm going to send it to you after I read the email. Good morning, Lisa. You know, B. Harley, it really pisses me off. Like, it just pisses me off. Like, and I know I'm on a level of pissed off that I'm not usually on, and you guys can clearly see that. But it pisses me off more probably because today is the anniversary of my dad's suicide. Like, my dad's gone and he's never coming back. And I have questions that remain. Why could we have helped him? Right? I know the O'Keefe family has those same questions on, well, if they were just there, or if, you know, they just told him not to go out that night, or, you know, they're going to forever have questions, and they don't get a day off. They don't get a day off. So how dare Karen Reed or that judge allow her a day off because she's tired? I have a feeling that the judge certainly wasn't told that she's just tired and needs some rest. The jurors don't get to decide when they're tired and they're done with this, done of listening to the torturous Alessi. You think that they get to be like, hey, Your Honor, me, I need a day off, please, from this? Like, the jurors don't get to get that. Why the F would the defendant? So that leads me to believe that the judge was very misled about what the illness or sickness actually was. Just saying. I'm going to read the email that Ashley sent. Got to get it up here. Hold on. That's what she said. Haha. Just kidding. Hold on. God damn it. Freaking emails. I think I already opened it, so I'm like, bro, here it is. Okay. Ready? Y'all ready? Exactly. If we did that, we'd be in fucking contempt. You know? All right. Dear Norfolk Superior Court, my name is Ashley St. Angelo. I'm a former victim of Aiden Kearney, and I'm reaching out to bring your urgent attention to a deeply disturbing post he recently published on X, formerly Twitter. In this post, Mr. Kearney shared photographs of minor children alongside defamatory and misleading commentary. By doing so, he has exposed these children to the very real threat of targeted harassment by his followers, many of whom have a well-documented history of engaging in coordinated abuse and intimidation against individuals he publicly targets. As someone who has personally endured 3 years of relentless harassment and stalking by Mr. Kearney and his audience, I understand firsthand the gravity and potential consequences of this behavior. She cites her cases and the case numbers. The abuse extended to my own children and even escalated to false criminal allegations, which, by the way, it also has done in other instances of other people he's targeted. Just want to throw that out there. The psychological and emotional toll has been profound. I can attest to that. I'm deeply concerned that these children are now in imminent danger. not only from online harassment, but potentially from retaliation or bullying at school, possibly influenced by other students or even their parents. This is not speculation. It's a well-established pattern of behavior that Mr. Kearney has exhibited repeatedly. Given the serious nature of this violation, I urge you to consider this matter with the utmost gravity. Sharing images and false information about minors in this context is not only irresponsible and dangerous, it also represents a direct violation of an existing court order. Thank you for your time and consideration. I hope swift and appropriate action will be taken to protect these children from further harm. Sincerely, Ashley St. Angelo. And then, of course, we linked the vile post itself to them. It was very well written, Ash, as always. You guys don't give yourselves enough credit when it comes to writing this stuff, that's for sure. She did knock it out of the park. Always does. Always does. And I want to point out, like, Lindsay does too. Like, she's fighting this abuser as well, as she was in court yesterday. And she's got to fight this BS when it comes to him. Firsthand, she knows, just like Ashley does, what this can cause for those kids. Most of us know very, very well what it can cause for those children. And the misleading commentary of them being forced to testify. They were not forced to testify. Actually, it's the very real opposite. They were told they didn't have to. And they would never have to. They wanted to. They wanted to. They were adamant and they wanted to. And I was too when I was 12. I wanted to. And I don't regret that decision. It was the right thing to do at the time. And they're doing the right thing. Like, those people are amazing. Karen's never going to be able to sue anyone for anything unless she wants to sue herself. No, they asked her about MS. They asked her. They asked him about, was it her MS? And he said, well, getting no sleep or lack of sleep definitely plays into it. But no, if you watch the whole thing, but no, it was not her MS. So he dispelled that rumor that it had anything to do with her MS, like an idiot. Do you see why I'm so angry now, Jesse? See why I'm so angry? I think also because he had the audacity to attack my child, who's been sick since the day she was born. You think you're going to attack more children? If anybody even says his children's names, he has like a small heart attack, but he thinks it's okay to just talk about everybody else's family and children, and then his is off limits. See, that's not how that works. See, decent enough people don't bring his family and children into it because we're decent humans. But I'll tell you this, your family, friends, loved ones are not off limits because you attack other people's. Some people are just not going to give a fuck, guy. Like, especially all the damage you have done to other families. He doesn't think about his kids before he does this shit. He surely does not, or his family. Thinks about himself. That's what narcissists do. They think about themselves and only themselves. On a better note, let's move on to a better note. I want to try to make today not so sad. And a lot of you weren't here this morning, but I asked if everybody could please say a little prayer for Kevin. I talked to him this morning. So if we could just say just a little prayer for Kevin, and I'd appreciate that. And a little prayer for my dad, who's no longer here with us today. It is the anniversary of my dad's suicide, so it's a tough day for my family as well. But those two things, I just a little prayer in your head to keep everybody safe and healthy and happy. But we're going to move on to guessing how many sidebars for today. See what the guesses are. I'm going to go with 11. I'm going to go with 11. I'm going to stick with the number I had yesterday. I'm going to go with 11. Yeah, they keep trying to figure out who TV2 is and then trying to state that they're one of my friends, which they're not. They're just dumb. Like one of my close friends. They're not. Although TV2 is wonderful, they are not one of my close friends that I've known for a long time. Of course he did. I refuse to click on or view any of his bullshit. So usually it's just screenshots and clips that are sent to me. But I don't think anything else has enraged me so much in a very long time than that did. That's deplorable and disgusting and inhumane. And anybody who thinks that that behavior is okay has a fucking screw loose. Like, I will not either. You can keep trying, as he's been trying pretty hard for the last couple of weeks, but it's not going to happen. You can keep trying. Good luck with that. Exactly. Kids should be off limits. TV2 did also write to the judge as well. And I'm sure quite a few other people have contacted the courts. I'm sure of it. So they're not the only ones. But when is enough enough? Do they have to wait for a tragedy? And this is what I fear. I fear so much in my heart, just deep, deep in my soul, that a tragedy of someone killing themselves is going to happen before something happens. And I pray to God that's not the case. I pray to God. Because I have been with the victims when they've contacted me and been in that state. And I can only imagine some of the ones that haven't come to me or anyone, right? Being in that, feeling that, just wanting everything to stop, just to stop being harassed, stop being defamed, stop being slandered, just to stop it all, right? Like, clearly that's inside what my dad felt at the time that he took his own life. He was just feeling that sort of like deep down dread of like, it would be easier to leave this life than continue on with the pain he was feeling. No one should feel like that. Ever. 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 You know? Yeah, everybody else is allowed. You know? Shit. Like, everyone else is allowed. All their memories be a blessing, including John's, because he gets lost in all of this. You know? And John's sister, and John's sister's husband. Like, those kids have lost 3 parents. 3. Not 1, not 2, but 3. Casey says 10. Jesse says she's staying with 12. Jane says 8. They're all on my Facebook. I tend not to, just because I don't want the cult writing things on pictures of my dad, because I will lose my ever-loving mind. You know what I'm saying? Like, my dad's name was Darren. His name was Darren with 1 R. If it got erased, it's YouTube. If it got erased. YouTube was, do you guys know that yesterday I was typing in the chat while we were like watching the court, and like YouTube was not allowing my comments to go through. It kept taking my comment out, and I'm like, what? I'm the goddamn host, for Christ's sakes. Like, what in the hell? Trisha says 19. I don't know. Does he have another hearing today? If he does, good. Good. Hopefully it's an arraignment. Like, it's probably, see, mine weren't bad yesterday either, but YouTube was not letting them through. So beats the hell out of me, man. Like, beats the hell out of me. Yes, lots of prayers. Yeah, me too. All of those prayers and then some, my friend. All of those prayers and then some, you know? Right? We should take bets on when court starts. YouTube did put me in timeout in the corner. It was like, nah, bro, you don't get to type in your own chat. Sorry, not sorry. Like, that's what happened. I am wondering what the hell is going on in court. I have it unmuted now. It's 9:08. Unless they're addressing Karen's so tired that the murder defendant, can't come to friggin' court, then I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like, per usual, taking their sweet ass time. But I really hope that the judge is addressing this issue. Like, that's exactly who they are, B. Harley. Or the ones that were like so bullied that they just think it's okay to bully other people. And if you were bullied, shame on you for bullying other people. I teach my children that if there's a kid sitting alone, you go sit with that kid. You don't leave somebody to sit by themselves. You never know what kind of friend you can make. Thank you, Ink. It's tough day. It's a tough day. It's one of those days. And try not to get emotional, but missing your dad. My dad's missed a lot in my life. He died when I was 21 and I'd just gotten sober. And I remember him telling me how proud of me he was. And then that was it. He was gone. So, Jesse, we all want the answers to that. We all want the answers to that. It shouldn't take a tragedy to happen before something is done. And it's because they don't take it serious. They just assume that because he's not running around with a gun or a knife, that he's not dangerous. That's just what it is. And I sit and I think about all of these people that I have tried to help when it comes to the harassment they've been put through when it comes to him, and the amount of times that I have heard, well, if I just end it, it'll stop, is deplorable and disgusting. And we have many times tried to address this with the court and how serious this is. And they don't take it seriously. They don't think it's that serious, apparently. And it shouldn't take what my family went through for them to realize it's dangerous. It's harmful. It hurts people. Nobody should feel that way. No one should ever go through that level of harassment and pain for things that are not even true. I have been by numerous of the victim sides when it comes to it's horrible and disgusting, and the courts need to step up and do their job.
Okay.
Was now opening 18.
You are unmuted. I was told council wanted to see me.
Running out of patience, Amber. I'm running out of it, Sidebar. Sidebar number 1, everyone. With that, I'm going to go get myself some tissues. That despicable human being. No, you know what, Casey? I do have to do this because I'm going to see this through, not just for me, but for every victim that I've sat there and cried with, laughed with, hugged, helped. And not just for me. We also lost Heels during the first trial, and I pushed through that one for her, and I'm going to get through this one too. Which page? The last 2 weeks or so. Make sure when I come in, I hit the like button. This entire week, it will not bring me to that page. To my front page on YouTube. Is that the one you're talking about? I ran out of ibuprofen, so for my tooth pain today, we have kids chewable Tylenol, you know? Yeah, we watched that yesterday. I need to be at a Tide Bar. Someone whispered asshole. That's hilarious. I don't think I heard that part, but we definitely saw him say, well, I need to be heard at a sidebar. Grant is saying that, what, Aiden has a hearing today? I'm going to ask that the people who usually look for this stuff for me can go look and see if we can get a link, Zoom link or anything for that. Oh my God. If that happens, I'm buying champagne. You know, I've thought about it. TB2. I have thought about it. So cute, family. Nothing? Lots of prayers for Kevin. Lots of them. Thank you. It has gone way too far. But it's been that far for an extremely long period of time.
All rise for the court, please.
If you guys heard the phone conversations and the real conversations I have with some of these victims, you'd be in tears. Like, people shouldn't have to walk other people off, turn them around off a ledge. Like, for rumors and lies, just bold-faced lies. That's not okay. Like, I'm sorry, I have to eat this because my tooth is killing me still. It won't bring you to the like page. That's interesting. When I click the X, it brings me to some other page. Interesting. That is weird. Well, what you do is wait until the video isn't live anymore. And then when you click on the link to the live, it should bring you to there won't be like a live chat anymore. So it'll bring you to the video itself. And then it'll say like, and then you can comment on the video and you can just hit the like button then when it's not live anymore. That's never how, I don't know why it would be doing that. Anybody else have any idea? Maybe somebody else has a better idea than I do, but that's weird. Strange. I mean, that's right. Is that not deplorable, Anna? Needing a bailiff to sit with the murderer's father? Like, yeah, in her wig, she's there, you know? Right? Field trip! Mission accepted. Just one of these missions where I get to roll around on the ground and go dun 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 dun. Wear black clothes with a hood. I'm in. I've always wanted to do it. Let's do it. They think it's a judge. Oh my God, that would be hilarious. Just saying, that would be funny. Thank you. Exactly. You want to know, Joan? I also think that Vinny has a relationship with the defense because he said something that someone pointed out to me I saw this morning that makes me believe something about the Ark of Discovery that made me think that he talks to the defense. So he's just, he's who he is. I know, and I don't usually do it. It's like, it's just one of those days, you know what I mean? Like, I think that post sent me just straight over the edge. Especially, like, it's just a shitty day for everyone. It's a shitty day for Kevin. He's not feeling so great. And, that was crappy to hear. And then, it's my dad's anniversary of his passing from suicide. And then on top of it, we have this idiot disparaging minor children and saying false things like they were forced to testify, which is totally, wholly untrue. And putting their pictures out there, minor children. Like, I can't. I literally can't. Thank you, Emma. Because he can't behave, Trevor. Can't behave. So they had to put a court officer next to him. Or next time he has any sort of issue or outburst, he gets tossed. Oh my God, imagine Vinny in the corner like a creep, just blowing kisses like, Karen. Vinny in the corner. I have to laugh because if I don't laugh, I'll just cry more. So gotta laugh about something. You guys have to make me laugh about something. Yeah, it's because of his outbursts. Thank you. You know, my grandmother used to say that to me. And she used to say, God only gives you what you can handle. And I used to get so pissed off at her for saying that. Because I'm like, well, I am not that person that can handle all of what he decides to give me. He's given me too much. I cannot handle all that weight. And she used to say, he only gives you what you can handle. And I used to get so pissed off. Like, nah, lady, I don't think that's true. Like, and now I think about it, now that she's been gone about 7. She died when
Unmuted.
my youngest was like a month old. And now I like think about it and I'm like, you know, he definitely was trying to say, like, you're strong enough to handle it, even if it seems like it's too much. And I'd give anything to have her say that to me now, even though it was super annoying when she was alive, right? Like, my grandmother was like my mom. My grandparents raised me. My grandfather died of pancreatic cancer when I was almost 18. And he passed, and then I found out I was pregnant.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni,
2 weeks
Justice of the
ago.
Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near,
Oh, yeah.
give your attendance, and you shall be heard.
He was having outbursts.
Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Yeah, and he was staring at the jury.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. We thank you for
Stoughton
your
District
patience. Once
Court.
again, we worked out something here this morning rather
Not a
than having
county.
you watch us over at Tap Bar. So
Stoughton
appreciate your
District.
patience.
Got
I
it.
do have to ask you
I'll
those
check there.
questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you
Ooh.
also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any
Good.
independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone
I
said
agree.
yes or nodded
Entirely.
affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
Right, Anna?
Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. May we have Ms. Hartnett, please?
Oh, God. I can't. Dude, this is so torturous. We have to go back to Alessi. Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, we'll check Stoughton and see if anything's there, and we'll let you guys know. Well, yes, I saw that. It was such a good job. I sent an email to him telling him he did such a good job. I've talked to him before.
I'll remind you, you're still under rule.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you, B. Harley. I appreciate you guys. It's a tough day, I think, for everyone. You know? Maureen Hartnett, she is the
Go right ahead, Mr.
scientific
Alessi.
Thank you,
forensic
Your Honor. Good morning, Ms.
glass off
Hartnett, and welcome back this morning.
and collected the hair.
Your Honor,
Retrial.
if I could please have Exhibit 145 that is in evidence
Okay.
published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf?
Right. Oh, you should have told me. I've done IEPs as an
Ms.
advocate
Hartnett, you will
so many
recall
times.
discussion about the taillight from the Lexus that was discussed on both direct and cross-examination yesterday.
Yes.
And you recall the discussion with regard to the weather that was in existence on or about January 29th. I'm not going to go into it at all. I just want to sort of refresh and reorient to where we were on that topic. You recall that?
Yes.
And I am now going to reference specifically what you referred to yesterday, I believe, as the inner part of the taillight, sometimes the inside of the taillight. Do I have that parlance correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So my question is, did you find any sand or salt or any other debris in the inside portion of that taillight?
No, I did not.
Now, and you can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wool. You recall discussion about shards of taillight? Do you recall that discussion at all in your testimony?
No, I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. I wasn't certain whether we had that parlance. So my question is, to your knowledge, was there any testing of any taillight alleged to have been found at 34 Fairview for biological material?
No, there was not.
And could you just please state what your definition is inclusion when you refer to biological material?
Those items were not processed in the criminalistics unit for any type of biological, meaning they would not tested for blood, semen, saliva, or a skin cell collection.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part that you.
Or a skin cell
If
collection.
you guys want to make like e-cards, I can print them out and bring them, or we can figure something out. That was
Now
my trying to
turning
visit.
and changing topics.
We can figure something out.
There was a T-shirt and a hoodie of the decedent. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And are you okay with my parlance of T-shirt, the yellow or orange T-shirt on the one hand, and then the gray hoodie sweatshirt? Is that an acceptable parlance for you?
Yes.
I just said my nephew is autism.
So with
IEP,
regard to
preschool.
those two items, if I
It's all
could,
set
Your Honor,
for kindergarten next
have
year.
published what is already in evidence, Exhibit 151 and 150, and Mr. Wolk, if we could please put those side by side.
This is stuff I'm good at. Like, you send me an email, I'll be happy to help your son get everything he needs in his IEP. Right? Let's say Proctor, solo cups, and dogs.
Already, so is it correct that what's on the left is the right sleeve of what we refer to as the hoodie, and on the right is what color would you like to call that T-shirt?
Orange, please.
All right, so the orange T-shirt. Is that what we're looking at up on the screen?
Yes, so it's the right sleeve of the gray hoodie and the back of the orange T-shirt.
Thank you. Am I correct that you included a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from each of these two items, or from these two items collectively?
I don't handwrite notes on my report, so I'm just confused about where you're asking that.
Okay, I'll ask a different question. Hopefully it will be clear. Did you find debris on either of those two items of clothing?
Yes, I performed a debris collection on each of those items and combined them.
I'm sorry, it's not your fault, it's mine. There's a HVAC noise I can't hear. If you
So
could
can we
speak up
turn
just
the
a
air
little.
conditioning off, please?
I'm okay
I
with
can
it.
speak
It's
up.
just
I'm
if you could
sorry.
speak up a little. I don't want to
Of course.
discomfort people. Can you move the mic?
Yes, I can speak up. My
If you could
apologies.
speak a little louder, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you repeat your answer, please?
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Sure. Did you find debris on these articles of clothing?
Yes, I took scrapings from each of these items of clothing and combined the debris. Yes.
With regard to scrapings, can you describe how the term scrapings relates to these two items these two items that are on the screen?
Yes. Scraping is the mechanism I use to remove any debris that was remaining on both the sweatshirt and the t-shirt. I held each up over my lab bench. I took a long metal spatula and scraped any debris that was on these items into a small glassine packet.
Is it correct that you do not know where the debris came from specifically, other than it came from one or both items of both of these two items?
Yes, that's correct.
So the debris could be from just the hoodie, it could be just from the t-shirt, or it could be a combination of the both?
Yes, the items were packaged together, so they were already commingled. So there was no way for me to determine which debris came from which item, and it would be misleading to label them as such, so I combined them.
Exactly where my next point was going to go to, thank you. And my next questions. So what, if anything, were these two items contained in when you got them?
They were contained in a brown paper bag, and they may have been contained in a larger box, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
So when you got them and you saw them for the first time, using your term, they were commingled together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there any debris in the bottom of the bag?
There may have been. When I examine something on my bench, I also shake out the bag to ensure that nothing is left behind and that everything is examined and accounted for.
Now, am I also correct that there is no description of the actual debris that you found? For example, you didn't specify whether it was little fibers, little hair, little pieces of this or that. Do I have that correct?
Correct. I did not do any examination on it. I just packaged it.
And therefore, you didn't note whether any of the debris was a plastic or a plasticine nature, correct?
Correct. That would not be part of my analysis.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered. Is that also correct?
I labeled the debris with an item number. I'm not sure what you mean by marker, if that's what you mean.
Parts of debris, in other words, there wasn't separate identification or markers for separate pieces of debris.
No, I did not separate out the debris.
There was no photograph taken of the debris?
Not by me, no.
Do you have knowledge of whether there was a photograph taken of the debris by anybody?
I do not.
So you have, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that there's a photograph of the debris.
That's correct. I do not.
When you received the hoodie and the t-shirt that's depicted as 150 and 151, they came in together, commingled with some debris at the bottom in an evidence bag. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if there was debris at the bottom of the bag. What I can say is that there was debris on the items, and I did shake out the bag. I don't have a memory of anything coming out of the bag. I don't know.
Okay. So there could have been debris at the bottom of the bag when you shook it out. You just don't recall.
Yes, correct.
If we could, Your Honor, please have Exhibit 154 already in evidence published.
Okay.
And let's keep it there for a moment, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk for you to zoom in. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this generally, and then I'm going to have it zoom in so you can read it, as an evidence bag?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Wolk, could you please zoom in, starting from the top, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read this. And if you could, Ms. Hartnett, just take a moment to read it, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, but I want you to have a fair opportunity to read it. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
And if we can then scroll down, Mr. Wolk, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read the rest of what's on there.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wolk, if you could just leave it where it is now. With Your Honor's permission, I don't see a need to keep the lights off, can have that on, but if
That's
Ms.
great.
Hartnett
Lights
needs
on,
it,
please.
you'll just let us know. So is this the evidence bag that the T-shirt and the hoodie were in when you received those items?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
You see the name of collected by someone there. Can you read who that states it was collected by?
Yes.
And state what that is.
It says TPR Proctor.
And are you able to conclude what the TPR stands for?
Generally, we use that to abbreviate trooper.
Right. So that is former Trooper Proctor that it says collected by, correct?
That is what's written on the bag, yes.
And the date of the collection, if we can just, Mr. Wolf, just focus in on that. Thank you. The date of the collection is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it a fair conclusion from this evidence bag and your experience on the matter to conclude that former Trooper Proctor was the person who collected the evidence and put it in the bag?
I have no knowledge of who actually collected and put in the bag. I can only read what I see on the monitor.
In terms of, and if we could, Mr. Wolf, please take that down and put back up the side-to-side images and depictions of the T-shirt and the hoodie. Do you know the journey, if you will, of those two items before you received them?
No, I do not.
The debris that you ultimately saw on the hoodie and the T-shirt, and that which may or may not have also been additionally in the bag, do you know where that debris would have been picked up from?
No, I don't know the source of the debris.
And you were not provided with information as to the potential source of that debris, correct?
No.
Were you aware of whether or not the debris, whether those items had been on the floor of an ambulance or a floor of a hospital?
No, I did not have any information like that.
Is it important to maintain the sanitary condition of evidence generally to avoid contamination?
We do our best to avoid contamination once we receive items into evidence, yes.
And what are some of the protocols that are used to avoid contamination of evidence, generally?
Generally, wearing gloves, putting items in packaging, bleaching any materials or utensils that we're going to use, or using disposable materials, sterile materials when possible or necessary. We also wear lab coats when processing evidence.
Is another protocol or technique to separate out pieces of evidence to prevent cross-contamination?
Sometimes we will separate pieces of evidence. If the items are already mixed in with each other, then the items are kept together, can be kept together.
Do you know the chain of custody of either the hoodie or the T-shirt?
I only have record of the chain of custody from when it was delivered to the lab.
So before any delivery to the lab, you do not have knowledge of the chain of custody of either of those two items?
No, I just know which detective unit dropped the items off.
And which detective unit was that?
Norfolk Detective Unit.
What I would like to now do is to, we can now take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I want to sort of speciate, if you will, separate out the
Hold on.
evidence
What's happening?
that you have talked about so far, so that it's clear what you submitted and what may have been submitted by others to the lab. Do you understand that concept generally?
Yes.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is to give categories, and if you would be kind enough
Happened
to
one of those
say,
days.
I submitted it by some other person, that would be helpful. Any items that were collected from the vehicle, who submitted those to the lab or brought them to the lab?
I did.
The swabs from the red Solo cups,
I submitted the swabs.
the drinking glass that you were presented with at Canton PD,
I submitted that item.
the two clothing items that we just saw on the screen, the hoodie and the t-shirt.
Those were submitted by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
Were there also any fingernails that were part of the investigation and that you had knowledge of?
Yes.
Describe what those were, please.
Fingernails may be collected at the medical examiner's office, and they're clippings from the top of the fingernails of the victim.
And were those submitted to the lab?
Yes,
And by whom?
by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
And the phrase known blood standards, are you familiar with that phrase?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, please, what that means?
A known blood standard is a sample of blood that is collected from an identified person.
And which person were those known blood standards related to your knowledge in this matter?
We received a tube of blood that was identified as belonging to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to the fingernails and the known blood standards, who submitted those to the lab?
The Norfolk County Detective Unit.
So am I correct to conclude that for those items that you submitted to the lab, you knew about, you knew sort of their journey, if you will, but that those items that were submitted by you, I think you referred to as Norfolk County, was that your parlance?
Yes, correct.
You don't have knowledge about those other than that they were submitted by them?
Prior to them arriving at the lab, correct. I have no knowledge of what occurred, where they were
Bathroom
stored or anything like that before
conspiracy
that.
went well, JMS. Mission was accomplished. Conspiracizing in the bathroom.
And no knowledge of those items not submitted by you would include no knowledge of the chain of custody of those items, correct?
No knowledge prior to them being received into the lab. That is correct.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment,
Me?
please, it'd probably be 30 to 45 seconds. Thank you.
Morning
Bear
potluck.
with me, please.
Today's not my day today. The feds are coming. I feel like right now my dad is like up in heaven playing Hotel California. Like he was a musician, so that was his favorite song. And like he played the drums mostly, but he also played guitar, piano. And I feel like he's just having a symphony of playing Hotel California, where these people, these defense people, like Karen, she's about to go to her Hotel California in that jail cell where she can never leave. Right, Anna. They are pretty lame, JMS. You are right. Conspiracy 101, dude.
So the questions I have for Ms.
Page
Hartnett
99?
at this time, thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hartnett.
Oh,
you.
thank God. Thank you. Save us all, God.
Mr. Brennan, any redirect?
Yes.
Yes. Right? We just start saying solo cups at like random times. Solo. We just yell solo randomly. Solo. It is ironic with history. Preference, I guess.
OBS is very complicated. I still have to mess around with it
You
a little bit
mentioned
more.
that you had an
comfortable
opportunity
with
to
it.
observe a paper bag that had red Solo cups in it,
More than that.
Yes, that's correct.
and the red Solo cups had a coloring of red in the cups.
Yes.
You'd never seen blood preserved in cups like that before?
Objection, Your Honor.
To the form.
What?
Had you ever seen blood stored in cups like that before?
No.
Do you know the circumstances of storing that blood?
Can you
Girl.
rephrase that question, please?
When the blood was stored in the cups, do you know the circumstances?
Sorry, Mr. President. Your Honor,
It is.
a sidebar, please. It's important.
Okay,
A sidebar that's important. Oh, for fuck's sake. All right, this is number 2. Sidebar number 2, everyone.
The coloring in those cups, do you know firsthand what that comprised of, what the item was?
Are you asking me if I knew what the contents specifically of the cup
Yes.
were? No, I do not.
And so the red cups with the red spots stored in them, do you know the circumstances surrounding the effort made to try to preserve that evidence?
Can you just be more specific in what you mean by circumstances?
Sure. Do you know
Needed.
where those red cups
Again.
came from?
I was told they were collected from the scene. I don't have firsthand knowledge of the collection.
And you weren't at the scene that morning, were you?
No, I was not.
Do you know that what the circumstances or the challenges were that morning?
No, I'm not aware.
You said that you respond to active scenes and sometimes, like in this case, after the event happens?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a difference when you're at an active scene as opposed to when you arrive at a scene that is past the event?
I would say multiple units are working at the same time, attempting to document, preserve, and collect evidence.
You were asked a few questions about the top back of the Lexus SUV.
Yes, that's correct.
When you were first asked the question, you were asked if you had studied that area, and you said you didn't recall if you looked at that area.
I did look at the area. I looked over the entire vehicle, but I didn't know anything specific in that area, no.
When you say you looked over the entire vehicle, did you look over the back of the vehicle as well?
Yes, the only part I did not look at was the roof of the vehicle.
Did you study all sides equally? Did you spend time with the entire vehicle?
I believe I made an effort, yes, to look at the entire vehicle.
When you studied the back of the vehicle, not the right side or left side, the back, middle, did you find any hair?
I did not note any hair, no.
Did you find any scratches?
The only scratches I noted were ones that I had spoken of previously on the right.
When you looked at the left side of that Lexus, did you find any dents or scratches?
Nothing that I noted, no.
Did you find any hair on that side of the car?
Not that I noted, no.
Did you find any dents, scratches, or hair anywhere but on other than the right side quarter of that Lexus?
I did not note any. I also did not examine the interior of the vehicle.
You said that you removed the hair. What do you do after you remove the hair?
The hair is placed into a small glassine envelope, then placed into a larger manila envelope, and then I signed and sealed it, gave it the appropriate case number and item number, and then secured it in our storage room.
Can that hair be further tested?
Yes.
Is that something you would do or a different person?
I don't perform testing on the hair. I performed a microscopic examination of it, and then additional testing can be performed by a different unit.
Let me ask you some questions about
where you found the hair. You saw the two different angle pictures yesterday that you described.
Yes, I saw 2 pictures of that hair yesterday.
You were also shown some video where the car had snow and ice on it. Is water a conduit? Does water ever act as an adhesive?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can we stop that, please?
I'm unimpressed
Can you
with
see that's
StreamYard
5:51:54
kicking me out.
p.m. on 1/29/22?
I don't know.
Yes.
When you first saw this vehicle, it didn't have that snow on the right back near that taillight, did it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently, Mr. Brown.
When you saw
I keep
this
saying it's the
vehicle for the
internet,
first time,
but it's
did
not
it
the
have
internet.
that snow packed into
Internet's
the
fine.
back right of the car?
No, to the best of my recollection, there was no snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
And
Hilarious.
the hair where you found it, you see the red back tail light,
That
the piece
is
of
one.
red that's showing?
I do see that, yes.
In reference or relative to that red, was the hair to the right, left, below?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Do you see the ice or snow on the right side quarter panel of that Lexus?
I don't see it on the quarter panel. I'm not sure what you're speaking of.
If we could move that video forward, please, to 702.
I don't
And then
know.
to 749, please.
We did have work that was being done in on Comcast yesterday for issues,
Stop.
but it wasn't doing this
Go forward
yesterday.
just a little bit, please.
They say it was fixed,
Stop.
but it is storming. It's raining and wind here, so I
There's
wonder if that's
still
it.
remnants of snow. Did it look like that when you first saw it?
No, I believe I did not see any snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
If you could fast forward, please. Thank you. You can take that down. Thank you. You were asked if you had any information about when damage occurred,
Yes, that's correct.
and you offered us you don't have no idea, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, I do not know when the damage occurred.
You were asked whether or not damage existed on that car prior to that day, prior to January 29th, 2022. You remember that question?
Oh my God. Here I
Did
go
you know
again.
there are ring videos of that car from January 28th, 2022?
No.
I want to show you some photos and ask you a few questions. If we could have 147C, please. If you could close up. Do you remember what that's a picture of or a photograph of?
Yes,
What is it?
that is a tear that was on the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt.
The threads coming from the side of that hole?
Yes.
Those threads, could you pull those threads and pull them out by hand if you wanted to?
Can you repeat that question?
If you pulled on those threads, could you pull thread from that hole if you wanted to?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I don't know. I didn't attempt to pull at them at all.
Could you examine them to see if they were woven or loose, those threads?
Yes.
Okay, and what were they?
They were loose. The fibers had started to separate up from the shirt. separate and weave. I don't want to say they were separated from the shirt completely. The weave was starting to separate.
If we could have photograph 57. '57, 57. Are those the red cups that you saw?
Yes.
And what color is the fluid inside?
I noted there was red-brown stains inside.
Okay. And do you see that white object, the rag or the paper towel?
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
Yes, sustained.
Well, you were asked about, you can take that down. You were asked about who had custody of items. You only have custody of items once you receive them, right?
Yes, that's correct.
We're not appreciating StreamYard this morning.
If somebody had access to that rag and dipped it in those cups and then smeared it on the taillight, and you went and tested, would you potentially be able to find that red liquid on the taillight?
Objection,
Some
Your
people
Honor.
are, and some people aren't, Lindsay.
If strands of cloth were pulled from those clothing and placed in the taillight area, would you know when they were placed?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you get to a scene and you examine an area, if you don't see it firsthand, is there any way you can date when items are placed on an object?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Sure. When you look at an area like a taillight, if you found blood or cloth or another item in that area, would you know when it was placed in that area?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I think there are really just too many variables to say either way.
And if
I'm gonna go try moving the router now and see if that's an issue.
an item like blood or cloth
But everything else in my house is
was
working
placed in
fine.
that area, is that something you would be looking for in your examination?
In which area?
Say the taillight, for example.
If there was an object placed in the taillight, would I be looking for that? I'd be looking for any item evidence. I'm not specifically looking for anything. I'm just looking for anything that could potentially be evidence.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Alessi?
Briefly, Your Honor.
If we could, Your Honor, have 147C republished. Would it be acceptable to move it along if Ms. Gill, oh, you have it? Okay. If we could have Ms. Gilman, I have just one question, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilman. 147C, I believe it.
Okay, I think you already had it up there.
No, it's this one. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you just moments ago a question about this depiction?
Yes,
And to be clear, this is the right sleeve of the gray hoodie, correct?
yes, that's correct.
You didn't perform any analysis of this area of the right hoodie, did you?
I performed damage analysis on each of those tears on the sleeve.
Right, but you didn't perform an analysis as to the source of that item, what it could be, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. You didn't do any analysis of what could have caused that hole in the sweatshirt, did you?
No, I did not.
No further questions. Again, thank you for answering my question.
All right, Ms. Hartnett, you are all set.
I wanted to correct something from the record yesterday. I wasn't sure when was appropriate to do that.
Okay, do you recall which lawyer asked you the question?
Yes, Mr. Alessi asked me the question.
Your Honor,
Are we going to proceed along with that?
So why don't I see you outside?
Thank you.
I moved the router. It doesn't seem to be the internet. What happens is it's buffering, right? I'll see it at the top. It'll start buffering, and then
All
it'll.
right, so
boot me,
Ms. Hartnett,
and
I am
shut the
going to
internet
let you
off.
step down because questions from both sides are completed.
Okay,
So
thank you.
you, though.
On my laptop, so I have to disconnect and reconnect. So if you have any idea, freak, what that is, because it's literally disconnecting my Wi-Fi,
Okay, Mr. Brennan,
buffering,
who is your
disconnecting
next
my
witness?
Wi-Fi, and then I have to go back in,
Next witness is
disconnect and reconnect for it to work.
Dr. Sordillo.
Okay.
Matt?
Yes.
I have no idea what that could be. Never have that issue. That's what keeps happening. I keep trying to play the sidebar and then I get booted, man. I think it's StreamYard. For me, it feels like it's StreamYard, not YouTube. Or maybe it is YouTube. I don't know. You know, my phone is not cooperating with me right now at all. This thing. Nothing is cooperating with me today. Like, I think it's my dad playing tricks on me from beyond the grave. Like, oh, today's my anniversary. And he was a trickster. And most of you know it's the anniversary of my dad's death today. But I feel like this is something he would do from beyond the grave, play tricks on me, because, like, he was a very big trickster. Like, he's just fucking with me, right? Like,
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar, please?
oh my effing Lord. Are we freaking for realsies? Like, what in the actual hell? This is bullshit, I say. As my grandfather used to say, Mary Lou, because my grandmother's name was Mary Lou. So he would say, when we'd get pissed off, he would say, bullshit, Mary Lou. And so now every time something like that happens, my husband will like, bullshit. And I'm like, Mary Lou. I am not having a good day. It's really just one of those days, I guess. Being kicked out of my own stream freaking 4 or 5 times already today, this morning. Yeah. I know it wasn't me when the court buffered, but then my computer started buffering itself. And like, so like it wasn't me, but it was also me. Like, yeah, at least you got to skip Alessi. That's probably a good thing. Like, so even though one of them wasn't me, it was still. Like, four sidebars. This is 4 already. 4. Prom? Oh my God. We should have an adult prom. I feel like, relive our glory days. Let's have an adult prom. Let's do it. That sounds like fun. I need fun. I like fun. While we're waiting for this, I don't even know what this is. You guys want to do me a favor? Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, it's super helpful. We have PayPal, Cash App, Revolut, Venmo, and we also have a link for people who just want to use credit or debit. It is a PayPal link, but you do not need a PayPal or to sign into PayPal. My PayPal business account. Oh my God, it's Squirty Bello. It's the ME. This lady's a little nutty. One who said basically aliens could have done it. Anything could have happened. So hold on to your
Mr. Brennan,
hats,
whenever
folks.
you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Squirty Bello.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Irini Scoribello. That's spelled IRINISCORDI-BELLO. I am a medical examiner employed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
How long have you been a medical examiner for?
In the state of Massachusetts since December of 2016. In general, I have been a medical examiner since 2008.
Did you attend medical school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you attend medical school?
I completed medical school in New York City at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine, now known as ICANN School of Medicine.
Did you attend a residency?
Yes, I completed my residency in anatomic pathology at Mount Sinai Hospital.
Is that what you specialized in during your residency?
Yes.
After your residency, did you go right to the medical examiner's office or did you work anywhere else?
After my residency, I completed a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology that was done at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York. And then I went to work as a medical examiner.
Is there a certain type of doctor you are? Do you have a particular?
Yes, I am a forensic pathologist.
What are your duties at the medical examiner's office?
My duties and responsibilities at the medical examiner's office include performing examinations and autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under our jurisdiction.
How many other doctors work with you at the medical examiner's office?
I think there's close to 20 of us. I don't know the exact number.
The medical examiner's office, are you responsible for all counties in Massachusetts as far as doing examinations and autopsies?
No, I am, my primary location is in Westfield, Massachusetts, where one of our satellite offices is, and we cover Worcester County and the entire western part of the state. There's 3 offices in the state, the one in Westfield, the one in Boston, and the office at the Cape, in Cape Cod.
You mentioned that part of what you do is to try to determine manner and cause of death.
Yes.
I use the word autopsy generally without too much detail. Can you describe to the jury what the process is when you're trying to determine the manner and cause
This lady
of
is
death?
a little kooky.
You would like me to explain what an autopsy is?
Please.
An autopsy is a large
Exactly.
surgical procedure with 2 main parts. The external examination, which is an examination of the outside of the body, where we document physical characteristics such as hair color, eye color. We document any identifying features such as scars or tattoos, height, weight. And then we also document any signs of disease or any signs of injury on the body. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination, where we make surgical type incisions on the body and we examine the internal organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen and the pelvis, as well as the head and the brain. Part of the autopsy procedure, and this depends on the kind of case we're doing an autopsy on, might include other studies such as taking evidence, toxicology, which is done on almost every case, and any additional dissections or any additional steps we might feel we have to take. But that's in general what an autopsy is.
Do you ever seek the assistance of any other doctors or professionals that have specialties in your determination in an autopsy about manner and cause of death?
Yes, absolutely. We often, well, like I mentioned before, we perform toxicology on almost all our cases, and those samples are sent to the toxicology state lab. We also have a board-certified neuropathologist and cardiac pathologist in our office, and very often we will consult with them in determining cause and manner of death.
Are cause of death and manner of death the same or two different things?
They're two completely different things.
Can you explain to us what the difference is between the two of them?
Yes. Cause of death refers to the disease or the injury that initiates a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone's death. So that disease or that injury can be a natural disease such as atherosclerosis or coronary artery disease, or it can be some sort of injury. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances that led to the death. So there are 5 manners of death that we use in our practice. The most common one is actually natural. Natural means that the person's cause of death, the disease that killed them, was due to natural causes. And that would include heart disease, diabetes, cancer. All those are natural processes that take place in the body that lead to death. And so the manner of death is natural. If trauma or an injury is involved, then we have to decide then let me back up. If trauma or an injury is involved, then the manner of death is no longer natural. And therefore, it could be that the trauma was inflicted in an accidental manner, in which case the manner becomes accident. If it was inflicted by another person with the intent to cause harm, then the manner becomes a homicide. And if the trauma, and when I say trauma, I should include both physical and chemical trauma, chemical when it comes to intoxications due to drugs, etc. If the trauma was self-inflicted, then the manner of death is suicide. So we have natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and then the 5th one is what we call undetermined or could not be determined. That is when the circumstances in a case are not entirely known or clear to us, and the information that we have does not support one manner of death over another. In that case, we classify the manner of death as undetermined.
When you are conducting an autopsy and making an analysis and attempting to reach a conclusion, you said when you looked at in a case, is your case and what you do different than the procedure in a prosecution's case?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand.
I can. When you're making your determinations about cause or manner of death, do you have any limitations?
Okay, so the cause of death is something that is determined by the autopsy. That is my opinion or our office opinion as to the disease or injury that led to that person's death. So that is, I don't have any major limitations unless we're dealing with cases where, the body's decomposed and we're not able to do, all the testing necessary. But in most cases, the cause of death depends on my findings during the autopsy. The manner of death, yes, there are limitations because it's circumstance driven. And so the circumstances might not be known to us at the time of the autopsy. They might not be known to us ever. And therefore, while the cause of death is my medical opinion, the manner of death depends on information I get from other people.
Are you always able to reach a conclusion on manner of death?
No, that's why I said that in cases that we cannot, that manner of death is classified as undetermined.
I want to now ask you about whether or not you examined John O'Keefe.
Yes, I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe.
When you examined Mr. O'Keefe, did you work with a team or by yourself?
No, we always work in a team. The team is made up of the medical examiner and a medical examiner's assistant that helps with the actual performance of the autopsy, especially when we examine the head. And then, of course, we work with the toxicology lab and, in this particular case, our neuropathologist.
The medical examiner's office, is that a division of the Massachusetts State Police?
No,
Is it a division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
no,
Is the medical examiner's office independent?
yes.
When you conduct an autopsy, are representatives of law enforcement or district attorney's office able or allowed to attend an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually allowed to attend the autopsy if they wish.
Is that an uncommon practice?
No, it's not uncommon.
Would you remember when your autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe occurred?
Yes, I performed the autopsy on January 31st of 2022.
If you have notes?
Yes, I do.
I think you'd be able to use them, but we'll just want to indicate that you're reading from your notes if that's the case. Thank you.
So you can use your notes, doctor, just.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you began the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe, do you know who, if any, representatives from the Massachusetts State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were present?
I don't remember their names. I do believe there were two individuals, and every person who attends an autopsy has to sign a log, and their names would be logged in our records. I don't remember their names.
What is the role of law enforcement relative to the actual physical autopsy? Do they have any role?
No, they're not part of the autopsy. They don't have a role. Their role is to observe. Sometimes they will ask questions, and based on my findings, they might, go on and do their investigation.
Does your office photograph things of interest, like injuries on the person that you're doing the autopsy on?
Yes, we do.
Is law enforcement allowed to take their own photographs as well?
Yes.
Did you, in fact, memorialize your findings in this case?
I did.
Are there a number of different ways in which you memorialize your findings?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I took notes, physical notes, pen and paper. There's a report that's issued within 90 days of the completion of the autopsy, and then photographs, digital photographs.
You mentioned a report is due in 90 days. Is that often referred to as an autopsy report?
Yes.
Why 90 days?
That is the standard that is set by the National Association of Medical Examiners. We're part of NAME, and therefore we try to have a finalized report for all our cases within 90 days, because we know that families are waiting for these reports, and therefore we do our best to finish a report within 90 days.
Did you, in fact, complete a so-called autopsy report in this case?
Yes, I did.
In addition to the autopsy report, well, included in the autopsy report, do you make handwritten notations about locations of injuries?
Yes.
And share with us, how's that done? Is there a picture or a graph?
There's a diagram, a body diagram that we use to mark the location of injuries.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
We're way past
You
26.
generally recognize what these documents are.
Yes,
Not even a
these
30, I
are
know.
my diagrams from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy,
And could you just very basically describe each one of them?
some of them. Yes, the first one is a body diagram. A lot of things have been, it's the diagram that I would use to make note of any injuries. The second one is a diagram of the face and the skull. I would also use this diagram to make notes as to any injuries on the face. And the third one is a diagram of the inside of the skull, what we call the base of the skull, as well as different views of the brain itself. Again, I would make notes to point out different injuries.
Thank you. As you are noting injuries in your autopsy report, these diagrams, they start off blank
They start off blank and then they're filled out as we go along.
and you fill out all the details you find important in your report?
Correct.
For reference, and to assist us, I have some blank diagrams that I may ask you to point out things on the blank diagram for us.
Okay,
And Your Honor, I'd ask permission. I've spoken to defense to use these simply as a chalk.
sure.
No objection, Your Honor.
Before you begin an autopsy, do you seek any medical records if available?
Yes. When a case is called into our office, depending on the time and the day that it is called in, our intake department, who are the people initially on the phone taking the information, will start asking for both medical records as well as police reports. So in the morning, when we start the autopsy, it's possible that we have some records. Sometimes if a decedent is brought to us from the hospital, there might be some records that come along with the body. But to answer your question, yes, we always ask for medical records, what we call PCP records, which are primary care physician records, any records from a hospital where the decedent may have been, and investigative reports, police reports.
Do you recall whether you had access to John O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital?
I did have access, yes, in the day, I believe the day of and the following day.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Subject to any later reactions, I would move. to
We know
Good
what it
Samaritan
is?
medical records.
What the order
No
was?
objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 155.
This time I would move
Doing
for identification, all photos of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries at Good Samaritan Hospital for identification.
Okay. Exhibit JJ for ID.
Further, this time I'd move for identification, all OCME, Office of Medical Examiner photos.
Exhibit KK for ID.
Thank you. And one. Your Honor, at this time I'd move all CSSS autopsy photos for identification.
Keep-
An understanding of the
Can we send it to me on X or on email so I can look at it and read it?
With the court's permission, Ms. Gilman, if you could put up the diagram, full body. If you could enlarge that a little more. Thank you very much. Could you explain this to us?
Yes, this is the diagram that we use during every autopsy. As you can see, we note the name of the decedent. Every case has its own number. In this case, it was 22-1697. And then we take note of, as I mentioned, during the external examination, physical characteristics such as hair, eyes, teeth. And then on this diagram, we would note any scars we see on the body, any tattoos we see on the body, any injuries we see on the body, and any therapeutic interventions. Those would be things that are sometimes done either by emergency medical personnel or at the hospital. Everything would be noted on this diagram.
Now, if you could take us through, I'm going to ask you, we'll go body part by body part, if that's okay. I'm going to ask you to begin with Mr. O'Keefe's face, the front of his face. And if you could enlarge that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Did you notice any injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face? And if so, could you, I think there's a pointer available for you, doctor? If you could point out on the diagram what you observed.
So on the diagram, well, first of all, there was medical intervention on Mr. O'Keefe that included an endotracheal tube that had been placed to help him breathe. But once all the intervention, all the medical devices were removed, I observed on his right upper eyelid a 1 centimeter laceration. So as we're looking at the diagram, this is the right side and this is the left side. So on his right eyelid, there was a small laceration. I also observed abrasions on the anterior and the left aspect of the nose. So the nose would be here on the front and the left aspect. Abrasions are scrapes. Lacerations are tears in the skin. I should probably explain that. Then there was some bleeding and some swelling of the eyelids of both eyes.
Does that complete your analysis?
For the front of the face, correct, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
These, what they're showing us now, are usually in the case file. I have requested a long time ago my dad's case file. When they draw or
showing you a photograph. You recognize in that photograph?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's face.
Is that photograph?
Oh, God. Let me show his face.
Yes, it shows the small laceration that I noted during the autopsy on the right eyelid. You can see some of the swelling and some of the bleeding over his eyelids. And that's pretty much all I can see because it's a side view.
Is there an apparatus?
There is what we call an endotracheal tube, as well as a C collar or a C stabilization collar. That's something that would have been placed on him by medical personnel.
All right, we'll just into evidence and ask for instruction.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So, folks, during the testimony of Dr. Skye3188, photos will be introduced to you. They're photographs of John O'Keefe that Dr. Skye3188 from the autopsy. So you'll have them in the jury room with you. I'll put them in an envelope, or I'll ask that they be put in an envelope. So if you don't want to look at them now, you don't have to. At some point, we'd ask that you make sure you look at it. These photos are not pleasant, and you may find that they're graphic. But what's important for you to know is that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by these photographs. So consider the photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status, or to the nature of
That's good,
Mr. O'Keefe's
Scorpio.
injuries,
I'm glad.
or to the nature of the incident itself. So they'll be displayed up on the screen for you as well.
Oh my God, that is exactly what Alessi sounds like. It's mind numbing. Also, I've never heard a judge stop them when they're showing photos and say, don't make your verdict based on
Let's go ahead.
sympathy.
You show the
Like, that's
jury.
up to them to decide how, like, what pieces of evidence they're
And
like.
Doctor, can you point out the injuries
This
you were
is weird.
describing by using
That
the
instruction
diagram?
is weird.
Or when you using the diagram?
So the laceration, the small laceration that I previously described would be here on the right upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. You can see some discoloration that's bleeding under his eyelid and what I would describe as swelling. The endotracheal tube and the neck collar are also present here. And the other injury, which I noted, was on the front and left side of his nose, which you cannot see here because this is looking at the right side of his face.
Take that down, please.
It's just a Bev
You
thing,
mentioned that
Alicia.
there was
Not
something
even a
about
Massachusetts
his
thing.
eyes that was notable.
Yes, there was bleeding or hemorrhage, as we call it, on the eyelids, as well as swelling.
I'm going to ask you more detail about that later, but was that observation important in your ultimate diagnosis or conclusions? May I approach your Honor?
Yes.
I apologize in advance, but some of this is difficult for me today, so you might see me
So
popping my
you-
camera on and off.
Another photograph, do you recognize that?
Yes, this is another picture showing Mr. O'Keefe's face. Again, the medical intervention is present, and you can see more clearly now the discoloration on the upper eyelids.
Is this vantage point helpful for your ultimate conclusions and
The pics are
diagnosis?
evidence.
Yes.
They're supposed to interpret them the way they want. She's helping the defense. Again,
Exhibit 157.
they're supposed to decide how to interpret evidence,
With the court permission, I'd like to show this to
not have the
jury.
judge.
P645.
There are instructions that are given at certain points for certain things. This is not one that I see.
Could you point out what was significant regarding Mr. O'Keefe's eye area?
So I noted that there was discoloration, that's bleeding, that's blood, that's under those eyelids. The eyelids appear puffy, that's what we call edema or swelling. And then also there were two abrasions, two scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's nose. You can see one here and then the other one on the more front part of his nose.
Okay, could you take that down, please? If we could move down a bit to the chest and stomach area, did you make any observations about this area, Dr. Scortabella?
The observations that I made on the chest were that there was, as I mentioned before, there were defibrillator pads on the body, and there was an abrasion that's very commonly seen in people who have undergone resuscitation. Internally, that abrasion and the whole resuscitation apparatus was associated with some anterior rib fractures, which are also seen in cases of resuscitation, but I didn't make any other notes in terms of trauma on the chest or abdomen.
Okay. I'd like to move to the arms and the hands. If we could come down just a little bit. Let's begin with Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands, did you make any observations regarding Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands?
Yes. On his upper right arm, I noted that he had a superficial abrasion. So it would have been, you can
Can we move that down a little bit?
move it
please?
down a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Doesn't seem to be doing a very good job. Okay, somehow doesn't want to.
Sorry if that's not working well.
Judge did exactly what I
projecting here,
said.
but not
Close the
on
buffer
the
zone.
actual picture.
She changed nothing. She just made the order
Maybe
more
a
detailed.
second pointer?
I can do it here.
Okay, great.
Sucks to be them, but that's exactly
So
what I said
on
would
the
happen.
right upper medial arm, that would be the inner side of his arm, there was a superficial abrasion. Again, that's a scrape. Then on his right posterior arm and forearm, so not exactly on this aspect of the arm, but on the back side of the arm, which would be in the back of the diagram, there were multiple abrasions, which I described as ranging from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters. Then, yeah, if you could move the diagram down, please. Again, there is a back to this diagram. I don't know if you could put that on the screen. There we go. So this is now the right side and this is the left. I noted that there were 2 bruises on the back of his right hand. Also a faint scratch on the back of his left hand. And then moving down to the lower extremities or the legs, if you could please show the front, there was a small abrasion, a small scrape on the side of his right knee.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize it from that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, I believe.
That's fair and accurate depiction of how his hand appeared when you examined him?
Yes.
Will this is evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 158.
I'm
With
crying
the
with
court's permission, I'd show P647 to the jury. And could you explain, you said there were 2 bruises. Could you point those out for us?
Yes. There's one here and one here.
Did you attempt to assess those, determine whether you could conclude or opine on a cause of those?
No, I did not. Well, I take that back. I'm sorry. So this particular one has 2 small little pinpoint defects in the middle, which we sometimes see when emergency personnel tries to get access to a vein for fluids, for intravenous fluids. So, but I did not put that in my report. I just described it as a contusion.
Is it common to see that type of coloration where medical personnel put intravenous or other types of support into somebody's hand?
Yes, it's very common for the skin to bruise when someone tries to get access to a blood vessel.
The other coloration that is unrelated to those 2 small points, would you have a description of what those are?
No.
I'd also like to show you exhibit number 1. Exhibit number 1, please. Thank you. You use the word superficial. What does that mean?
Superficial means that the abrasion is on the superficial layers of the skin, usually the epidermis and sometimes the dermis, but there's no penetration of the skin.
When you're assessing to determine whether there's any penetration, do you measure the length of the wound or
Well,
the abrasion?
Penetration would be measuring the depth. If there was actual penetration, I would have to measure how deep into the skin. For example, when we assess stab wounds, we have to measure the depth of the wound. In this particular case, you can see that these are scrapes or scratches, and there's no exposed underlying fat or muscle. And therefore, to answer your question, I measured their length and gave a range, but I did not measure their depth.
As a routine practice during an autopsy, doctor, if there was penetration or depth, would you, as a routine, measure that?
I would make a note of it.
Are there any such notes in any of your autopsy findings or reports about depth?
No, I did not make a note on the depth of these ones.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how those superficial abrasions occurred?
I do not.
And I asked you about the hand, which we just saw, and I should ask you the same question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that coloration, aside from the medical intervention, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how the other discoloration happened on Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
I can state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that that's a bruise, a contusion, but I cannot tell you how it occurred.
And to summarize finally what we've been through so far regarding the scrape on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye, can you provide an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that scrape occurred?
No, I cannot.
You mentioned for us that when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's legs, you observed bruising on his, or a small scratch on his right knee.
Correct.
I don't want to summarize it. Can you describe that
Can we turn the
more
lights on,
specifically?
please?
Thank you.
Yes, I described it as a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you see any marks or abrasions on his left knee?
No, I did not.
Was the mark scratch on Mr. O'Keefe's right knee on the inside or the outside of the knee?
It was on the lateral aspect, which would be the outside.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes,
What is it?
this is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's lower extremities, his legs.
Is it a fair, accurate depiction of how his knee appeared when you did the autopsy?
Yes.
All right, we'll go to the evidence, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
159.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury 9467.
Yes.
You used the word lateral and you talked about abrasion or a scrape. Could you look at this photograph and could we enlarge it, Ms. Gilman, and could you point out to the jury and explain what it is that you saw?
Yes, you can see the abrasion here with a little bit of adjacent discoloration, but this is what I was describing.
If you could zoom back out, please. And you didn't see any similar type bruising or abrasions on the left knee?
No.
During your autopsy, did you notice any injuries internally to Mr. O'Keefe's rib area?
Yes, I did note that there were rib fractures on the anterior, that would be the front, of his fourth and fifth ribs.
And so would that be his left or right side?
It would be both the right and the left, and it would be the part of the rib that is closer to the sternum.
Is there a number of ribs that had fractures, or are they connected as one?
The fourth and the fifth, both on the right and the left, close to the sternum.
Have you, in your experience, seen ribs fractured during first aid or medical intervention?
Very often, yes.
Given your experience and your study of Mr. O'Keefe's body, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those rib fractures were obtained?
I believe those rib fractures were due to resuscitation.
And you have that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I'd like to show you a different diagram, one of the head area. If we could enlarge the bottom right. Thank you. Using that diagram, could you assist us, doctor, and explain to us any observations you made about the back of John O'Keefe's head?
Yes. The main observation was a laceration that is a skin tear on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head to the right of midline. So this was the midline. The laceration was somewhere here. Is what we call the right occipital area. And associated with that, there was an abrasion over it that would have been here. So this was what we call a compound injury, an abraded laceration.
We'll turn in a few moments to your autopsy observations about the inside of Mr. O'Keefe's skull. But first, I want to just show you a photograph relative to what you described to us. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. You recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a picture taken at the time of autopsy. This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. The hair has been shaved off so that the injury can be clearly photographed, and it's a laceration with an associated abrasion.
Thank you. Your Honor, move this into evidence.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 160.
Show that to this gentleman, please. When you examine the laceration, do you measure it?
Yes,
And did you measure it in this case?
I did measure it.
How long was the laceration?
I measured it as 2.5 centimeters, which is close to an inch.
Do you examine a person's body before you begin to intrude? Do you examine the outside of a person's body first, or is there a certain procedure or order?
Yes, the external examination is done first, and the internal examination is done second.
I want to show you that photograph that you just recognized, and I would like you to explain what you see to the jury. Ms. Gilman, with your assistance, thank you.
This is the laceration that I noted, and this is the scrape that's associated with it.
Take that down, please. After you make observations, what are your next steps in an autopsy?
The internal examination, after the external is performed and pictures are taken, then we proceed with the internal examination of both the, as I mentioned before, the torso, the body, as well as the head.
I'd like you to take us through the internal examination. Did you have a chance to look internally behind the laceration you saw on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Yes.
And when you did that, could you describe for us what you saw?
Yes. The way we examine the head is we make an incision with a scalpel behind the ear from one side to the other. That allows us to reflect or pull back the scalp, and that will expose the skull underneath. We do this carefully so that we don't disfigure clearly the face. And when we reflected, or when we pulled back the scalp, I noted that there was blood, what we call hemorrhage, under the laceration or associated with the laceration on the back of the right head. And then furthermore, there were skull fractures associated with that laceration, abrasion on the right side of the head.
Were the skull fractures in same or different area?
The skull fractures were in multiple areas of the skull, what we call the base of the skull. Imagine the base of the skull is sort of a bowl, and the brain sits on top or in the bowl. When the brain is removed, you can have a very good view of the base of the skull. So when the brain was removed and we were able to look at the base of the skull, I noted that there were multiple fractures that appeared to be originating from the area of the laceration, or what would correspond to the area of the laceration.
When you made your examination of the fractures in the skull, did that lead you to your opinion, or was there more you needed to look at before you came to an opinion about the cause of death?
Well, that was part of the findings that led to my opinion. But yes, I removed the brain, and as is our protocol, I saved the brain in a special solution called formalin that allows the brain to become a little harder, so that our neuropathologist in Boston could go ahead and examine it. Because when I did look at the brain, I noted that there were injuries. There was bleeding on top of the brain. And therefore, I saved it. The brain ultimately went to our Boston office, and our neuropathologist, Dr. Stonebridge, examined it and issued a report.
Did you engage in any type of analysis on your own about any injury to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I noted the kind of injuries I could see superficially on the brain, and I have looked at the brain after it was fixed and pictures of it, but I did not issue a report on it. The whole point was for our neuropathologist to examine it closely and issue a more detailed report.
I have a few more photos. Would now be appropriate time for a break, Your Honor?
Yes. So, jurors, why don't we take 15 or 20 minutes, okay?
15, 20, 40, you know, take all the minutes you have. I'm going to mute that. Yeah, her face impressions are always going to look cold as ice, you know? She's a terrible human being. That's just what it boils down to. And good for you, Agent 99. Doesn't matter if it's the 10th time or 100th time going back to school. Good for you. Good for you. Seriously, good for you. Like, this is, it doesn't matter how long it takes. I wish I had the time and money. If I did, I'd have a job in a firm. I've been offered them. Like, you know, but I don't have the time or the money it would take to go back to school, pass the bar, et cetera, et cetera. If I did, even if I had a car, I feel like, and I did it part-time, I feel like I could do it. But like, I'm not under the circumstances at the moment to do it, you know? No, I'm just, you know, you got to get through life, unfortunately. So sometimes you have to suck up really hard things and just do it, you know? And I can take a break by just shutting my camera off if I want to blubber like a big baby. So that's what shutting your camera off is for, although I'm going to probably be puffy. Yeah, it's a tough day for everyone, I think. You know, there's a reason why Peg isn't there. I wouldn't want to sit there for that either. John's parent, you know, I feel like that's one of the days I might not sit there if I was Peg as well. And Kevin, yeah, you know, we wish the best for Kevin, and we send lots of prayers his way. It's just a tough day all around. I feel like one of them days, you know. It's sad for everyone. It's just one of those tough days. You just got to suck it up and move on with it, you know? Like, it's just, life sometimes is hard. And that doesn't mean you give up, right? Like, you just keep moving and you deal with it instead of stuffing it down. Because if you stuff it down, worse things happen, you know? Oh my God, you could say that again, Sarah Lynn. Time management would be great for her. Like, she really needs some help in that time management department for sure. You can say that again. Yeah, and it's crappy out today. It's raining, it's gloomy, you know, like it doesn't help, that's for sure. Exactly, we get through it, and then we get through it together sometimes. That's what we have to do, that's what we do. And we move forward. Hard days are always going to be hard days, but we just keep it moving forward. I remember years ago, my therapist saying to me something along the lines of like, if I was you and all the trauma that you dealt with, I'd probably be in a loony bin. How do you do it every day? And my answer was simple: a minute at a time if you have to. A minute, a day, an hour, a second. Just find someone close to you you can talk to about these types of things, especially on tough days, and let it out. Stuffing it down just makes everything worse, times 10. You know, it's extremely difficult in any case, really, to listen to an ME talk about what they do, because ME's jobs are to, you know, like do the autopsy, which is cutting open the decedent and doing sort of a medical, if you will, investigation into organs and parts of your body that have been injured. And it's just hard because I remember, not obviously in a court case, but I remember getting the information from the ME when my dad passed. And I'll never forget, and don't ask me why they ever said this, but I remember them telling me that it took him minutes to pass, because he died obviously by suicide, by hanging. And they told us that it would have taken minutes for him to die. And that's just one thing that just kind of sits with me. You know, it's definitely not something that you want to hear. That's for sure. When it comes to your loved one, but it's something probably that we needed to know just for closure. So I can imagine why Peggy doesn't want to sit there. You know what I mean? Like, it brings back that time where they were telling you how your loved one passed and all the details of it, even though unfortunately it's something you probably don't want to hear. It's something that you have to hear. So if I was Peggy, I probably wouldn't be there today either. You know, there are family in the courtroom and friends of the family sitting there in for the O'Keefes. But if I'm Peggy, I probably don't sit there either, because listening to her speak, it brings you back to the moment they were telling you when your loved one died, what happened in the best way that they could tell you. So, I don't blame them for not wanting to be there. I wouldn't either. It's difficult even for me. Like, what are the odds? Like, what are the actual odds that they would put the Emmy on the stand today of all days? I feel like sometimes that's just my luck, right? Just is. Sometimes I think, though, that sometimes these things sort of just get pushed in your way so that you can deal with it and then let it go, even if it's just for that day. You know what I mean? So you 1 minute at a time, one step at a time. That is why StreamYard gives you an option to do this and shut your camera off so nobody has to watch me blubber like a baby. I just said to my husband while you were watching this, I feel like a baby. I'm 38 years old. Like, what am I blubbering over? Like, and it's not that I'm a baby, but I miss my dad. And I could have got many more years of my dad. My kids could have got many more years of my dad. I think my wedding was probably the hardest one. And in place of the daddy-daughter dance, we played Hotel California, which was my dad's favorite song. But I literally can hear in my head now my dad, you know, he was a musician. He played the drums. He also played the piano, and he played the guitar, and he taught kids how to play instruments. He worked at a music place. So then even though you have to deal with the pain of it, right? And of course, like, it has to be on the anniversary of my dad's suicide that they put the Emmy on the stand. But it also brings back the good memories, right? Like, all the good ones, all the funny ones, all the ones that I can remember of my dad just being a goof. My dad was a goof, and he could make anybody laugh. Anyone. He could talk to anyone. He could talk to any stranger and talk to him for 45 minutes, you know, and I feel like I get some of that from my dad. I'm a people person. I like people, even though we know from this case there's a lot of shitty people in this world, a lot of people that will just make stuff up and perpetuate lies and crap. There are still really good people in this world. And it brings back some beautiful memories. A couple of years ago on Mother's Day, my brother cleaned up an old like VHS video of my dad playing piano. After church was over, he was playing piano, and a couple other clips of him playing with like his bandmates and stuff that my dad's bandmate had that he sent me. But on Mother's Day, my brother sort of put everything together and then cleaned up the old videos because they were, you know, old and grainy. So my brother sort of cleaned them up so that they looked fresher and newer. and sent them to me on Mother's Day. And even though I cried a little because I'm watching my dad beautifully play the piano, it was probably one of the best Mother's Day gifts I've ever gotten, because it was my dad. Like, I got to sit there and watch my dad play the piano, and he's been gone for many years. So it was a great Mother's Day gift that my brother sent me, of those old videos of my dad. So, you know, it's you take the good with the bad, and you sort of just take it when it comes and share it. You know, don't lean on it alone. No one should suffer. No one should suffer alone. And it kills me that I think about the last minutes of John laying there alone, you know, just by himself. It's not okay. Like, Alzheimer's is tough. I have an aunt, a great aunt right now, that has it. And I had a great aunt that already passed from it. And my sister-in-law has early onset dementia. She also has Down syndrome. So, and she's in her 40s. So that is something that is difficult as well. You got to think about, it's been many years since she first had her diagnosis. So you sort of, and she started sundowning, I want to say about 4 or 5 years ago. So you sort of are just waiting on that progression to happen. And when it does, it's devastating. So I totally get it, JMS. I've been through it with family members who had Alzheimer's as well, you know. And that's the thing, is it kills you. They don't remember who you are. They forget how to eat and swallow. And it's horrible. It's just awful. It shouldn't happen to anybody, you know, anyone. My hope is they have breakthroughs and things like that, right? Like, yeah, don't take the bad times like rancid, you know? I did say that. You are like my dad, you know? My dad used to teach me how to fix cars. He, you know, was a mechanic. My grandfather was a diesel mechanic, and my father was a mechanic, and they both had shops that ran in the family, both different sides of the family. My grandfather's my mother's father, and my dad, obviously my dad. But I remember as a kid having my dad bring me into the shop, me and my brother, and teaching us like how to do an oil change, and like how to do the brakes, and how to rotate the tires, and how to use the tire machine, and like all of my knowledge of cars, which is well surpassed anything my husband knows about cars, comes from my dad and my grandpa, and me doing it over and over and over and over with them in the garage. Like, it is ingrained into my brain on how to do certain things on a vehicle. And I'll be forever grateful, because I don't need to pay someone to do it. If I had a vehicle, I don't have a car anymore. But if I did, I wouldn't have to pay anybody to do it. You know what I mean? I could do it myself, like, which is nice. The only thing I can't do myself is something with an engine hoist, obviously, because you can't do that in your driveway. I remember my grandfather had this old, if anybody who's a mechanic will know what I'm talking about, the boards that you used to use they had lifts, but like not the lifts that we have now. So there used to be boards you could lay on, and it would slide under the car. It had wheels on it. My grandfather's it was old, and it had like a red leather on the part that the head went on. It was about this big, and it was just a red leather strip that was like a little higher than the rest of it. And the rest of the board with the 4 wheels on it was red leather, where you would lay on it, get underneath that car and fix things up. And that like board is ingrained into my brain of what it looked like back then. My dad had one too, but his was green, a little older, a little more beat up. But my grandfather had one at home in his regular garage, because he had like a heated garage with every tool. He had a compressor in there and every tool you could think of on planet Earth. So that's the part that kills me, you know? That's the part that kills me. Here we buffering, goddammit. Well, at least it didn't boot me this time. You know what I'm saying? Good for you, JMS, though. You know, at least she's home. right? Like enjoying her every time left she has on this earth with her family. Like, and that's probably what I would do too. Like, I'd probably do the same thing, you know. I mean, it's tough to be the caregiver of someone though. It's extremely difficult, and people don't seem to realize what a toll it takes on the caregivers themselves as well. Like, weed is my blood type. Weed is a lot of people's blood type. Don't worry, you're not the only one. I don't smoke, but my husband does. It is hard. My grandfather had cancer, but everybody helped with that. Yeah, the sundowning starts happening out of nowhere, you know? Like in 93, like good for her, man. My 89-year-old grandmother who lives in Florida, who is my dad's mother, has beat cancer twice, and now they found a little bit of skin cancer on her now. She lives in Florida. They have a high rate of skin cancer, so I'm hoping at some point in maybe fall or something I can get down there to see her, because I don't know how many years left. You know, she's 89, you know, and she's a short little, very Christian woman. She prays over everything. And she's just a kind soul, my grandma is. And she's the only grandparent I have left alive. So it would be nice to be able to see her. And we call her Graham. She's called Graham. She's called Graham or Grammy. Yep, that's normally how it happens, JMS. With my Auntie Bobby, that's what happened with her, is she forgot how to swallow and then ended up getting like pneumonia, aspirating in the lungs and passing away. You know? Pinto fixed the upper. My dad actually had a Pinto. That's wicked funny. He also had a Nova, and it was like bright yellow, I think. It was either bright orange or bright yellow, but it was one of the two. I think it was yellow, but I'll never forget that thing. Tried to teach my mother how to drive a stick in it, and she's like, she was yelling that she was going to like burn out the clutch. And my dad was like, I'm a mechanic. If you burn out the clutch, I'll just fix it. Like, I can only hope that he was, Jack. You know, it's giving you a little solace to see that maybe he didn't feel anything. That's the only thing that you can hope for, you know? Right? It's a Pinto. I really do. A love bug? Yes, prayer cookies. My Nana loves making, my Grammy, she loves making prayer cookies. I literally thought she meant there was like prayer cookies in, like, there was like prayers inside the cookie. I kid you not when I said, like, I literally thought that. And she was like, no, it's, I prayed over them, because she's like, do you want a prayer cookie? I'm like, what's a prayer cookie? Am I going to bite into it and there's going to be like a prayer inside, like a fortune cookie? And she's like, no, I said a prayer over each batch. So she calls them prayer cookies. And I will never forget that when she came to visit a couple years ago, she brought the prayer cookies. So do need a love bug. I do though. I really do. The problem is trying to save to get one is the problem. Like, everything is expensive nowadays, and unfortunately I just can't afford to save a couple $1,000s for a car. I wish I could. So if anybody knows of someone who has one, like that someone passed away and is trying to sell something cheap or something like that, like, let me know. I have a donation I have to read, and then I'll check PayPal. There's a $20 donation from Grave. Thank you, Grave. I appreciate you, my friend. If anybody else wants to donate to the channel while I'm checking these real quick, it's very helpful. We definitely can use all the help we can get. We're not monetized, so we depend on donations from our viewers to get by. Let's see. Let me check my PayPal real quick. It's the only thing that doesn't pop up on my screen. Although lately, I've had to like check for Alessi not to speak. Grave said, I love you. I love that. There's another $25 donation. I'm not going to read the name because it's someone's government name, but it says $1 per sidebar. I love that. I love that so much. $1 per sidebar. Like, appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And then there was a $10 one from Venmo. I'm not sure if I read this one. This one was from R. She said she appreciates it and the time, and everyone in the chat is friendly, and it's refreshing having people to talk to that have common sense. And thank you. Thank you, R. I appreciate it, my friends. And then I read the other one from earlier. So that's it. Yep, that's it. That is it. I will totally get some prayer cookies while I'm down there, though. If I get down there. That's going to be a big fat if. A VW bus. Imagine. Yeah, and the visiting nurses, people don't realize, like, don't you guys get visiting nurses? Visiting nurses come for a few hours and they leave, or maybe an hour and they leave. Like, hospice people also think, like, oh, hospice, like, they'll take care of it. No, they come for a couple hours. They show the family how to do X, Y, and Z per day, and they leave. So it's up to the family to take shifts. If you have people to take shifts with, hospice does not just come 24/7 until the person passes. They come in for a couple hours or an hour a day or whatever, and then they leave. So it's very expensive unless you can afford to pay someone for 24 hours a day, which is not usually feasible for anyone, obviously, for obvious reasons. Alicia said she took care of her mom who had Alzheimer's, had to put her in a hospital for treatment of a UTI. She went from the hospital to a nursing home because you couldn't care for her. And then she passed about 9. Yeah, that's the thing, though. It's so difficult that not everybody has the capacity to do it, especially with Alzheimer's. They will leave the house. They'll get lost. Something could happen. Like, sometimes the best option is a 24-hour care facility if their insurance will cover it, or if you can afford it. Like, sometimes it's just the best option because they need the 24-hour care, and no one person can give that kind of care all the time. Especially with Alzheimer's, because they forget, they wander, they leave, they'll get undressed, walk out the door. Like, there's a lot of things that could happen, and people still have to work. They still have bills to pay. Like, you can't be there 24/7. You know what I mean? Like, you got to sleep too at some point, right? Like, is he an idiot? Oh my God, he's such an idiot. So let me read what the judge ordered for the buffer zone, you guys. He needs to stop telling people things that are untrue. He's going to get them arrested. They're not free to sit or stand wherever they want. They still have to be outside of the buffer zone. What an absolute moron. That's so funny that you say that, Jelandi, because guess what? I've been riding since I was in my teens. And when my little one was still in my belly, I rode until she was about, oh God, I want to say until I was about 8 months pregnant. Obviously I conferred with the doctors, and they're like, yes, of course you can ride. Obviously be careful. But the doctor said to me that the odds of getting killed on a motorcycle are actually not worse than getting in a car accident. Like, the odds are not, especially if you're not driving like an a-hole. So of course we wouldn't drive recklessly. We would take the bike out and, take a long drive on like a very quiet road or whatever. And it was just nice, like I am a motorcycle gal. I'll tell you that right now. So if I still had a bike, I would be riding it. I actually got this ring of mine, one of my favorite skull rings, on a motorcycle run for someone. A lot of times motorcycle runs are done for hospitals, people who have passed away. So they do annual runs. And I got this on a run one year. And those are the best ones when you get the police escorts on a run, because then you go right through the red lights, which is nice. So that one we had an escort on. And there was a lot of people. One of my friends in my teens had a Pinto. We wore the thing out. Driving. Our heads are always in the gutter, Jack. Okay? We can't help it. So many trips to Nantasket Beach and Paragon Park. Oh my God. Paragon Park is where my grandparents used to take me when I was a kid to ride the carousel. I have many memories of Paragon Park, and bringing my own kids there still, especially to Nanny Beach, which is what we call it when we're around. It's Nantasket, but anybody from the area calls it Nanny Beach. I got so many memories at Nanny Beach. And I'm not a beach person. I would prefer a pool over the salt water and sand. I'm not a fan. But when I was much younger, my friends loved the beach, so we would go to Nanny a lot. No worries. You do what you have to. We will be here, my friend. We will be here. We do have a link for all of you now that just want to do credit or debit. I also have a wish list, but it's in our Discord. So if you guys are looking for that, it's in our Discord. R sent that earlier. She's got a new screen name now, and it's Bored Housewife. Saw her earlier. She might have popped out. But she was in her 90s. I still feel guilty. My dad died of a brain tumor at 70. I was the main one opting for operation. He was in a coma for months before going. Don't feel guilty. It's what you could do, Alicia. Not everyone you can't be in one place 24/7, darling. You have to sleep too, and I'm not one to talk because I'm always one to sort of do things for other people before myself. But don't feel bad because you can only do so much as one human being. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's better in a facility. Like if you don't have the resources to be paying for 24-hour care or somebody to care for them when you're sleeping or someone to care for them while you're at work, it's just not feasible, My mother's now going in and out with her memory, but needs help with everything. Yeah. I mean, my daughter needs help with quite a bit. She's blind, obviously, for her disease, and she's still got 2 open wounds on her arms. They did not sew them closed and so she's cut from here down here on each arm, and she's got wound bandages that go over each one. She's got to change every day, but they didn't close them because she was diagnosed on top of her rare disease with scleroderma. And so her skin is already so stretched to the limit. They thought that it would do more damage. So they did a small skin graft and they left it open. They said it could take up to 3 months to close fully. It's been since March. So the end of May would be when it should be, closed. So we'll see it. It's been slow going for sure because I know this is gross, but it leaks, like the stuff that's supposed to be in your body kind of leaks out onto those bandages. So, she can't, her neck is fused to her spine. So her head is in this downward position here and she cannot move it. She can move it a tiny bit right and a tiny bit left, but she cannot move it up and down. So it's stuck like this. So and she has arthritis everywhere. Other things are fused. Her hand is like this. She cannot move her fingers out like this or like this at all. It's literally fused like this because of the arthritis. And so she needs help with things like taking her medication. And usually it gets put in through her. She has a G tube in her belly. She has a thing that her body was not taking in the nutrients. So she could eat and take in at night what the extra nutrients in the G tube are giving her, but her body was not absorbing it. With her pancreas, she's got a pancreas issue. She's got some lung issues. There's a lot, but she can't bend over to put her shoes and socks on. She can't open the medication bottle, things of that nature, really basic things that most of us sort of take for granted. So she needs help with those kinds of things, but her boyfriend does a great job of helping her out too. Right? I'm definitely next. That's for sure. Hopefully not for a very long time, but shit. Turbo bidding. I say 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a 2, 1, a 2, 2, and a 3, and a 3. I went to so many auctions with my dad to buy cars when I was a younger kid. I used to love listening to the auctioneer rattle off numbers. Let's hope they lock them up. We can all buy champagne. You know what I'm saying? It is rewarding. It is rewarding. I'll tell you, when I worked at the prison, I definitely thought it was rewarding. That's for sure. Time goes on, it's everyone. It's morbid, but it is coming for us all at some point. Hopefully it's just not, that is on my wish list. Yeah. If anybody can buy me that, I think every victim would greatly appreciate it, but I don't think it's something you can buy, unfortunately. But if it was, that's on everyone's wish list. I know, are they, B. Harley, on lunch? Because, I'm hungry. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit hungry. Till I have to be a fish skin for grafts? That they do that? They took it from her. They took it from, her own skin. But interesting. Return to fetal position. You've decided? Can I take one too, Anna? I'm just wondering. Can I pull a Karen Reed and just say I'm taking a sick day? Can I do that? Like, can we all do that? Hey, Fanny, don't you do that. Not muted. That's weird. Can you guys hear me now? I'm not muted. Not muted. Can you hear me now? Oh, maybe. Possibly. Okay. I don't know. I literally was not muted. What I did was I muted myself and then I unmuted myself. Like, all right, let me try to get the buffer zone thing. I did say I was going to read that and then I went on a tangent. Hold on. I got this. All right. So this is what the buffer zone thing says. These people are idiots. I know I'm going to have to clean like my cache out on my computer and stuff when today's over. Let's see. Let's see. All right. This is what it says. Okay. Help, I'm deaf. You know, it's funny. My daughter's blind and she will play jokes on people in restaurants and stuff. And she'll be like, God damn it. I'm blind. I can't hear you. Like, people are like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like, hello, she's blind, not deaf. Like,
to see me?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay, over here or?
Are you serious? A sidebar, y'all. Another sidebar. So we're at 5 now. All right, this is what it says. I'll try to quickly read it. Basically, it says the court is in receipt of the decision of the United States Court of Appeals, the First Circuit, in blah, 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 issued on the 9th, 2025, to simplify any potential First Amendment issues related to the buffer zone restrictions implemented by prior orders. This court, guided by the Court of Appeals suggestion set out on page 12 of the decision, issues the following supplemental order regarding the buffer zone. First, for all the reasons cited in support of prior orders and based upon the parameters of the dispute as narrowed and described in the decisions, all orders of this court remain in place insofar as they apply to courthouse property. Second, prior orders remain in place as applied to pathways, including public sidewalks and roads, through which and at which times trial participants enter and exit the courthouse. Third, noisy protests, including those using amplified sound, honking horns, or loud screaming and yelling that are intended to interfere with the administration of justice or are intended to influence any judge, juror, witness, or court officer in the discharge of his or her duties, are prohibited within the buffer zone. Fourth, the display of written or graphic materials that are intended to interfere with the administration of justice or are intended to influence any judge, juror, witness, or court officer in the discharge of their duties are prohibited within the buffer zone. Fifth, any person whose activity has been restricted by an officer enforcing this order may request review by a judge of the Superior Court, which request shall be heard as expeditially as possible. Quiet, off-site demonstrations on public property in areas and at times that do not interfere with trial participants' entrance into or exit from the courthouse, and that do not interfere with the orderly administration of justice, and that are not intended to influence any trial participants in the discharge of their duties, are specifically outside the scope of the buffer zone restrictions. It changed pretty much nothing. Pretty much nothing. Good morning, Francesca. Let's hope so. Let's hope so, Ash. Let's hope so. But basically what I'm reading is nothing. Nothing really changed at all. Like, there's still a buffer zone and you still can't go in there screaming free Karen Reed and wearing free Karen Reed gear. So I don't really know what they thought was going to happen. Yeah, I saw that. And then that's why I shut my camera off, because I started crying again myself. Big baby that I am. Okay, cool. Switch back to law and crime. Law and crime. What one thing changed? As far as I'm reading here, not much changed. At least. Yeah. I didn't get bounced, but I did buffer for a minute. I'm so tired of that. I'm calling my internet today because yesterday they were saying there was problems in the area and they were fixing it, and I didn't really have issues. And then I got a text message that it was fixed, right? I had no issues. Then this morning, all these issues. So random. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Actually, that's probably the one thing that changed with the buffer zone. These people can't even figure out that, like, nothing changed. You still can't be in the buffer zone screaming and yelling free Karen Reed, you idiot. But definitely do that. Go do that and get arrested, please.
Tori, I'm going to give you those. Those were both marked for ID. So one will be coming into evidence and one will be a chalk. So you may need to have them available for the witness.
My God, that's hilarious, Carol. I love that. I love that. Actually, your comment's broken. That's hilarious. I got to have some, haha funnies. Yeah, no, but there's also other attorneys out there telling them to go out and protest like idiots. So, I mean, that's where they get the ridiculousness from,
You consider stand wherever you're more comfortable, doctor, for now.
What is happening? This should have already been worked out long before now. She was saying, because your thing is the buffering sign. She said your comment's broken. It's funny. It's buffering. Your comment's buffering. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, Jack. I 100% agree, my friend. Ashley was looking for you this morning to thank you for yesterday. Yeah, pretty much delay, Anna. We know how it goes. By the way, Anna, I absolutely freaking love that bathroom rug you got me. It is so plush. Like, it is so comfy under your feet. Like, so comfy. So again, thank you. And Francesca's here. Thank you. I haven't hung my picture yet, Francesca, but I'm on it. And I did see somebody got the conspiracy. So when somebody told me yesterday my conspiracy chairs were coming on the 20th, I was so confused. I was like, conspiracy chairs? What? I don't know what that means, but cool. And then I went to go look at my wish list, and somebody did buy me conspiracy chairs. I actually will have something to sit on in my yard because I don't have chairs. I don't have like an umbrella, and there's not shade really in my yard. I don't have like, a way to entertain. I don't have tables. Like, so I need like outdoor something. And so I had this chairs that have a table in between them. There, it's like all in one piece. It's 2 chairs with like a little table in between, and then it's got like a little thing. And they bought that off my wish list. And I was like so happy. I was like, oh my God, I'll have something to sit on in my yard. That's amazing. Thank you so much for my conspiracy chairs. Like, oh, I have pink candles that go with it. Want to see what I'll show you what they look like. Now they're not real. They're like LEDs. You put batteries in the bottom, and there's 3 of them, not 2. There's a smaller one. It's like came as a pack of 3, but they're cute. And obviously they're pink, and I love them. And they're on my bookshelf right near where the picture's going to be. So it'll look nice. But I appreciate those of you that do go to my wish list and buy things there, because it's always nice to get a little surprise for something that I either need or want on my wish list. I put a couple of those, me and my oldest, because she's blind and because she's limited physically, we like to do those murder mystery games. And we have quite a few of them we've already solved, but there's a bunch of them at the bottom of my wish list. I'm going to have to buy one of them soon for us to do together, because they're fun to do as like a family or with your friends. Like it's fun to solve the murder. They're sound. They're waiting for the jury to come in, but they're pink.
Session, please be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Doctor, when we left off, you described all the injuries to the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe, and we had talked about your observations of both the fractures in his skull and also your observation of Mr. O'Keefe's brain. You mentioned earlier that you use other resources, other testing. Did you ask for any type of assistance on toxicology analysis for Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is routine and it is protocol to submit toxicology specimens to the lab for examination.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm actually covering the Idaho 4 trial.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah,
Doctor,
August.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the report of toxicology from the State Police Crime Lab for Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
Have you seen that document before?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the report you saw before?
Yes.
All right, introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 161.
Thank you. I have that in front of me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In your experience, Doctor, are you familiar what the toxicology report and the testing involves?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Are you familiar in your experience with what is involved in a toxicology test?
In general terms, yes.
And if you studied Mr. O'Keefe's toxicology report, was that important or part of your analysis in your ultimate conclusions?
It was one piece of evidence that I took into consideration, yes.
In the toxicology testing, is there a search to see if there are any type of drugs or medications in Mr. O'Keefe's blood?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any?
There were no prescription medications. There were no illicit drugs in his system.
In a toxicology, is there also a testing for blood alcohol content?
Yes.
What is the difference between ethanol in heart blood and ethanol under 1102?
In vitreous humor?
Yes.
So we usually submit multiple specimens for toxicology. Some of the specimens are used for screening of classes of different drugs, and then other specimens are used to confirm, the presence and quantify a particular drug. So in this particular case, the lab tested the heart blood, which showed that it had an ethanol level of 0.21 grams per deciliter. And they also tested the vitreous, which is the fluid that sits behind the eyeball. And in that specimen, the ethanol was slightly higher at 0.28.
Thank you, doctor. After your autopsy and observations of Mr. O'Keefe's body, inevitably, did you come to a conclusion about the manner and cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death? And I'll ask you first about the cause. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you reach a conclusion about the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes. The cause of death was determined to be blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
You mentioned two different things, blunt impact and hypothermia. Was
Correct.
there a primary cause of death in your opinion?
The blunt impact injuries of head.
Hypothermia, was that sufficient to be a primary cause of death in your opinion?
In the absence of head trauma, hypothermia is a cause of death, but I'm not able to make that determination in this case because we do have the blunt impact injuries of head.
So if I understand, you are not saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that hypothermia was the cause of death?
Not the primary. It contributed, but the primary cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head.
Did you learn what Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was when he was brought to the hospital?
Yes, some of the medical records stated that his body temperature was 80.1, I believe, degrees Fahrenheit.
And what is a normal body temperature?
98.6.
Regarding the blunt force injuries as the cause of death to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point when you were conducting your autopsy, or even at the end when you drew your conclusions, were you able to reach a conclusion as to the manner of Mr. O'Keefe's death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No, I was not.
After you complete your findings, including the manner of death and the cause of death, even if undetermined, are you required by statute, by law, to file a report or a document?
Yes,
And what is that document?
it's the death certificate.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes.
When you file a death certificate, do you include your ultimate conclusions regarding cause and manner of death?
Yes, there is a death certificate that is issued immediately after the autopsy. The death certificate is a document that is necessary for the family in order to make funeral arrangements and proceed with their plans. So a death certificate is always issued at the end of the autopsy. If the cause and manner of death are known at that point, they are stated on the death certificate. If they are not, or if we need to do additional studies, then both the cause and the manner are listed as pending. And that death certificate is sufficient for the family to make arrangements. Later, as we get more information, as we get more results from our studies back, we issue an amended death certificate. So that amended death certificate will have a cause and a manner. The amended death certificate in this case stated that the cause was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and the manner was undetermined.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the final or amended death certificate for Mr. O'Keefe, stating that the cause of death is blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and that the manner of death could not be determined.
Do you recognize that document is accurate?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Exhibit 162.
After issuing the death certificate and after the 90 days passed, have you done any further study or investigation on this case, doctor?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Alessi?
Oh my God, if this day couldn't get any worse, you guys give me a lesson for the second time, bro. Come on, for the love of God. Yeah, Alan said no hypothermia. Isn't that funny? Because that's definitely not what the ME says. There is a buffer zone. They're idiots. They don't know what they're talking about. But let them think there isn't. Then they can walk into it like morons and get arrested. The judge didn't really change much in the order other than clarifying things and making it more detailed. We didn't change the buffer zone.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have not had the pleasure of meeting, so good morning, Dr. Skye3188.
Good morning.
With regard to cause of death as opposed to manner of death, is it correct that a forensic pathologist is tasked with determining that cause of death that includes contributing factors, injuries, and circumstances regarding the medical legal death investigation? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And I'm using the term medical legal. Is that a term that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And is it correct that medical legal means, particularly for medical examiners, that there's a medical aspect to the investigation that you perform, and there's also a legal aspect or a law enforcement aspect to it? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a little different than what physicians usually do, right? Because isn't it the ordinary course that it's mostly just medical, but medical examiners by statute and law need to have both of those prongs taken into consideration? Do I have that right?
Yes.
So in other words, the forensic pathologist, which you've indicated you are, is tasked with determining the cause of death, which answers the question as to why, in more layman's terms, why did the individual's body stop functioning at a particular time, correct?
Yes.
So more broadly, the cause of death is generally defined as the disease or the injury that resulted in the death of a person.
Correct.
So let's now, if we could please, move to the manner of death. And I'd like to summarize, I know you covered it on direct, but I want to put it in a slightly different context, and hopefully I'll get it right. So medical examiners, as you've stated, are also tasked with, if they can, determining the manner of death or the circumstances under which the death occurred, correct?
Correct.
So manner can and does involve the circumstances under which the death occurred.
Yes.
And that causes one to go a little, the medical examiner to go beyond just medical analysis. You take into consideration other factors which we'll get to. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked about, and I'm just going to go through them quickly, but if you could just check me on this, the 5 main categories of manner of death. So you talked about natural causes, correct?
Yes.
You talked about accident.
Correct.
You talked about suicide. Right. You talked about homicide. And then the last category, undetermined. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
So what I'd like to do is to focus on the undetermined category. And my understanding is, doctor, that that's where you landed, that's where you concluded with regard to manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
So undetermined is a term that is used and that you use. And does that mean that when the information pointing to one manner is not more compelling than other reasonable possibilities, or the death investigation lacks sufficient information to opine on a manner of death, at the time of death, the certificate is signed? Is that generally correct?
Yes.
So as we've talked about, I'm just trying to follow or just develop some logic and see if this is in agreement with you, that as a medical examiner, you're specifically tasked with this, conducting that medical legal investigation. And what we've just talked about is a bit of the method of analysis that you go through for that, correct?
I conduct the autopsy and I request information information from the investigative body that is out there investigating the other aspect of the case, not the body itself.
Yes. So is it correct that there's 4 general components to a forensic pathologist death investigation? Is scene investigation one of the components?
It depends on the jurisdiction where you practice. Scene investigation is part of forensic pathology in certain jurisdictions, and it is the responsibility of the district attorney and law enforcement in other jurisdictions. In the state of Massachusetts, we are responsible for the autopsy, and the DA's office and law enforcement are responsible for the scene investigation.
Excellent. So scene investigation in the state of Massachusetts is not within your domain in the office of the medical examiner. That is the domain of the district attorney and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
How about another aspect, forensic autopsy and laboratory testing? That's within your domain, correct?
Correct.
And how about police reports and witness statements?
I agree, Francesca.
That is not under my jurisdiction. That is under the district attorney's office and the police.
Do you consider information, nonetheless, from police reports and witness statements in your analysis?
Yes.
And do you also consider, even though it's not within your jurisdiction in Massachusetts, do you also consider information about scene investigation?
Yes.
So it's correct then that you consider, whether it's within your jurisdiction or not, you consider scene investigation and police reports and medical statements, correct?
Yes.
And then forensic autopsy and laboratory testing is right within your jurisdiction, and therefore, of course, you consider that. And then lastly, medical history and hospital records, is it weird? Therefore, am I correct that that's something within your jurisdiction and that you consider in performing your forensic pathologist death investigation.
Yes.
So now let's move on to the application of those principles.
She should have. She couldn't determine.
So
try
in
to
order
figure it
to
out.
conduct a proper medical legal investigation, the medical examiner has to have certain qualities, if you will. Is one of them being well-grounded in general medical knowledge?
Not doing
Yes.
X-rays was
Is
one of
another
pissed me off.
appropriate training and experience in forensic pathology?
Right
Yes.
here, James.
In other words, you wouldn't want a specialist, for example, in cardiology without anything more to be conducting a death investigation. Is that correct?
I would not want them to be conducting an autopsy, correct?
Right.
We need the
Would
teamwork.
you want a neurologist to conduct a death investigation?
What?
Personally, or are you asking me that? No, I do.
Let's look
I
at
don't
closing of the
think
eyes.
every
No.
physician has their specialty and their training. And forensic pathologists are trained to perform autopsies, and
Right.
cardiac surgeons are trained to perform cardiac surgery.
Would you want a neurosurgeon to be conducting?
Oh my God, are we going to go down 100 lists of people?
To be performing an autopsy? No.
So you wouldn't want a neurosurgeon to perform an autopsy
No.
because you don't believe they're qualified to do so, correct?
You are right, Scorpio.
I don't believe they've had the appropriate training to perform an autopsy.
You don't think?
Going back into the
Yeah,
many
close.
qualities of a medical examiner and attributes, they also have to have
One
the
environmental
ability to
lawyer
form
talking
opinions
forever.
based upon all the available information using the scientific method along with sound reasoning. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the term scientific method?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the scientific method generally is sort of a systematic pursuit of knowledge that involves recognition and definition of a problem? Is that fair?
Yes.
Is it also involve the collection of data through observation and experimentation where appropriate?
Correct.
Does the scientific method also include the analysis of data?
Yes.
Does the scientific method also include the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses?
Yes.
And does it also, where possible, include the selection of a final hypothesis
Trying
after
to make me hungry.
considering other hypotheses?
I'm already starving.
Correct.
So what we've just discussed is a fair explication, a fair explanation of the scientific method.
Exactly, Jesse.
And the scientific method is part of the autopsy and forensic pathology analysis.
I hear
Correct?
about Roblox a lot. My kid loves Roblox.
Now, applying one
Roblox
concept, that
yes.
medical legal concept we talked about, just holding for a moment, if you could, the medical and going to the legal, if you will, law enforcement that you said in Massachusetts is not under your jurisdiction, but nonetheless, you consider information arising from it.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person named Michael Proctor? Is that name familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And at one time, Michael Proctor was a trooper, correct?
Correct.
And so did former Trooper Proctor inform you of the working law enforcement theory at the time of the investigation of this matter, namely his working theory of collision of a motor vehicle with a pedestrian? Did he inform you of that?
He informed our office of that, yes.
He informed your office. And is it fair to say that he informed your office or provided that information to your office in or about February of 2022?
That information, part of that information was provided to our office at the time of the autopsy. One of the pieces of information that had come in, and there were multiple sources calling into our office, providing information, was that this was a possible person struck by a motor vehicle.
And the time of the autopsy, if I have it correctly, was that around the end of January of 2022?
The autopsy was January 31st.
Your Honor, if I could, with your permission, please publish a photograph which Your Honor has and the parties have stipulated, or that's in evidence. And this is the one. Yeah, correct, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, that's the witness.
Okay. All right, so we will mark this as the next exhibit. There's no objections to Brennan?
No objection.
Okay, so we'll mark it first and then you can display it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 163.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordy-Bello, if I could hand that to you, please. You could take a look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, you can just look back up, and I'll proceed at that time.
Yes, I recognize the picture. Well, I've never seen this picture before, but I know what it's depicting.
Thank you. What is depicted in that picture?
It's a picture of two individuals standing in a morgue setting, which looks very similar to our morgue at the Cape Cod office.
Very good. If you could just hold that for a moment, and with the court's permission, could I publish that for the jury?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? And if you could please zoom in on the two individuals in that picture. Dr. Scordy-Bello, do you recognize any of the individuals in that picture?
To be perfectly honest, no, I don't.
With regard to the person on the right, do you recognize that person?
No, I don't.
And you said you recognize the setting, correct?
Yes.
And if I heard you correctly, you said this is the Cape Cod facility?
It appears to be, correct.
Right. So you testified earlier, if I recall correctly, that the autopsy was performed at the Cape Cod facility of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, it was.
And you're normally in, as I recall, Westfield, in an office that covers Western Massachusetts, it's Westfield?
Correct.
But you were at the Cape Cod facility, as I understand it, because there was a staff shortage and you had to travel down to Cape Cod for this. Is this correct?
Correct.
So you weren't at your normal home base sort of facility. This is a facility that you went to for this autopsy, correct?
For this autopsy and multiple others, yes.
Yes. And you were covering a staff shortage, and that was the reason you went to Cape Cod, correct?
Correct.
And what's depicted in this picture are two individuals. For two individuals to be present, is there a protocol that they had to follow to be present for that, like a sign-in or an authorization?
Yes, there is a sign-in sheet that individuals have to put their name and their shield number and before they can come into the autopsy room.
So they have to put a shield number down, correct? You mentioned a shield number.
Yes.
And does that therefore mean that even though you don't know who they are, that they are with law enforcement? Are you able to determine that?
Correct. I believe they were with law enforcement.
So those two individuals were with law enforcement, but you don't know who they are.
I don't know who they are specifically and what their actual position was.
But they were with law enforcement.
I believe, if my memory serves me right, there was a person from crime scene investigation and someone from state police. But I'm working on a 2+ year memory.
Fair. That's fair. That's fair. I'm not going to ask you more questions to probe the memory. We can take that down. And yeah, we are finished with that. If you could hand that to thank you. Now, we were speaking about former Trooper Proctor. Do you recall former Trooper Proctor sending you a copy of scene photographs and wanting to schedule a phone call with you so that he could explain the status of his investigation? You recall that?
Yes.
And that occurred approximately in March of 2022?
Yes, approximately.
Right. And the method of communication of that was that by email, to the best of your recollection?
I requested that our medical legal investigator. We have our own investigators at the office that are responsible for obtaining medical records and sometimes being the liaison between us and law enforcement to get reports. I requested that she contact whoever was in charge of the investigation and set up a meeting, a phone call. So since it had already been a few weeks since the autopsy, I wanted to make sure that if there was any additional information that could be provided to me, I could take it into account because I had 90 days to issue a report and a death certificate on this case.
Now, you've mentioned the 90 days on direct, you just mentioned it now. Is the 90 days a hard and fast rule, or is it just something you aspire to as a matter of good practices?
It's not a hard and fast rule. It's something that as an office we try to achieve. Again, the reason being that there are family members, next of kin that are waiting for these reports and these death certificates for various reasons. So is it possible to go over the 90 days? Absolutely, if necessary. But we do try to finish our part in those 90 days.
So it's possible to go past the 90 days, but there would, given the considerations you just articulated, there'd have to be a pretty good reason why you'd want to do that, right?
Correct.
And in this situation, you concluded that you had sufficient information on the medical side and the legal side to come to the conclusions that you needed to come to. Is that fair?
Well, I had sufficient information on the medical side because I did the autopsy and I had those findings. I did not have sufficient information that pointed to one manner of death over another manner of death. And therefore, I stated that the manner of death was undetermined.
Exactly. So the manner of death is undetermined, and I want to, if I could with you, pursue that a little bit in a moment. But when you came toward the end of that 90-day period, you had information from the law enforcement side on their theory of what had happened, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
I'll let that one stand.
You had performed all of the medical investigation and analysis that you needed to perform, is that correct?
Yes.
There wasn't something more that you wanted to do on the medical side. You had mentioned, to be fair, you had Dr. Stonebridge involved as well. You had what you needed on that side, correct?
Yes.
And you therefore concluded on the manner of death that there was a not more compelling or more likely than other reasonable possibilities. Is that fair?
Yes.
So in furtherance of that, on April 14th of 2022, you issued a death certificate, correct?
Yes.
And please feel free to check your report of any dates or any other particular as I go through.
Okay. I issued my final report on April 14th, correct? And I would assume that the death certificate was on or around that same day.
Today. Called CPTSD.
Now to back up a little bit with regard to the autopsy, as you stated, it was conducted, I just want to do a little bit of a timeline, on January 31st of 2022, correct?
Me too, Maureen, yes. Me too.
And we discussed that the body of Mr. O'Keefe was presented to the Cape Cod location, correct?
Yes.
And you also discussed that you brought Dr. Stonebridge to work with you on this matter, correct?
She didn't physically come to the office. The way Dr. Stonebridge was involved is at the time of autopsy when the brain was removed. having seen that there were injuries, I saved the brain in a special solution, and then the brain was transported to our facility in Boston. That's where Dr. Stonebridge examines the specimens. And after examining the brain, she issued a report.
Who asked Dr. Stonebridge to become involved in the matter?
That fucked up brain, yeah.
And Dr. Stonebridge is triple board certified, correct?
Correct.
She's a forensic pathologist.
That's so
correct?
funny, lady.
Yes.
That means she's achieved board certification in
That
forensic
is not true.
pathology like you.
It's because I like you.
Do you know that?
I do.
I'll allow that.
Yes,
She also
she's
has art
board
humor.
certified in forensic pathology.
And she is board certified in general pathology, correct?
Yes.
And she's board certified in neuropathology, correct?
Correct.
Probably
Can you
because,
briefly describe to the jury what neuropathology is?
Neuropathology is a subset or specific additional training in forensic pathology where the person spends a considerable amount of time, usually 1 to 2 years, examining brains and learning all about the diseases of the brain as well as trauma to the brain.
Now,
Conspiracy, closing of eyes.
you asked her to be involved, as you indicated earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that she should be involved because there was a brain injury, correct?
There was trauma to the brain, correct?
To the brain.
Yeah, Alessi.
Is it a fair characterization that Dr. Stonebridge is sort of the brains of the brain area of autopsy? Is that
Here we
fair?
go.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
Look,
What
so
the hell?
with regard to Dr. Stonebridge, would you agree that she's really uniquely qualified in some ways?
Ask her.
How would you describe her qualifications, Dr. Stonebridge?
Sustained.
Yeah, you can't describe it all.
With regard to
Sorry.
Dr. Stonebridge, what did she do?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Take this time, everybody, hit the like button if you already haven't. Please subscribe if you haven't already. Donate to this channel if you can. It's very helpful. It's the only way the channel gets by is from donations from our viewers. We could really use the help. And we have a sidebar. He tried to make a joke. It was a terrible joke, Grave. It was a terrible. You guys make funnier jokes every 5 minutes. That dude can't make a joke to save his life. You know, his hairline's kind of a joke, though. That rotary cut in the middle there, that's a joke. We have the Apple Pay link for those of you who want to use Apple Pay. And we also have the bottom one here that Freak has for the credit card or debit. So you don't have to have Venmo. You don't have to have Cash App. You don't have to have PayPal. It goes to my business PayPal account, but you don't have to have a PayPal or sign into a PayPal. You can simply click on it and use a credit or debit to donate. Other people were asking for that option. So we figured out how to do it for you guys. It is in the chat under this one. It's this last link here. We do appreciate it. Obviously, I will check for, I don't see any right now unless it's PayPal, so I'd have to go look. Let's see. I mean, I guess he gets an A for effort, but it fell flat. It was pretty flat. It was a flat joke. It was a flat joke from him. For sure. Like, you know, she goes right after Hank. You know, right after Hank when he does a repeat one time. So it's like, it's really frustrating that she doesn't stop Alessi sometimes. Like, you know, I feel like Alessi can try to discredit whatever he wants, but like all of his stuff falls flat because he asks questions that have nothing to do with this specific witness, and it's mind numbing. He should know that, but I guess that's what you get when you throw an environmental lawyer up there in a trial who they literally claim every day that he is doing so great and he's amazing. And it's like all the attorneys I talk to are like, what trial are these people watching, no matter what side you're on? Bob Alessi's not doing good. Like, one lower than last time. I know. I said 11 and we're at 6. So my wife asked me to stop singing Wonderwall. I said maybe gonna be the one that saves me. Right? But the credentials of the other doctor that's not there anymore. You can't question you want to question her? Put her on your damn witness list. You know what I mean? I know what you meant. I know you meant Alessi, Lisa. Yeah, sidebar. I've never seen so many sidebars. We're entitled to hear some of this stuff and it be argued in public, not always at sidebar. Like,
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, have you, are you aware of an attorney name, or excuse me, a doctor named?
I don't have any credit cards. I wish I did.
No,
For an
I'm not.
emergency, that'd be nice. My credit's in the hole, so I can't get one.
Now I'd like to move on to another category. Based on the information that was presented to you as part of your examination and analysis, is it correct that you presume that because Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in the snow and his body temperature was 80 degrees, that he died from hypothermia as one of the causes?
I reached that conclusion after performing the autopsy and after seeing some findings that were consistent with hypothermia, and then combined with the information that was provided to me about Mr. O'Keefe's body being found in the snow, I came to the conclusion that was one of the things that contributed.
Did you consider whether there may have been other reasons as to why his body reached that temperature of 80 degrees? Sort of applying the scientific method and seeing if there were other reasons?
Other than being out in the snow? No, I did not.
Do you know whether there are other alternative reasons how his body could reach the temperature of 80 degrees?
People can become hypothermic for other reasons, such as sepsis. But in this particular case, I didn't have any reason to believe that that was part of the circumstances.
You're familiar with the medical phrase differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And a differential diagnosis is a term that's used by doctors to pursue other potential causes of a medical injury. Is that a fair general statement?
Yes.
So, for example, if somebody is having difficulty breathing, a doctor may say, I think it's the heart as their primary hypothesis, but they may want to differentially diagnose this and look at the lungs. Is that an example of a differential diagnosis that let's look at the lungs to see if that may be the problem? Is that a good, fair example?
In the example you're giving, yes.
So applying that concept, and do you believe the concept of, well, applying that concept to this situation, did you perform a differential diagnosis as to the cause of the death and question whether there was hypothermia as any cause of the death of the decedent? Did you make that analysis?
I looked at the anatomic findings that I had at the time of autopsy, the information that was provided to me based on the circumstances where the body was found, and I came to the conclusion that there were hypothermic changes in Mr. O'Keefe's body.
So you just used the phrase hypothermic changes. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Can there be hypothermic changes without a cause of death being hypothermia?
Yes, of course.
So you can have signs in the body of hypothermia, but you can also conclude that a cause of death is not from hypothermia, correct?
If the person is deceased and I am examining the body and there are multiple things that I believe contribute to the death, then I tend to include all of them. Meaning that if this was a drug intoxication and the body also showed signs of hypothermia, I would include both of them on the death certificate, because there is no scientific way of teasing out whether it was just one or the other or both. In this particular case, I had two processes that were going on. One was the head trauma, and the other one were these hypothermic changes. I put all that together, and again, included or took into account the investigative information of where the body was found, what the temperature was when the body was found, whether the person was still alive or not. And I came to the conclusion that the cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head. And I included the hypothermia because I saw during the autopsy that there were changes consistent with hypothermia.
So I want to break that down a little bit, if I could, with you. So you testified on direct, and I think you alluded to it here, that the primary cause of death, use that phraseology on direct, was blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Blunt impact injuries to the head, yes.
I love you for that, Crave.
Impact injuries
I
to
need the
head.
laugh.
And that's the
Like I
primary
need
cause,
them
right?
today. I
Correct.
need them.
And then there's, and I'm not clear on what you refer to on direct as a secondary cause of death of hypothermia, but you used a little different phrase in some of your answers, and I want to make sure I got it right. Hypothermic considerations. Can you repeat what it was?
It said have hypothermic changes.
Hypothermic changes, and we agree that you can have hypothermic changes without a conclusion of hypothermia, correct?
No, hypothermic changes are what I'm referring to are actual things that I can see in the organs that are consistent with hypothermia. They're anatomic findings. They're things I can see with my eyes.
So you can, I'm sorry, did you finish?
And those changes suggest and are consistent with someone being hypothermic.
As you sit here now, with regard to, you used the phraseology consistent with hypothermia, signs of hypothermia, that's what I want to pursue just a little bit with regard to further information. We got started on this by asking whether you used the concept of differential diagnosis and hypotheses to determine the cause and manner of death. And you said in one of your answers that you relied upon law enforcement information, correct? Is that
Yes.
part of it? It was, you brought that up. You're the one who said you relied upon that, correct?
Yes,
And you've brought that up on your direct testimony and earlier in the cross. Is that correct, that you relied upon the investigation of law enforcement? So,
Sustained.
so now what I'd like to do is to ask you whether, using the concepts of differential diagnosis, scientific method, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have died somewhere other than where the body was found and been moved and placed in the snow? Did you consider that?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Move along with this. We can approach in a bit.
Thank you.
No, like no. How about just no?
What, if any, alternative diagnoses did you apply to Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand your question.
What alternative scenarios?
She doesn't do
did
alternative
you
scenarios.
look at,
Could have been
if
aliens.
any,
The hell?
for the cause or
Isn't that me?
manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'll allow that question. What, if any?
At the time of the autopsy, I documented injuries and signs of hypothermia. I was provided with a set of circumstances. And at the end of the investigation, or at the end of, my timeline, I concluded on the cause, but I did not conclude, or I did not determine a manner. The manner would be the circumstances you are speaking about, whether I considered other causes or circumstances. That's not how it works. I don't come up with hypothetical scenarios on how those injuries occur. I try to state the injuries, describe the injuries, state the cause of death and why that person died. And then I use all kinds of other investigative information that is provided to me to determine if I have enough to make a determination on the manner.
Did anyone provide to you any alternatives as to the finding of the body of Mr. O'Keefe in the snow?
Personally, to me, no.
Did you ask for any alternatives to the nature and location of the injury or death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked for all the information that was available.
Understood, but my question is, did you ask for any alternatives to the information that was provided to you as regards the location of
Exactly. Alternative
the
to a fact?
injuries?
Like what?
Did anyone provide you any
No alternative
alternatives
to a fact.
where the injuries could have occurred?
Hey, Alma.
So,
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no, so there's no evidence of that. So next question.
so you talked about the information you had at the time. What time is that?
The information at the time was a preliminary police report and verbal communications
And
regarding the circumstances of how Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And when I asked about the time, I'm not calendar time. Was this January, February, March, April of 2022?
The preliminary police report was on the day of the autopsy, and then information, I don't remember exactly how long, but in the weeks following, information was, coming in
Do you have the ability to amend a death certificate?
Yes, I do.
And you can amend a certificate if you obtain further information with regard to the circumstances surrounding the death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your previous answers, you were talking about the information you had at the time. And I'm concluding that the latest that would be is April of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you obtained or been provided with further information, in other words, information after April of 2022 regarding the cause or manner of death?
What do you mean, have I been provided? Has someone physically provided me with a report on different circumstances?
Well, what I'm just talking about is any other information that you have received or considered in terms of the analysis with regard to the cause or manner of death.
Received in what way?
Here's what I'll do. I'll be a little more specific. What I want to do is to get at the head injury of the decedent, okay? Is it fair to say that the head injury, you called it a traumatic
Brain injury.
State what you phrase that as, because I want to use your phraseology.
Blunt impact injuries of the head.
So blunt impact injuries of the head. Is it fair to say that that was a very severe injury?
Ooh, that
It
sounds
was a
really
severe
good.
injury, correct.
Carolyn, a BLT.
And
Ooh, it sounds so
would
good.
Mr.
Love
O'Keefe
BLTs.
had been
911.
rendered unconscious nearly instantaneously with death following shortly thereafter.
It's very possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that's what would have occurred?
Supervan. That's hilarious. Supervan.
I can't tell you how quickly he would have been rendered unconscious, but at some point after that injury, yes, he would have been rendered unconscious.
Is it possible he could have been rendered unconscious immediately?
So she's answered it this way. I think you need another person for that. Let's move on from that, Mr. Alessi.
You made your own determination of the cause of death, correct?
Yes, that's my job.
Understood. And what I want to do is to pursue the basis of your determination. So you used the phrase brain impact injury.
Blunt impact.
A blunt impact injury.
He was annoyed.
Have I got that correct?
Blunt impact injuries of head, yes.
Of head, right. And that's your conclusion, correct?
Bacon is a superfood.
Yes.
Love bacon.
Based upon your conclusion, did you make any determination as to whether the decedent would be able to carry out any purposeful movement
Right,
after
Jen?
that injury?
Define purposeful movement.
Sure.
Right? What the fuck are you
I'm
talking
talking about the ability to perhaps manipulate their hands.
I don't know.
Did you make any determination as to whether they would be able to engage in any cognitive functions, meaning processing things
Exactly,
and making decisions?
And I can't
I
afford it.
did not make that determination, no.
Like, what? The hell are you talking
Did
about,
you
guys?
observe any pattern to the injuries to the head of the decedent?
These are
A
crazy.
pattern? I observed that there were injuries to the back of the head as well as other internal injuries to the base of the skull, as well as the brain.
Your Honor, if we could please publish
We
I'm just going to
Whatever you're
check to make sure
No.
they're in. If we could, Your Honor, publish 160 that is in evidence. But before we do, Mr. Wolf, I would like to approach Your Honor and let you know in case there's anything further
Okay.
that needs to be done. Thank you.
Did you show it to Mr. Brennan?
It's already been agreed to as in evidence. and it
Okay.
is in evidence.
Oh, it's in evidence?
Yeah, I just
Right,
wanted to make
that's
sure
the
if there was any
problem.
statements, Your Honor.
You don't have another choice, right?
So
Neither
why
do
don't
I.
you come over here because, why don't you come over a second?
So I can only get like a couple things at a time because the delivery fees are outrageous. So yeah, I hear you on that, dude. It's like I hear you on that one, JMS. I don't have a car, so like that's sort of what I have to do is a couple things at a time and whatever I can afford. So, and usually whatever I can afford is what I make here minus, the operating costs of doing all of this. So it's life's a struggle. Look at how many journalists are there. I thought that was only supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I see 9 and then a 10th. So 10 total. If they're supposed to be 10 as far as I knew. She's beautiful. I do when I find some casherino to do it. Yeah, that happens a lot at my house. It happens quickly because I have little munchkins that eat a lot. Also, you got to buy school snacks and juice boxes for school. One of mine is lactose intolerant, so they only give milk with lunch now, which is so strange to me. Like, they don't give a juice to a kid that's lactose intolerant and can't have milk. They only give milk. Like, when we were kids, it was milk or juice, whatever you chose. Like, right? Someone bring me some cheeseburgers. That's a great freaking idea. I don't know why. I just have a hankering for McDonald's cheeseburgers and French fries. And I know that my husband likes them too, so I just have a hankering. Yeah, it is, girl. It is. It is. I see John DePetro. I see Sue O'Connell. Bleh. I'm trying to see some of these people who have their heads down. I see Christina Rex. I don't know who some of these other people are. If you want to join the channel, we have a multitude of ways. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, share button, if you will. That's always super helpful as well. Or you can donate to the channel, which is always helpful. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have Revolut for those of you who are out of country, and this works for people who are all over the place. It does yen, Canadian dollars, pounds, all sorts of different pay options. And then we have a link for people who just want to do credit and debit. It is a PayPal link, but you do not need to have a PayPal. You do not need to sign into a PayPal. It goes to my business PayPal. That's what the link is for. You can just use good old credit or debit because people were asking for that who didn't have payment apps like Cash App or PayPal or Venmo. So we have that. And we also have an Apple Pay link. And then good old things like the Amazon wish list. And sometimes I get e-gift cards. I had a $50 e-gift card that I very much appreciated for Dunkin' Donuts that I used that someone sent me a couple weeks back. We got donuts for the kids. I still have a little bit left on that one. So if I mosey out of the house, get myself, what I got was like a frozen hot chocolate. It was like frozen. It's like a mochaccino frozen hot chocolate thing. It was delicious, whatever it was. It was really good. and I don't usually drink Dunkin' Donuts. I eat their food, but I drink Mary Lou's. But Mary Lou's apparently doesn't do like e-gift cards, which is weird. You have to like buy them in person. I don't know why. That's weird. Like my mom actually gave me a Mary Lou's gift card for Mother's Day because that's my coffee place. Oh my God, right? When they bring their friends in and then they start eating everything. Oh, believe me, girl, you got to tell me. I got a teen and a young adult. So, yeah. Corey Bellows need to check for Alessi's brain function. You could say that again. Like, he is a finger in the wind kind of guy. You are right. Right? Exactly. Hide from the teenagers.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Even with 50-50, they eat a lot of food.
With Your
Like,
Honor's permission, I would like to publish Exhibit 160.
Yes.
Thank you.
he can stay with his parents, right, Anna? Bags. Get your milk in bags. Is that a thing? Yeah,
Dr.
John's
Scordi-Bello, if you could please
opposite
draw
end
your attention
where
to
Vinny is. He's
what
like,
is
yeah,
depicted
Vinny.
on both screens. Pick whatever screen is most convenient for
Oh,
you.
good for you, Alma.
And what I want to do
I wouldn't have
is
been able to
go
afford it.
over
My friend
what is
Tracy bought it for me
depicted there,
for
and I'd
Mother's
like
Day.
to start with
And I'm so grateful. I'm so ready
just
to
some
use it. I have
basics.
to put it
What
together.
is that white rectangle that
Gotta put it together.
is on the photograph?
This,
Yes.
that's a ruler.
And what's the purpose of the ruler?
To show a scale. When I measure the injury, I use the ruler to document that.
And if you could please draw your further attention to what I will refer to, and you use your own term, but just to start it, the horizontal line that is appears to be a laceration. You know what I'm referring to?
This, yes, this is a laceration.
Right. So it's fair to say that that's a laceration.
Correct.
And just so we get all that's depicted on this, you referred to earlier up above that, the red area. And is that an abrasion?
Yes.
And do you also denote to the left, almost like a J type item going vertically up? Yes, and going up. Do you see that?
Yeah, that I did not note that specifically. I just noted the whole injury as part of the abrasion.
That's my point. So you didn't make a separate note of what appears to be a J, and it might be easier to see it in the screen over there. It's your conclusion, but is it easier to see there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and so you didn't make a separate note as to what that was in your report, correct?
No, I did not.
Do you consider that an abrasion or something else?
I believe that's still an abrasion.
Do you conclude that that J is different in any manner from the abrasion that you've noted above the laceration?
I believe it could be part of the whole abrasion, or it could be something different.
Fair enough. Would a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground produce a circular and not a linear abrasion as depicted here on the back of an injured person's head?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Assume a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground. Would such a fall and impact present that type of pattern, or would it
I'll allow that. Can you answer that?
I can say that a fall backwards could very well produce that injury.
My question is more specific, and that is a fall backwards where the person impacts the back of their head on flat, frozen ground. Would you expect that type of a laceration from that type of a fall? Not just a general fall backwards, but specifically a fall backwards where the back of the head hits flat, frozen ground. Would you expect that?
I could, yes.
And under what circumstances could a laceration like that and an abrasion, all of it together, what circumstances could cause that type from a fall backwards on flat, frozen ground?
Well, the laceration is due to the blunt impact, and so is the abrasion. The abrasion is friction. So depending on the type of surface, you mentioned flat, frozen ground, it's quite possible to have an injury as the one depicted. There's nothing inconsistent with this injury and a fall on someone's on the back of the head with a blunt surface.
Is there, are you familiar with the phrase pattern recognition in medicine?
Yes.
And isn't pattern recognition something that requires training with regard to being able to recognize certain patterns and determining what could be causing that pattern?
Yes.
And just merely recognizing whether there is a pattern takes certain specialty training, etc.?
Correct.
And isn't pattern recognition a principle that you apply in the medical examiner's office?
Yeah, we do.
And so example of pattern recognition could be a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Could be a gunshot.
Correct.
And there's certain patterns that you see on a decedent that can be consistent with those types of causes of injury, correct?
Correct.
Assuming a fall backwards onto frozen ground and there being on a lawn with grass, would you expect to see any grass at all in the injury site?
It's possible to have grass.
Is it possible to have well, are you familiar with the height and weight of the decedent generally? And if you need to look at your notes, please do so.
Yes. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 6'1" and 216 pounds.
So, assuming a fall backwards and an impact to head on, a ground with grass, a person who's 6'1", there is going to be significant acceleration forces that occur as they're going backwards. Is that correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And therefore, the more acceleration forces, usually there's a correlation with the force of the impact.
Correct.
And in terms of force of impact and assuming grass on the ground, would you, do you believe it's more probable than not that one would then see some grass on the head?
Sustained is definitely.
Given what you testified regarding the height of Mr. O'Keefe, and assuming what I just gave to you as a fall backwards and acceleration and forces, would you expect to see anything else on the back of his head?
You have to be more specific than that.
Right, I thank you. So would you expect to see?
Says right.
Is it possible if that was the manner of the fall that there should be grass on the head? Is that
No,
possible?
it shouldn't always be grass. Is that possible or should be? See, he's saying two different things. Should be or possible.
Did
like
you consider at all in your
Should there
evaluation
be grass in his head?
Well, let me back up. Do you see any evidence of grass in this depiction?
No, I do not.
Did you recall ever seeing any evidence of grass when you were performing the autopsy?
I did not see evidence of grass.
Did you consider at all in performing your autopsy whether or not grass
Frozen.
should be present
No.
given what was reported to you by law enforcement?
Sustain.
No.
Did you make any considerations at all regarding grass in regard to your autopsy report?
Objection.
I did not see any grass. No, I did not make any determinations.
And was grass
She's
at all
confused.
even a
Like what?
consideration in your analysis?
I had very limited information as to the exact nature of the surface at the time of autopsy.
So the answer is no to that
No.
question. Thank you.
It's frozen ground.
Did you have any
What?
information regarding the circumstances that you said you look at in trying to determine manner of death as to whether there were any stones or rocks around the scene?
No.
That I did not have any information.
What the hell?
So meaning
No.
you didn't have any information, you saw no information that there were any stones or rocks by the scene, is that
How
correct?
would she know?
Sustained in that form.
What, if any, consideration did you make in your
Did you autopsy
assessment
yourself,
of cause and manner
Alessi?
of death with regard to stones or rocks?
He probably is smoking some grass.
I did not make any.
With regard
He's
to
an ME. Like what? This is insanity. This is torture. I
any
don't
other potential causes other than ground, did you consider any other possibilities that could cause the type of injuries that
He
are
is
depicted
there. He's way out
on
in
the
the field.
screen?
There's a number of possibilities that could cause the injury.
My question is, did you consider, not whether there are, but whether you considered them
course you
at the
did.
time you were performing the autopsy?
I'm always considering at the time of autopsy what could have caused a certain injury.
Did you put in your notes or your autopsy report any
Exactly,
of those considerations? Are they documented?
No.
What?
Now, in terms of differential
don't write any
diagnosis
possibilities down. That's
that
what?
we talked about, did you
sus.
determine
Sus.
whether there were any other possible explanations for the injuries to the decedent other than what law enforcement presented to you?
Of course, she did.
I'll allow that.
And me, like,
Internally, I consider all kinds of other explanations. I have to look at the findings and the possible ways that those injuries could have been sustained and decide whether I have enough information and whether I am satisfied with the information that I have in order to
but the feds are coming.
conclude or determine a manner.
Exactly,
make-
Harley.
Any notes at all about the considerations you were just speaking about, other considerations? Any notes whatsoever?
Why would you
in
make
any
notes about
document
those?
in your
ruled
autopsy
them out.
report?
What the fuck?
Not in my autopsy report, no.
Why
Did
would you put
make
that in an
any other
autopsy?
notes of those considerations in any document that you created for this case at all?
No.
No,
why?
these are,
Why would
I've
you?
had in discussions I've had with colleagues in terms of evaluating these injuries and.
And I don't want you to go into what other people said, but I want you to
didn't.
finish your answer.
Right, no, I did not make physical notes of my considerations.
Doesn't even make sense. Like, unless you're supposed to be
Your Honor, I'm
educated,
going
there's
into a
some fucking
different
idiot.
category, so I just wanted to alert Your Honor to it.
All right. And it will take more than 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
All right, jurors.
Go to lunch, right?
We'll take
Can't
the
go to
lunch
one.
and recess. So we're seeing about 45
Oh my
minutes.
God.
Rise to the jury.
they're not even questions that like make sense to an ME. Like that's 100% correct, Mr. Van. And it doesn't make sense. Like I have a question for you guys when they're done with this thing for a second. Right? Did you consider an anvil with Acme on it? Was Wile E. Coyote there? Did you consider Wile E. Coyote as the source of how Mr. O'Keefe died? Was the Roadrunner screaming meep meep away from the scene? Like, this is the level we're on right now. Okay? Like, right? For real. He really will. I think he talks in his sleep. Okay? Like, right. He could have went into a painted tunnel and just poof. Like all the injuries on the right side of his body where he would have been clipped by the car. Like, you don't get beat up on one side of your body. That's just like a ridiculous, nonsensical thing to say. Like, oh, yes, it's going to take a long time. Like, oh, my effing Lord, someone help me. Like, some Wile E. Coyote. Yes, you know what I'm saying? Like, all right. So I have a question for you guys. June 9th is the first trial with the sewer turtle for the restraining order violation with Lindsay at Dedham District at 9 a.m. It's scheduled for like 2 or 3 days. There's going to be a ton of idiotic sewer turtle riders there. And if there's anyone that could go, that would be super helpful to help support Lindsay. I'm going to try to go myself. Maybe if Ashley can come get me. But I'd have to obviously come home before 3. So if anyone, even if it's just for like an hour here or there, if anybody's in the area and can go, could you email me or DM me, or if you have my number, text me. I'd appreciate it. So that way she's not walking into this herself with these idiots, because they like to heckle and they like to scream and they like to be ignorant as all hell. Yes, I see your hand is up, girl. I see it. He does want to burn up the rest of the day. I can't do the rest of the day with him. Like, but yeah, that's the other thing. They try to take all the sewer turtle riders try to take all the seats. So you try to get there a little bit earlier than 9, obviously. Yeah, I can too. Lindsay will tell you, but I'm pretty good when it comes to knowing that I'm there to support a friend and that I need to behave myself most times. Most times. Right. Meep, meep. Meep, meep. You know what I'm saying? Meep, meep. So we're dealing with here is meep, meep. I know not a lot of you live in the area. That's why I know a lot of you live, out of country, out of state. But it would be super helpful if anybody could. Oh, I get it. Believe you me. I was thrown out of the courthouse last time. I know. Dedham. It's in Dedham this time. I do have a donation to read. Let's see here. It is a $25 donation. It says, it's from JMS. Thank you, JMS. I know this day is hard for you, but I hope you can get through it, and we're cheering you up some. You guys always cheer me up some. That's for sure. I don't know what I would do without you guys, especially on a day like today. It's definitely bad luck, I think, on my behalf, just having the ME be on the stand today of all days. Like, they could have put the ME on the stand any day. And today, of course, as most of you know, is the anniversary of my dad's suicide. And so it was really hard to listen to her talk about the injuries and where they were and put that picture up of the body, not of John himself. That's hard too, but like they have that picture of just like a person, a man. Sometimes it's a woman, but sometimes it's a man on those papers. And then what they do is they either circle or they put dots on where the injuries to that person was. And that's a lot in case files, even for people who have committed suicide. And because my dad committed suicide by hanging, the ME had quite a bit to say when we asked questions, of course, especially the one comment or sentence I'll never forget from her, saying that it would have taken a minute to pass away. And that was a difficult thing to hear. So it is hard to sit here and listen to the ME talk about it. I like dad jokes, though. Dad jokes are funny. Dad jokes are funny. Those have nothing to do with that. But I think about Mrs. O'Keefe and the kids and them, their pictures being plastered all over online yesterday by the sewer turtle, and him trying to sort of disparage them going up and testifying, saying they were forced. They were not forced. And for me, I know that Mrs. O'Keefe's pain is probably 10 times what mine is at the moment, you know? And I can only imagine the pain that those kids feel daily, and Paul and Mrs. O'Keefe and all the people that loved and cared about John. You know, they don't get a day off. That outraged me, that Karen said that she just needed sleep. Well, I'm sorry. Nobody else gets to call in sick. I don't get to call in sick and say, this is a hard day for me. I'm not doing it. I need sleep. It is hard. But if we don't push through the hard things and we try to hide them or stuff them, it doesn't help your psyche. I'll tell you that much. I have what they call CPTSD. So it's complex post-traumatic stress disorder from a multitude of traumas. So, and yeah, Kaylee crying when she left the stand. She had some friends that came and supported her. She's still 17, you know? I was 14 when it happened. She's 17 years old. Like, she wanted to testify. She's not forced. None of the kids were forced. And to say what they've been put through, and the only people putting them through that are them. And then he posts pictures of minor children. Like, that's a dog whistle to harass the family. We all know what that is. It's been done over and over by him. It's what he does. You know, it's so hard, Francesca. So hard. So hard. You think about the things that, like, you miss with them. You know what I mean? Like, only one of my children met him. Two of my children, my dad never met, and my sister's kids, my dad never met. So he had grandbabies he never knew, right? And I was just getting into adulthood when my dad died. I was 21, and it's almost as if it happened yesterday. You think about all the things that you missed out on, all the things they missed out on, and what they would be like today. I think about that sometimes. What it would be like to sit with my dad and fix a car, like redo a car, or go out and watch a band play, or watch my dad play, because he was a genius musician and he self-taught himself all sorts of instruments. He could play saxophone, piano, guitar, drums was his main thing, and my brother took after him in that aspect. He used to take my brother when my brother was little to, not little, but like he was 14, 15 when he first started taking him for flying lessons. My brother learned how to fly planes. But my dad had custody of my little brother since he was little from his mom. And so he, you know, it was just my dad and him for a while. And my brother's birthday is tomorrow. So it's, my brother doesn't get to really celebrate his birthday. He doesn't find joy in his birthday anymore because our dad took his life the day before my brother's birthday. So that was really hard. And it is really still hard for my brother. You got to do what you got to do. It's a tough day. It's a tough day. And I'm still asking, and people say a little prayer for Kevin. You know, his cancer is doing some damage to his spine, and his body wasn't really taking the medication. So hopefully he'll take this one that he's about to get, and they're going to do a little radiation on a part of it, but that still leaves the rest. So I'd ask that people say a little prayer for Kevin. He's still at the hospital. I spoke with him this morning, and he could use all of our love and support too. There are so many people that could use it, our love and our support. And today just happens to be one of those shitty days. Like, what are the odds that I get today to be the day they put the Emmy on the stand? Like, I did grief classes. They're very helpful, Jennifer. They're very helpful. A lot of people should do therapy for grief because it's not something that just goes away. That's for sure. You know, suicide's a tough one. I lost my fiance in 2006 to a house fire. That was tough too. Like, but if you don't talk about it, you don't get through it with people, it eats at you, and eats at you, and eats at you. Oh, I'm sorry, Jennifer. I mean, that's the thing is people don't talk about it because it seems like it's a cliche thing to talk about, right? You don't want to talk about suicide, but if you don't talk about it, then people don't get the help because they're afraid of being called crazy or made fun of or going to therapy because God forbid they go to therapy if they're having a mental health condition or a breakdown or feeling like they want to commit suicide. So like, you know, that's tough. Like, it needs to be talked about a little bit more, in my opinion, because it needs to not be so cliche. You know, like we can help other people. Nobody needs to suffer in silence. That's why I tell you guys all the time, don't suffer in silence. If there's something that you're going through, dude, we're always here. One of us, it doesn't have to be me. It can be any one of us. You always know how to reach me and I'll always answer. You know, me either, Francesca. So in place of the daddy-daughter dance, we played Hotel California by the Eagles, which was my dad's favorite song. So that was definitely a day that was somber in a way at that point in my wedding, because that's the part we realize your dad's not going to walk you down the aisle and he's meant to be there to do that. You know, my father-in-law stepped in and walked me down the aisle, but it's not the same, obviously, as having your dad there. So that, and my sister will never have that. My sisters will never have that. One of my sisters is severely disabled and has the mind of a child, even though she's an adult. And my other sisters, it's fine, but she, you know what I mean? Like, she'll never have that, you know? Yeah, I'll reread it in a minute. Right. She's lost 2 children, 2. You know what I mean? 2, and her son-in-law. Peggy lost her son-in-law too. Like, to watch the evil coming out of Karen and her family, especially for all of this, it's disgraceful. And then you have people like the Sewage Turtle that sit there and you know, help out perpetuating the nonsense and the lies and the BS. And it's just not okay. None of it is. Like, right? And most of them don't call in sick in the middle of a friggin' murder trial, that's for sure. And usually they want to know you're in the hospital, not just sick, because the O'Keefes can't call in sick, right? The witnesses can't, the jury can't. Like, 988 is the free national hotline for mental health crises and suicide prevention. No one is alone. No one should suffer alone. It's an important number. Alma said, we're blessed to have the dad we had today. Is the anniversary of my dad's passing. There were so many people out there. It's the anniversary of my dad's passing today too. Some have horrible parents. You are right. My dad was such an amazing person. Like, I wish I had more years with him that I didn't, you know? I know. That poor lady, man. Like, that poor woman. She doesn't deserve this. Mine too, Alma. Not 32 years, but today is the day my dad passed of suicide. So it's hard to watch the ME sort of talk about this kind of stuff. I was a blubbering mess earlier trying to pull it together. You know what I mean? Pull it together. Like, Tom and Mike are saying how happy they are because now everybody bring your chairs and sit in the buffer zone. Are they idiots? You can't sit in the buffer zone, dude. Like, I can't. Like, did we read another buffer zone? No. That was the order from the court. So I don't know what world they live in. Really, honestly. I love my kiddos. I was blessed with daughters. There are so many people just needlessly suffering and in silence. Don't suffer in silence, dude. Don't do it. You're not alone. There's so many other people you can reach out to, even if you're just one of those days where you just want to scream, like, we're here. You want to laugh? Cool, we're here. You want to like talk about something completely different and get your mind off whatever it is that's like making you feel that way. Like, we could do that too. Want to talk through it? Listen, I've had panic attacks where I've had to call someone and talk my way out of this panic attack that I am feeling like an elephant is sitting on my chest. Like, and where I have quite a bit of anxiety today, I'm not having a panic attack, you know, but panic attacks are, it makes you feel like you can't breathe. Like there's just an elephant sitting directly onto your chest, you know, like, so, I mean, it's a tough thing. Like, oh my God, you had that happen. I literally have a picture of my wedding where we're holding hands, walking back down the aisle, and there's a gloom of light around where our hands are, just where our hands are, not our arms, but just where our hands are. And after we got the pictures, I said to myself, it's not in any other picture. And people were taking pictures at the same exact time. It's just in the photography pictures. And I'm like, what are the odds that that could be my dad? It's his way of saying like, hey, I'm here. But it was just where our hands were as we're holding hands going back. So the picture is of the back of us and the beam of light is circling where our hands were. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, so you're not the only one, Francesca. Maybe that's a thing. Like, maybe that's a thing, right? Like now now this is a rabbit hole. Like I like have to write this down to like go into this rabbit hole later and look. Like, I have to. I literally have to. Like, I want to see if this has happened to anyone else. I thought I was like the only weirdo. I like a lot of people in my family know that story, and the people who are at my wedding obviously know that story. But that is crazy that it would have happened to anybody else. That's what it felt like, right? That they were like there in spirit. Like that's literally like what the immediate thing that I thought to myself was like, that's what that is. You know what I'm saying? Like, appreciate everybody's humor, you know? Have to have the humor. You have to laugh. You just have to. Like it's a way to get through it. Like just laugh. Laughing is good for the soul. Crying is good for the soul. Either one of those things will work. Like, yeah, the Defenses Inc. is kind of doing the same things. What we have right now is Alessi sort of asking the ME questions that don't even apply to her job, getting some objections. The judge actually told him to move on at one point. He asked for a sidebar and she said, we'll do it later. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like there's no reason to do a sidebar later. She should have just said no. Like, you know what I mean? No, there's no reason to have a sidebar, but you didn't really miss much. The good points, I don't remember a single good point other than he was trying to make a point about basically like insinuating there should be grass in John's head wound if he was found on grass. But as we know, there's grass stains on his skin. We know he was found with the grass underneath him. So it's like, that's not even debatable. Like the EMTs took him off. Like that's what was underneath. So like, what? Like, and also it was frozen. So those pieces aren't like gonna like regular grass right now where like maybe if you roll around in it you might have some grass on you, and if there's like water maybe it gets stuck to you, but like it wasn't, this isn't frozen ground right now. It was frozen ground. Like it's, you know what I mean? Yeah, he proved John was outside, never went inside. I mean, kind of helping the Commonwealth in that aspect, you know? Like absolutely, Francesca. I would love to hear them, my friend. I love talking some of this stuff. Jack says the defense is still playing word trick games. Yeah, it's what they do, you know, is just play semantics back and forth. Like, I feel like the defense hasn't made any good points at all so far, but I'm biased. So I'm a little biased too. But at the same time, I could also, you know, point out when there's been a good point. Like, there's an art to asking the same thing over and over. Her team doesn't know how to do that very well, at least not with Alessi, you know, like you got to ask it in a different way. You know what I'm saying? Ask it in a different way. But they're asking it in the same way. And that's why the judge is like, yeah, no, that's asked and answered. Like, you know, me too. It was so strange. Like, and I never did, but I've had some experiences, some weird experiences. One being that, and one actually seeing my dad. Like one actually seeing my dad in the hallway of my mom's house, and I froze. And I found out later his ashes were actually in my mom's room, so that makes sense. But I froze and I yelled for my mom and I said, "Mom," and I was just visiting her house. "Mom, Dad's up here." And my mom was ignoring me at first. I'm like, "Mom, Mom, Mom," and she's like, I'm yelling down the stairs. She's not answering. And then finally I'm like, "Dad's up here," and she's like, "What?" I'll never forget it, because in that moment I looked away towards where her voice was and looked back, and he was gone. And he was literally just leaning up against my mother's doorway of where her room was, like this, completely like not see-through, not like you would think like see-through or floating, like completely as if I was standing there, you know, didn't say anything, but was just standing there with this sort of like peaceful look on his face, like I'm here. I've never had an experience like that after that. But that was the craziest thing I've ever had happen to me. It sounds nuts, but like, I swear to God, in my life, it happened. And then the picture from my wedding, where there's just this beam of light where our hands are. It's the craziest thing. Like, but I mean, when something like that happens to you, Inc., you start to think like there's got to be something, you know, beyond when you pass, like whether it's heaven or hell, or you hang around here and check on your loved ones, whether your spirit stays or your soul. I couldn't answer any of those questions. But what I can tell you is what I saw, plain as day. And nothing like that's happened since. But that was the craziest thing that had ever happened to me in my life. I have to. I definitely do listen to the defense. I listen. I have to. And I can, you know, say when they make a good point, but I'm not hearing any, you know. And someone just say too that like in EDB's chat, they're saying like, yeah, MYB is saying right now that even in Emily D. Baker's chat, they're saying like Alessi is flailing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very clear to people who are in the legal field he's flailing, except for the people that want to lie for this in this case. You know what I'm saying? Like, right? She does look like she's gone tanning and had her highlights done. Maybe when she was taking her sleeping day off, that's what she decided to do, is go get her highlights done and tanning. Otherwise, you would not have time to get highlights done unless you're hiring a personal person to come there after your trial and do it. Like, yeah, when you're rich, you can live in Delulu land. Everybody else can't afford to live in Delulu land, right? Like, if I was rich, I'd like to think that I would help a lot of people. I got lots of plans in my head for things that I would do to help people. I think people do a lot of wasteful shit, like own 17 houses and 6 boats and 36 cars. Like, I don't need all that. I need a car for me, a car for my husband, like a modest home, like, you know what I mean? Maybe a boat, but you don't need 7 houses, like, and 36 cars. Like, what is the point of that? To me, there's no point in owning, you know, more than 1 vehicle that you need, maybe 2 if you use like a work vehicle and like a home vehicle. You know what I mean? Like, there's no point in owning more than 1 home unless it's like one is a vacation home. Like, my grandparents had one as a kid that my grandfather's grandfather built, this little summer cottage in Kingston. And so my grandparents had a house, and then they had that, but that was given to them by my grandparents' grandparents. Like, so they didn't buy it. You know what I mean? Like, to own more than 1 home, or more than 2, really, because if you have 1, you know, vacation and 1, but like, I think it's wasteful. There are so many people that can use that. Like, I don't need some giant home 7 places. Like, I need 1 modest home. Like, I wish I could, you guys, but I can't. Like, right? Hold my beer. I do. It drives me nuts though. The ME, she closes her eyes like this. a lot, and she lifts her head like this when people are asking a question or talking. So I'm like, how do you can't see any, your eyes are literally closed and your head is up like this. Like, I wonder to myself if she's medicated or something, because like the way she does this, it's like, it's distracting and it's also kind of strange. I'm not gonna lie. Like, well, that's the problem, right? We're going to waste a bunch of time on questions that were asked and answer a bunch of questions that like don't even apply to this witness. Like, what's outside the scope, dude? You know? Oh, now they think the buffer zone's like a free roaming area now. I hope they all get arrested for listening to the sewer turtle like a dumbass. You know what I mean? Bring your folding chairs, make it a circus again. Do that. Get arrested. Great idea. Like, I swear to God, but it happened to me one time, and I couldn't tell you why. I would love to know why. It's a deep, deep burning question. Like, why? Because it does not happen to every person, and most people do not get that experience. And I mean, obviously, he didn't talk, so I didn't get to ask questions or anything, but like, it was surreal. I'll tell you that much. And I don't doubt that your mom did. Like, oh my God. Can you imagine, Alba? If there is anybody on that jury with ADHD or ADD even, they're literally going to be like, effing make it stop. Like, make it stop. Dude, obnoxious isn't even the word. Like, you know what I'm saying? I've seen good lawyering, good defense. Like, I don't know what's happening here, but like, this is what you get when you bring in an environmental lawyer and expect him to do well in a trial, and then you're so delusional that you actually say he's doing well when he's like really not. Like, they always object a ton. They do not want the jury to hear the actual story of what really happened. They want to object to anything that's going to throw their narrative off. The problem with that is it's very clear to the jury that that's what they're doing. They're not slick about it. They're not objecting like I hear, or they're Hank's allowing them to sort of just make fools out of themselves and not objecting a ton, objecting when it matters, but not objecting a ton, because when you object a ton, it's telling the jury that you're hiding something, especially if you're doing it over and over when a certain thing is asked or a certain question is asked. Like, the jury's not dumb, dude. Like, that's a mistake. That is a mistake to do that. Like, and I don't know why. I'd be mad if I was the jury too. Like, why does she allow so many sidebars? Yeah, they did. They used towels and blankets. So it's another reason why there might not have been grass, because it could have come off on the towels and the blankets they put around and under John's head. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't forget. He's just trying to, push a narrative. A lot of straw man BS. Yes, exactly. Well, I mean, what? They're working for free, right, guys? They don't get paid. That's what they claim. They're not billing for hours. Yeah. Like, it's a lot of it's extremely painful, but I'm here if you need me, my friend. Right? Me too. I'll be stuck in the middle. Unfinished business, right? Like, yeah, lots of alternatives. Did you check this alternative? Did you write it down? First of all, MEs are not going to write down every alternative that they think could have happened. That's not their job. The autopsy report isn't going to include 75 ways how to not die, 150 ways how someone could have died in this autopsy. That's not their job, and it's not what they're going to do. When he asked that question, I nearly wanted, like, what? No. Like, I can't stand you. They can kiss my ass on the way out. I can't. I love you. It is tragic and sad, My dad was early 40s when he passed. Early. So, it's just very sad. Like, I don't want to be cremated. Is it weird that I want to be frozen? I want to be frozen. Freeze me up, cryogenically freeze me, and then when they figure out how to bring people back in like 200 or 300 years, like, restart me. I want to see what a futuristic world looks like, a couple hundred years from now. So cryogenically freeze me and then, bring me back. That's what I want. Swear to God. I can't do a pine box. Definitely don't want to be burned. That's a no-go. I do not want to be cremated, and I don't want to be in a pine box. I want to be cryogenically frozen. Yep, that's what I want. That is what I want. Drop it like it's hot. I freaking love you guys. Right? One. I mean, we would probably need two just because of like medical appointments, but one would do us just fine for now, you know? Like, I freaking love you. That'd be a great song to play. Drop it like it's hot. I can't. Which list am I on? Which one am I on? Like, that's very true, Ink. Yep. Cost associated. You know what I mean? Like, oh God, it is brutal. It's brutal. I'll tell you that. How to live without air conditioning. It's brutal. Like we had put money together to get one, and then it's missing pieces. So we, sent to the company like, hey, it's missing two pieces. This was 2 weeks ago. They sent us two pieces we already have, and I was very specific about the pieces we were missing. So then I emailed them back like, hey, I got pieces today, but they're pieces that we already have. Those are not the two pieces we're missing. So I emailed them back. Okay, we're sending out the new pieces. Okay, cool. Where are they? It's been another week. I have not seen said pieces. And so one air conditioner is not going to do my entire house. So I am trying to save bit by bit. People like Anna sometimes will send me like an Amazon gift card for 10 or 20 bucks. I try to save those to buy another air conditioner for the rest of the house because I have POTS. So excessive heat like that makes me feel like I'm going to pass out. So yeah, it's not an option to not have air conditioning. But once again, you've seen the prices of air conditioners now. They're over $200. So it's not easy. You got to just take it one step at a time, $1 at a time, put it away, save it, and try to get yourself an air conditioner. Because I get it. Texas and Florida, a lot of like central air. They have central air like everywhere. Schools, all sorts of buildings, office. We don't have that here. Like you got to figure it out. You got to get your own. You got to be able to afford that. And then the electric bill that goes with that bad, Larry. But that's a sign, right? Like, just ask them to do something and maybe they get bold and they do it and it's their way. Like every time I hear the song Hotel California, or my husband hears it, he'll call me and it's just my way of knowing like my dad saying hello. You know what I mean? Like that's not a song that usually comes on the radio. It's from the Eagles. It's very old. So when I hear it, it's my way of knowing my dad's saying hi. And usually it's around the time I talk about him, Donald, I think they are. I don't know, but it seems almost if it's on purpose. You know what I'm saying? On purpose. It is so unknown. It's scary that it's unknown though. Hey, they have sailors or people who get burials at sea like that, They still do that nowadays. Yep, I've had that happen with my best friend, and that was the only time that happened was in a dream. In a dream. If Karen testifies, I will be shocked. I don't think she'll ever testify, no matter what. But I do question, Donald, whether they're doing it on purpose at this point to try to, because they know they're going to lose. Is it a way to appeal later on or have her appeal for ineffective counsel? But she signed a paperwork for ineffective counsel. So there's still options to appeal on certain things for ineffective counsel, but still, I do question, is this on purpose at this point? Because there's no way you can be this bad at something or know that you're not, be so delusional that you don't realize it's not going well for you and you don't change your tactic a little or the way you question a little or something, you don't change something. It's hard for me to believe that they're just doing it and thinking they're doing great. It's just weird. It's strange to me. I don't know. It would be a gift for the Commonwealth, B. Harley. You are 100% right. If she testified, that would be a huge gift to the Commonwealth. A Jungian analyst. And a dream analysis. I've always wanted to know, dig into dream analysis. It is a common dream that people have, although I've only had it one time ever with that person. Let's see. Any way to get away with something for free is not allowed. That would be the only time I would go skinny dipping. Skinny dipping! Sounds like fun.
Let's do it.
EDB also said that MEs won't write down alternatives. Yeah, why would they? You're going to expect they're definitely not going to write down alternatives. That's not a thing. Not even close. Not even close. You know what? Just get me, ooh, mozzarella sticks. Breadsticks? Give me breadsticks and mozzarella sticks.
Place it.
Oh gosh, dang it. Sir,
No,
I am
you
live
gotta- you
streaming,
gotta-
sir. This
You gotta get it the way you
is
want it.
bullshit talkies. Ask me what I want to eat, and since he's home today, I get a treat. So let's see. Marinara sauce. Marinara for breadsticks. Breadsticks, y'all! It's the breadstick money. I had to do it. You guys know I like breadsticks. Where's my breadstick money? Where's the song? We gotta play the breadstick money song. I gotta find that again. Wherever it is. The ME can't discuss grass as John went from hospital to him. Well, that's the thing. To ask her about grass is just crazy to me. Like, he clearly was found outside. Like, you could tell she was getting a little aggravated. I don't know if anybody else picked up on that, but she was definitely getting a little frustrated and a little aggravated with him, and didn't make sense to her what he was asking. She was kind of like, wait, what? Like, I do want to be frozen. Right? I'm going to get Karen Reeded. That's what's going to happen. I'll definitely be frozen. I'm going to get Karen Reeded. Like, I want to be frozen. I can't leave it up to someone else. I can't leave those things up to someone else. I want to come back. I want to see what a futuristic world looks like. Do we have flying cars in the future when we're not alive anymore? Can I like press a button and food pops out? Like, is it a pill that you swallow and it's like dehydrated and then it's like we just had a whole turkey dinner? Like, are these futuristic things going to happen? I want to know. I need to know. Like, it is a great song. My dad's favorite song. Yeah, window ones. That's the ones I'd have to get. Window ones. Not, I don't have central or anything like. I wish I had central, but I have to get air conditioned, window units. Connecticut. So Connecticut and central air conditioning would try not to run it. It is expensive. That's for sure. You can say that again. Oh, he did again. Oh my God. The back of John's head. Oh my God, dude. I don't necessarily know if he can get in trouble for it, but I don't think they've ever shown that one on. God damn it. Why? Just why? For what? It's so disrespectful to the family, to the person who's passed away. Like, why? No respect. No care. Oh, no, I'm not, Donald. I love my community, including my chat. And I try to get to everybody's comments, everyone's comments, because it's important to me. It's important to me. It's important to me. And like, there's so many of you that have so many different experiences. Like Brie has experiences with like car and insurance. Like, a lot of you have tech experience. Some of you are Joy's a lawyer. Like, we have so many people. We have nurses, so many people with so many vast different experiences that like, if you don't pull from your chat all the like smart, brilliant, amazing comments and like theories that they have, like you're missing out as a creator. Like in my opinion, I know but there's reasons that people don't interact with their chat because they think if they ignore comments enough, somebody will send a super chat. And that's usually what happens. I just believe that tactic is slimy, in my opinion. People are going to donate if they want to. If they're not, then they don't, like forcing them to by ignoring their comments seems like a very slimy thing to do, in my opinion. Like, I get why they do it, especially YouTube makes it extremely hard for smaller creators like me. If you don't already have, 15,000 or 30,000 or 100,000 or 200,000 or 1 million subscribers, like, smaller creators struggle hard. And a lot of them just fall back off, they just stop because it ends up not being worth it if you're spending more than what you're bringing in, or if you're bringing in not enough to do it, And so, it makes it really difficult for a smaller creator to sort of gain traction upwards. And because the algorithm picks up the ones that have more comments, more likes, more engagement, right? More views. Like that's the one that the algorithm for YouTube picks up and sort of recommends to other people. And so it makes it a little more difficult for smaller creators, especially ones that are non-monetized. So you know, I feel like there's a reason why some people don't engage with their chat. I just feel like they're missing out by not engaging as much as I do with my chat. It's something I pride myself on when it comes to my channel, because I want a community of people that are there for each other no matter what. Like, someone comes here and they're having a bad day. Like today, it happened to be me, you know, today it happened to be me. And usually it's someone else, but today it happened to be me. And you guys are always there to make me laugh, make me feel better, even when it's a shitty day. Today's a hard day, dude. Like, I knew, you know, obviously I knew today coming on, like, hey, today's the anniversary of my dad's death. Like, it's going to be a hard day. But what I was not expecting was the ME on the stand, and the ME talking about, you know, suicide, which is what my dad passed from, and like going through all of what the ME was. That was kind of like out of left field. Of all the days they could have put the ME on the stand, I was not expecting for it to be today. But you guys always help me through that sort of difficultness. If I feel like I have to cry for a minute, I can just shut my camera off and not blubber like a big baby. But then you guys make jokes and you make me laugh. And like, it brings me back down to like, all right, I'm okay. I could cry for a second and get it out, right? But like, woosa, right? Like, goose fraba. And then you guys share your experiences, right? And so then that brings the community together. Everybody can relate to one another when it comes to losing someone or caring for someone. And you guys have shared some really sad but amazing experiences. And that's how you make a community, a safe space, as I call it. And a lot of you will come here when you're having a bad day and be like, hey, shit, I am having a bad freaking day. And we will do whatever we can as a community to sort of help whoever it is that's having a bad day that day, whatever we need to do it. Like, that's what I hope other people start doing. It's like a domino effect. You know what I mean? Like, just help each other. Like, not everybody has a huge family that can help them out. Not everybody has what we all have. So if there's something that I have that you don't have, that you need, like, I'm happy to share. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like a neighbor. Like, you knock on your neighbor's door and you're like, hey, they got milk. I used to have a neighbor all the time that wanted ketchup. He used to run out of ketchup all the time. And he would knock on the door and he'd be like, hey, you got ketchup? And I'm like, yeah, I got ketchup. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like that, except all of you are from all over the world. Like, imagine what you could do, you know, just as one little group of people who live all over the world, if you helped your neighbors and your friends and your loved ones. And not everybody's going to say they need help when they do. I'll tell you that much. Like, I might have, but I am behind. I agree. She's letting them, and the judge really needs to like stop letting them. It's getting kind of obnoxious. Mac and cheese is good. Mac and cheese is always good. I don't make a lot of it in my house because we have 2 lactose intolerant people, but I do make it once in a blue moon when I'm home by myself, which is always nice. Like, she should practice wearing the color orange. Orange is the new pink, guys. Orange is the new pink. Let's see. We have let's see. What do we got here? We have a $11.17. I love the random amounts from Jack. Thank you, Jack. It says for being you. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate you, my friend. Make sure there's nothing else here. Not on this one for sure. Let me check PayPal real quick. I yelled no out loud when Alessi said, yes, to Bev's question. If he was going to go longer than 15 minutes with questions, my mother looked at me and asked what happened. Tell her it's a form of torture to deal with him. Oh my God. Was it a word? I only have 2 words that are blocked on this channel. Specifically, like on my channel. One of them is fake victim. If you try to come in here and say that word, it will automatically block your comment. Just FYI, in case anybody wanted to know. Because the sewer turtle and his buddies like to try to use that to refer to my very good friend who doesn't need to lie. She told the truth. So that word is blocked. But if it's not that, there's one other word, or phrase, but I can't remember what it is. But if it's not that, it was YouTube. Thanks, YouTube. YouTube was actually blocking my mourners. Really? Whichever. You're going to try each one and see if it works. Oh, that's so nice, Anna. Yeah, we don't have many blocked words. It's only like 2 or 3. I think Ashley added 1. So you're gonna try each word. Tell me which one it is when you figure it out, freak. When you figure out which it wasn't any of ours. Dude, I don't understand. I don't know how anybody supports that. It's amazing to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, right? That's hilarious. Tell me which word it was. It usually that's what they do is YouTube blocks like certain words or phrases, even when they're not, even when you're saying something. I said something like I'd punch that person in the face. They blocked my entire thing, like, or that face is punchable or something like that. And it was like, YouTube not allowing you to put that. It thinks it's spam. And I'm like, oh, it's definitely not spam. I'm the host. Like, what? So I turn it more on the wood chipper. Hilarious. Exactly. JMS, exactly. And I do, B Harley. I just shut my camera off while the, thing is going to just take a breather. Sometimes I'll just do the whole breathe. My grandma's breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. So when you start to feel that sort of like anxiety or panic or you're like, just when it's starting to make you feel like that, just in through the nose, out through the mouth. A wood chipper and upset motor, so I'll leave it to someone else to organize. Add a couple. Yeah. Sometimes we got to add a couple, depending on what it is. Like, dude, food's expensive nowadays, You were away when I read it. Yes, I did. You were away when I read it, and it was a very nice message. I appreciate it. Thank you. You must have been, because if you didn't hear me say it, you must have been away. I never know sometimes when people pop in or out, because if I see you in chat, I just kind of like assume you're there. So then when I finally get a second to read it, I just like assume you guys are there sometimes. That's why I try to think, more than once sometimes if I see that someone's in chat. I try to do it when I know you're there, but it doesn't always happen that way. But thank you. I did read it earlier. I appreciate it. It was a very nice comment. I always appreciate the comments from you guys because sometimes they're super duper funny. Sometimes they're just very like, touching, just like the one that JMS wrote today. It is a hard day and I appreciate that. And you guys always cheer me up. Always cheer me up. I can't stand you, Ash. I will check my text. God damn it. I can only do one thing at a time. Yeah, I figure. I mean, I try to do it when I see you guys in chat, but I have to wait until there's like a break in court or like a sidebar or whatever. So I'm not always trying to talk over these buffoons. I'm buffering. Isn't that fun? God damn it. I go to check my text. Then there's more texts. I can't do it. I try to text them. I try to check them because sometimes we get incoming information. See, that's the problem. Is I still can't figure out the hearing. He's not going to be there. His presence has been waived. So it does look like there's supposed to be something for the sewer turtle today. But there was something filed to waive his presence. It says defendant's motion to waive presence filed and allowed today. So it says event resulted pretrial hearing scheduled on 5/15/2025 at 9 a.m. has been held. Honorable Brian K. Walsh presiding. And then it says defendant's motion to waive presence filed and allowed. So they said he doesn't have to be there. That doesn't make sense to me. And I thought he had something tomorrow too. So I'm very confused. I'm still looking into that. Like whether he has something tomorrow as well. Because his presence was waived, which means he doesn't have to be there. So they filed something basically asking if he could not have to be there, which I think is a sneaky way of being like, hey, let my client not be there in case his bail gets revoked or they ask for his bail to be revoked. But for some reason, the judge allowed his presence to not be there. So there must be a reason. Couldn't tell you what that reason is, but there must be a reason. That's for sure. Interesting, darlings. Interesting. Hold on a second. I got to. Yeah, it's weird to me. Why did they file something to waive his presence? I just think that's really strange. Like really, really strange. I try real hard, you know? I don't always get it right, but I try. I try so hard. I try. I don't know. Is he outside of the courthouse? It's amazing to me. You know, that's the thing. If you're outside of the courthouse, why are you trying to waive your presence at a court case you should be at? It better be a damn good reason. You better not be outside the courthouse. Otherwise, why do you need to waive your presence at a court case? That just doesn't really make sense to me, unless it's something they don't need him there for, which is another, like, you know what I mean? Usually if that's the case, though, I don't know. That's just strange to me. Like, absolutely freaking strange. I'm just looking to see if we have any like incoming information or anything new that we're not seeing that's happening like outside the courthouse. Just trying to look. I don't see anything. Yeah, well, you can say that again. Definitely a coward. Like, well, I know there was like a post that he made. Definitely a post that he made about it. Not sure, like, you know, what, if he actually went down there or not. But I do know that he made a post like telling people like to go down there and take their chairs. Here's the thing. You've been begging people to go down there for weeks at this point, and nobody's doing it. And I guess Tom made like a post or something basically saying like, I'm not going down there and I don't care who's telling me to do it. I'm not going down there to get arrested in the buffer zone. So I don't give a shit who's telling me to do it. And that was the other day, obviously. But I see some movement here in the courthouse. Whoa, whoa, zoom, dee, zoom, 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 zoom. Have you ordered us food? I am so hungry. I hope it gets here soon because I am starving like a hostage over here.
If someone told you want to see me, I'll see you at sidebar.
Followed by pound.
Are you kidding me? I'll see you at sidebar. It's sidebar. Yes, it's number 8, everyone. And as we come back from lunch, we are 5 hours and 9 minutes in. If you can do me all a favor and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, share the video with people who don't know we exist yet. Maybe you have family, friend, sister, brother, mother, father, you know, anybody who doesn't know that we exist, send it on over to them. Be like, hey, check this out. You know what I mean? That would be very helpful. We also take donations for the channel because that's the only way that we survive over here. We don't have monetization. We're still waiting on YouTube. Yes, I checked this morning, still nothing. And that's thanks to FKR that did their ultimate reporting of my channel favorite reports that paused my monetization, and I had to wait 6 months to even reapply. So they love affecting people's actual incomes because that's the kind of people we're dealing with here. So the only way that the channel gets any sort of income is through you guys and through donations. So we have made these options, Revolut for people all over the world, PayPal as well, Venmo, Cash App. We have Chime, but nobody ever uses it or asks for it. And then we also have an Apple Pay link. We have a link for people who just want to use credit or debit. They don't have any payment options. That's it. So we have one for people who just want to use credit or debit because we were asked. So we have that, and we'll have Freak put it in the chat. And then we also have the good old options of e-gift cards, and our Amazon wish list is in our Discord. Join our Discord if you already haven't. We have some fun conversations over there about this case and about other random stuff too, right? Right, guys? I mean, ask these guys. We have some great conversations over there in Discord. We're quite funny sometimes too. Like, we are quite funny. We also do memes and talk about our animals and other cases, all sorts of stuff. The sky is the limit on that one. But it's a good place for everybody to congregate when I'm not live anymore. So Hank Brennan in playing his harmonica. Have you guys seen that? It's such a good clip, you know? Right? I've had a couple of those today. A couple, Anna. I've had a couple today. You know what I'm saying? A couple. But that's okay because we can do that, right? Today is a tough day. So smiling is important. Right? For real, though. Here we go. After we stop buffering, I guess. God help us all with Alessi. Sometimes I just can't with him. What's happening? Why is Alan Jackson getting up? Did they fire Alessi in the middle of trial? That would be hilarious. Say, Bob. Here, Bob. No Snickers for you, Bob. No Snickers for you, Bob. Sorry, Bob. Nah, Bob. No Snickers for Bob. What is happening? What is Alan Jackson doing? What in the actual hell? I don't know. That's a good question. I'm wondering the same thing, JMS. Like, what? We said 11 on the sidebars. We're at 8. So, I mean, I'm not too far off. Make 3 more by the end of the day. And I mean, to be fair, I would have fired him, definitely. I would not risk having him in the trial. After his first, I would have fired him, just saying. Middle of trial or not, I got plenty of other attorneys to fill in. I would have fired him. You guys ask some really stupid questions. That's what he does, right? You're getting all pissed off and fired up, slamming shit, acting a fool. The serial mom. Oh, what's Hank doing? What you doing, Hank? What you doing? Imagine. They probably Sarah Booned him and Karen Reeded him. Just saying.
Oh, the water, I'm good. Thank you. I want to know about the bathroom break.
Scores of session, please be seated.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Scordi-Bello, and welcome back.
Thank you.
I want to move on to a slightly different aspect of the hypothermia discussion. So you've acknowledged previously that hypothermia is a very difficult diagnosis to make, correct?
Correct.
And you acknowledge that in your grand jury testimony in this proceeding, correct? Do you recall that?
I do.
And you indicated in that grand jury proceeding generally that diagnosing hypothermia is based on contextual clues. Is that correct?
On autopsy findings and investigative information, yes.
Right. And the last part, investigative, and that's that legal part, sort of the law enforcement contribution. Is that correct that you're referring to?
Correct.
You diagnosed Mr. O'Keefe with hypothermia based upon certain medical data that you believe you observed in the gastric area and the pancreatic area. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just for, I think most people will get this, to just be clear, gastric is sort of synonymous with the stomach.
Stomach.
And then we know the pancreas is a separate organ. And in your autopsy, you observed for example, the lining of both the stomach and the pancreas. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the word you used?
Let's start with the stomach. Did you observe the lining of the stomach as part of Mr. O'Keefe as part of the autopsy?
Yes, I observed some hemorrhages in the lining of the stomach.
We'll get to that, right? But I just want to talk about the organs and what aspects of the organs first, and then we'll get to that. And with regard to the pancreas, what aspect of the pancreas did you observe?
I examined both the external surface and the tissues around it, as well as the pancreas itself by making several cuts.
And there was also a histopathology report that was relevant to both the stomach and the pancreas, correct?
Correct.
Histopathology?
Spell it, Mr. Alessi.
Histopathology. So that histopath information informed your hypothermia analysis, is that correct?
The histopathology was done to further confirm my finding or my determination of hypothermia.
So do I have it correct? And let's start with the pancreas. That you noted the pancreas was congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. Do I have that correct? And you feel free to look at your report, please.
I will.
And I specifically, if it helps, I'm
Yes.
looking at
Page 4.
the report of autopsy. It's not numbered pages, but it would be 4. And you see liver, gallbladder, and pancreas is 1. And then you go down a couple more and you see digestive system. That's what I'm focusing on.
Okay.
And the next page is the histopathology.
Yes.
All right. Are we sort of oriented in the same location?
Yes.
All right. So let's start with the pancreas. So if you look at the histopathology page, it says endocrine and exocrine pancreatic tissue with vascular congestion and patchy parenchymal, that's parenchymal hemorrhage, autolytic changes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I want to go at these one at a time, so now I'm going to jump back to the previous page where you discussed the heading liver, gallbladder, and pancreas. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see the last sentence says the pancreas is congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. You see that?
Yes.
So now what I'd like to do, and is that what you're rooting in, if you will, the analysis of hypothermia?
The determination of hypothermia was made, yes, based on these findings and the circumstances I was provided. Yes.
Right, and thank you. I'm going to get to the circumstances, but it's sort of the medical legal construct that we were talking about. I want to just start first with the medical, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
So then let's now move to the organ of the stomach, a synonym gastric in terms of your report. So let's go to, please, back to the histopathology section. And under that, under pancreas is stomach. And there's a bulleted one sentence that says gastric tissue with vascular congestion and focal mucosal hemorrhage. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then let's go back, as we did with the pancreas, for the stomach, go back to the previous page in your report under the heading digestive system. And the second sentence states the gastric mucosa shows focal areas of linear hemorrhages. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So we've got hemorrhage discussion with the pancreas. We've got hemorrhage discussion with the stomach and the gastric area. Your diagnosis of hypothermia was not based just on gastric and pancreatic hemorrhaging alone, though, was it?
No.
And you did fairly refer to other circumstances just moments ago in your answer, correct?
Correct.
And we're going to get to that. So that means that your diagnosis of hypothermia was also informed by the information we discussed earlier that was provided to you by former Trooper Proctor in his investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one aspect of that information is that he was found, Mr. O'Keefe was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
So let's go to the death notification report. Am I generally correct that you were, I'm sorry, I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall the death notification report in this matter?
I do recall, the very initial first information that comes in. That's the death notification given to our intake staff.
Do you recall the contents of that death notification report?
Would you like me to summarize? I don't recall I don't have it in front of me, but I can tell you what the gist of it was.
Would it be helpful to you if I showed you a document that might refresh your recollection on what that, a document that may refresh your recollection?
She said sure. I think you heard her.
I did. Thank you, Your Honor.
In other words, shut the fuck up. Nobody needs to hear your extra 5 minutes of commentary, Alessi. Just give it to her.
Yeah, Coach Runner.
Yep, just show Mr. Brennan.
It is like torture, literal torture. And this is the last thing we need today is torture from Alessi of nonsense that doesn't even make any sense on top of everything else.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, what I'd like to do, you can read anything you want, but I'm just going to reference to the section that says circumstances of death.
Yes.
What I'd like you to do is read it to yourself, not out loud, and then when you just that section to hear. And once you're done, if you could kindly look up and let me know.
Okay.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, did that refresh your recollection with regard to the circumstances of death section of the death notification report?
Yes,
And you could please state now what your refreshed recollection is on that topic.
yes. The initial intake death notification was made by a physician at the hospital. And it stated that we were dealing with a adult male that was found in a snowbank. There was note of having been at a party. There was some information as to the decedent was walking to a house. There was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with
Sustain.
Right.
Jurors, disregard that. Move on with this, Mr. Leslie. With this, but just move on.
Yeah, yes. In terms of the differential diagnosis concept that we were talking about before, based upon your refreshed recollection of circumstances of death as discussed in the death notification report, based upon that, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have been injured and died somewhere other than the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
I'm going to allow that.
initially, no.
Let's go to significance, if any, of hemorrhaging of the two organs we were talking about, the pancreas and the stomach. Is it correct that the hemorrhaging of a pancreas can be caused by many different things?
Yes, it is.
And to be clear, you found evidence of hemorrhaging of the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe in the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And is it correct before the grand jury, you yourself were evaluating whether the injuries had been sustained in a different environment? Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall what your testimony was in the grand jury about hemorrhaging of the pancreas and possibilities of injuries being sustained in different environments? Do you recall any testimony?
I'll see you at 10.
Welp. This is a long sidebar. She's sick and tired of this BS. That's very clear. Centipede. Fart noises. Isn't that correct? I mean, this is crazy. No, she doesn't know that, and she shouldn't be making that kind of statement at all. That's an assumption, and she shouldn't be assuming anything, but also that's why this line of questioning should have been done a while ago. Like, this doesn't even make any logical sense. Like, hit that like button if you guys already have not. Make sure you're still subscribed. YouTube has unsubscribed 2 people recently. And if they think your account is like spam, they'll unsubscribe you. So make sure you're still subscribed. If you can donate to the channel, it's always super helpful. It is the only way that our channel gets any sort of monetary donation to keep it moving along in this trial and keep bringing you this very long content each day. 8+ hour usually. We're on hour 5 hours, 32 minutes, 46, 7, 8 seconds.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. At the grand jury, did you testify as follows? If the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. You recall that?
Yes.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can also be caused by blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can be caused by CPR, correct? Cardiopulmonary resuscitation?
It's possible.
Do you know what a Lucas machine is?
Yes.
And a Lucas machine is an automated CPR machine, correct?
Correct.
And it's a rather large device, correct? It gets strapped down to the chest of someone. So instead of someone having to exercise, etc., you put on a Lucas machine that goes over the chest and it automatically does the compressions, right?
Correct.
Lucas machines can cause hemorrhaging, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, wasn't a Lucas machine applied to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe so.
And wasn't the Lucas machine applied from when the first responders came to the scene and he was in the ambulance continually and through when he was in the hospital?
What the hell are you talking about, Guy?
I believe
She's
so.
the ME. All right, I have to go conspiracize in the bathroom. Be right back.
When a Lucas machine is used in resuscitation efforts, you'd actually expect to see some
Lucas
hemorrhaging,
machine
wouldn't you?
added to the conspiracy. Got it, Jane.
Where?
In the stomach, in the pancreas, would you expect to see it there?
Not in the mucosa of the stomach and not as extensive in the pancreas.
Let's talk about and pick the pancreas first. So you would agree that from the use of a Lucas machine, you would expect some degree of hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Not always.
But it's certainly possible that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging of the pancreas, correct?
It's possible.
And now let's move to, and there was evidence of hemorrhaging in the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now let's move to the stomach. Isn't it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Personally, I have not seen it in that context.
But do you rule that out?
I can't rule it out. I can only tell you my experience.
So your personal experience is you don't believe you've seen that, but you can't rule out that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging to the stomach. Is that correct?
I don't believe a Lucas machine causes hemorrhage to the mucosa of the stomach.
Right. I'm not yet at the mucosa of the stomach, which is a subset of the stomach, right? You're talking about the gastric rugae
Talking about the inner lining of
The
the
inner
stomach.
lining, and another name for the inner lining of the stomach is the gastric rugae, R-U-G-A-E, correct?
Yes.
So I'm just talking about the stomach in general, not a subset of the stomach. Is it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Not in the stomach, around the stomach in the soft tissues of the torso.
Okay. So you've said that you're aware that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of the length of time that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine?
No, I am not.
Do you know how many compressions per minute a Lucas machine causes?
Why would she care? Just saying.
I would have to say close to 60.
Would 100 compressions per minute be a reasonable amount of compressions for a Lucas machine to cause?
Sure.
So assume 37 minutes of a person hooked up to a Lucas machine, and assume 100 compressions per minute. That would result in 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine, correct?
Correct.
Could 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine explain hemorrhaging in the pancreas?
No, come on.
And that
No,
explanation could
that's
be
not it. Stop it.
why there's hemorrhaging in the pancreas as opposed to hypothermia
No.
causing hemorrhaging in the
Other
pancreas,
things that
correct?
show hypothermia. Other things.
Possible.
Did you consider that at all in your autopsy report? The effect of the Lucas machine?
And beyond?
Is it written anywhere in your autopsy report?
I
Nothing's
do
written.
consider changes due to cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The rib fractures that were observed were attributed to CPR. Usually we will see
Rib
some
fractures. That's a
amount
broken bone.
of hemorrhage in the soft tissues. But in this context, with the gastric findings, the pancreatic findings, and the information that he was found in the snow with a body temperature of 80 degrees, my opinion was that those hemorrhages, along with the gastric hemorrhages and his body temperature, were consistent with hypothermia.
My question was, does your report state anywhere the words Lucas machine?
No,
And you agree that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging to the pancreas,
it can cause hemorrhage in a lot of tissues,
but including the pancreas.
including the pancreas.
That's where the judge is supposed to step in and say, no more comments, Mr. Alessi. Just questions.
If you see hemorrhaging of the pancreas and you believe that hemorrhaging is a contributor to hypothermic deaths, wouldn't you also expect to see Wisniewski ulcers?
Objection.
I did note gastric hemorrhages.
So the court reporter needs to have a spelling of that. Doctor, can you give us the spelling of that?
Would you like to give it?
If you'd like me to, I'd prefer
Go
to
ahead.
give it. Thank you. Wischnewski. So, can you
I
just tell the
agree,
jurors what
But the judge should stop.
Wisniewski spots or Wisniewski ulcers are?
Wisniewski spots are small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in the mucosa of the stomach that are thought to be associated with hypothermia, amongst other things. They're believed to be either a reaction to stress due to the hypothermia or some form of what we call reperfusion injury.
I hate clowns. They're creepy as hell. No wonder why I don't like Alessi.
Is it
I'm not a
correct
clown fan.
that if someone is believed to die, at least in part, from hypothermia, that in 90% of the cases of death from hypothermia, you would find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I do not know the exact number.
I wish, Jezebel. A nap sounds freaking amazing right now. I'm not gonna lie, my eyes are all puffy and
That
red.
you're not recalling what the percentage is for the percent of cases for death of hypothermia that you would expect to find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I don't.
Do you recall?
Hold on.
Okay.
Move on. The objection sustained. So
Okay.
you're asking it, yes, go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you. There were no Wisniewski's ulcers present in Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
I believe there were.
Can you point anywhere in your autopsy report where the word Wisniewski appears?
I did not call them Wisniewski spots. I called them gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so you didn't use the term Wisniewski and you
But
didn't
it's the
use
same
the
thing.
term ulcer, correct? In your
Dumbass.
report at all.
No, I used gastric hemorrhages under the title of hypothermia.
Do you believe that all hemorrhages in the pancreas are Wisniewski ulcers?
You mean the stomach?
I'm going to start with the pancreas.
Wisniewski ulcers are, the term is used to describe the gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so I wanted to clarify that. So now I want to move to the stomach.
So it's the same thing, you idiot.
All
What are you trying to clarify?
hemorrhages in the stomach are Wisniewski ulcers.
Not all of them.
Therefore, there can be Wisniewski ulcers and not be hemorrhaging, correct? Just by logic?
And not be hemorrhaging?
Correct. You can have a Wisniewski ulcer but not have hemorrhaging.
You could, but ulceration would manifest in what we call hemorrhage, the actual appearance of it.
What I'd like to do now is, Mr. Wolf, what has been in evidence, what I'd like to do is to, with your Honor's permission, publish some depictions of first
Making himself look
the gastric mucosa, and then start with that, Your Honor. Publish that.
All right. So
Objection?
this is the one that we have not introduced into evidence openly, but at sidebar, right?
What I'd like to do is I'll start out with the one that is in evidence, which is the gastric mucosa.
Okay,
Start with that.
What number?
Answer her question. Sounds like an idiot, or a very uneducated moron. Answer the judge's question. What I'd like to do after she asks you a question, you say what I'd like to do. No, the answer was yes or no. Yeah, Hank's definitely not objecting because he looks like a moron. I mean, I have an ulcer right now, and my friggin' brain is hurting.
Your Honor,
He enrages me with his.
Okay, so that was the one I was referring to that we did at sidebar, not in open court. Okay.
Yes.
It's Friday.
Pardon me?
It's N Friday.
And I'd like to move NN into evidence at this time.
No.
All right. All I'll say about this, jurors, is that this may be considered graphic. You satisfied with that, Mr. Alessi?
I'm satisfied with that, Your Honor.
Okay,
What
Mr.
the
Brennan, you
hell?
satisfied with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's 164.
This
May I,
is just
Your
a
Honor?
ridiculous. Yes, fake medical scenarios, exactly. As if he's a medical professional.
Exhibit 164 in evidence, and I'm going to also, with the court's permission, have it published on the screen. So whatever one is best for you to look at the screen, please feel free to look at either one.
She's shaking her head because she's already explained to him,
Mr.
like,
Wolf,
what
if you could
are you
publish
talking about, bro?
164.
I'd shake her head too if I was. She's like, what's the purpose of this? She's not really understanding what the hell. Like, yeah, his face
Dr.
is graphic.
Scordi-Bello, do you recognize 164 as the, well, you describe what 164 is.
This is a picture of the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe after it was removed and opened and the contents were removed. And what you're looking at, this pink red surface, is the mucosa. That's the lining of the stomach. And you had used the word rouille before. These are the folds. The stomach has a lot of folds.
Me too, Avi. Me too.
And what you can see here are small areas that are redder than everything else. That's hemorrhage, that's blood. And these are the gastric hemorrhages that I described.
Right, so
Well,
those are
pretty
what you just showed, those
Right.
darker areas, there's just a few of them. That is what you refer to as hemorrhages, correct?
Wisniewski's was correct.
Well, you didn't use Wisniewski's in your report, correct? You referred to
Correct.
them as hemorrhages.
Correct.
Okay, so what I'd like to do now is to, if I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
For the chalk.
They're arguing with an ME about terminology she used. I mean, that's semantics and absurdity.
Exhibit MM.
With your Honor's permission, may I show
Not yet, Jezebel.
Dr.
Not yet.
Scordi-Bello the chalk that's marked for identification? Is that
Yes, and let's see what she answers before we use it for more questions, okay?
Yes. May I hand it to you?
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, could you please take what's identified as Exhibit M and see if you can identify what that depicts?
Yes, this is a picture of a stomach. Again, the mucosa with hemorrhage.
Yeah, you guys just stop her while she's in the middle of talk. Oh, sorry, there's a conspiracy
Can
siren.
we take a break?
Yes. Yes.
Rise to the jury.
Can we take a break for one of the jurors?
Jurors,
Well,
right
you're-
this way.
Make them look at shit. Maybe they need to puke or pass out. You're just interrupting my lunch now. I don't appreciate
I'll
it.
see counsel at sidebar, please.
Oh my fucking God. For the love of God.
Hey there, County Trial Watchers. So we know that the true crime fans, but are also fans that sometimes the trouble is responsible.
There's stuff in my face and stuff, you know. Sorry. Trying to eat lunch here, Your Honor. She's messing up my lunch here. And you would think that it would be pissing off the jury, right? Like, Mm-mm. It's just absurd. I muted him because I don't want to hear his stupid face or his stupid voice. So sorry, guys, but he is muted currently. Hold on 1 second. That's delicious. It is delicious. If I could finish eating it, that would be amazing, but I can't because the judge wants to keep doing sidebars and, maybe a jury member had to go to the bathroom. I don't even know. Like, it's a goddamn good question. I'm not sure what just happened. I think Alessi keeps asking questions that really have nothing to do with anything. He wants to play semantics about a Wishnushin, and the Emmy calling it. Hold on, hold on. Let me unmute that. A ulcer. Like he's definitely pissing off the doctor. That's for sure. She's been like looking at him and rolling her eyes and being like, what are you talking? I just told you that is what that is. I use a different term, but that is what it is. Like, he wants to argue about which term she used and which term she didn't use. It means the same thing. So what does it matter which way she said it? It isn't, Jezebel. It isn't explaining his death. They're trying to claim that there's no hypothermia. The defense. No hypothermia. How can you say there's no hypothermia when the man was found outside? You expect the jury to believe that there's no hypothermia because what? He was there 3 hours earlier or 3 hours later. That's what they're trying to claim. Like, but we know that's not true because there was grass underneath him and not snow. So he couldn't have been there 3 hours later. By good old common sense. Good old logic. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then the judge asks him a question. This is what really pisses me off. Judge asks Alessi a question. And he says, well, what I'd like, instead of answering her question with a yes or no, he says, well, what I'd like to do is, nobody gives a shit what you'd like to do. Answer the judge's question. He never answers straight up a question. He has to allude instead of answering the goddamn question. Like, it's freaking stupid. WCVB reporting one of the court officers says a juror needs a break. The judge sends them out and calls the lawyers to the bench for a sidebar. He is, but like you can't argue the ME with the ME. You can't out ME the ME. It's just absurd. Like, and yeah, John was covered in snow himself. Hello, like Carrie said you had to uncover his face. Like, hello. There wasn't Beehive. That's why they didn't do it in the last trial because there was absolutely no reason whatsoever to have to show that at all. Well, yeah, the defense's favorite thing to say is words matter, right? Words matter. Unless they're Karen's words, then they don't matter. Like, then we're not to believe her words. Well, that's not what she meant, right? But everybody else, it's words. It's just so absurd. Like, they want everyone else to believe what they have to say, but everyone else except Karen Reed is a liar. I'm sorry, but that's not logical to any jury that everyone else is lying and covering and, the Emmy's in on it, We have a Lucas Machine conspiracy with the conspiracy sirens. That's what we got. Like, that definitely upset the jury. Good for him, Alessi. You are absolute genius. They never showed that to the jury last time. Why? Because it's graphic. And that's the person that passed away and their family is there. So if you're going to show something that, you better damn well have some 100% proof that Emmy is wrong. And you don't. That probably made one of the jurors sick to their stomach to the point where they felt like they were going to faint, which is why they asked for a break. I mean, why would you want to upset the jury, though? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you want to upset the jury that's going to convict or not convict your client? That seems like an awfully stupid move to me. That's why what Donald pointed out earlier is something I've been thinking about quite a bit, which is, are they just throwing this on purpose? Like, I don't understand. It's not just mine, Jesse. It was yours too. I don't know what the hell is going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying. There's just issues today with the Wi-Fi and whatnot. Do me a favor, guys. Hit the like button if you haven't. Subscribe if you haven't. Make sure you're subscribed because YouTube likes to unsubscribe you if it thinks your account is like spamming or something. You know what? It might be. It might be be Harley, because the problem is he's an environmental lawyer. So it might be his actual first like trial. He might be real good at like depositions, but he is not so good at everything else. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't think, I'm sorry, but if this isn't his first trial, it very well looks like it is. That's for damn sure. You'd have to convince me that it's not his first trial. I wouldn't believe you, you know? I don't know. It's a good question. I've seen the Fastnet once in the past few days of searches. I don't know. It's a good question. Amazon doesn't let me do anything with anything. You know what I'm saying? I don't think his point is valid, though, Stella, because here's the problem. Is his point is that the medical examiner didn't use the same name that he's calling it. She used, all sorts. It's the same thing. Her point is it's the exact same thing. And he's basically saying, well, can't it just be this, this, or this, and not hypothermia? And the ME's point is no, because there are other contributing factors to hypothermia that I found, which are this, this, and this. Now put those together, and it's definitely hypothermia, not just the Lucas machine, right? Because you wouldn't have this or this with a Lucas machine. So, like, that's her point. So I don't really think he is making a good point. Like, Kohlberger defense claiming they have another suspect in the Idaho murder case. No, they better well have one if they're going to say something like that. That's for sure, which I don't think they probably do. Insulting to the jury's common sense unless they have free-carrying jurors that will not care what is presented. Yeah, but some of those jurors are not even going to be the ones deliberating, right? Some of those jurors aren't going to deliberate. They're just going to be alternates. So that's not really going to help them either. What if those people end up being alternates? You know what I mean? Why did the defense think that a day and a half of Alessi crossing witnesses would be good for their case? Little hasn't done much so far. Let's have a little change of annoying voices. I agree with you there. Still, it sees my point. I don't see a valid point for him. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like him either. I mean, he literally drives me bananas, Stella. So I get it. He drives me absolutely bonkers. Like, literally bonkers, because he asked questions to the wrong people. If you had some of those questions that should have been asked to, the people saving his life, like, other people, you're asking the ME, the person that sees your body when you're gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, he did this last time too with Maureen Hartnett. You're not asking the correct questions to the correct people, right? Like, that's the problem that I have. It isn't necessary. That's exactly why they didn't show it last time, because it's absolutely 100% not necessary. Not at all. Not even a little. Like, sorry guys, I'm trying to do 100 things at once here. I'm trying to see if there's incoming information. I'm getting text messages. I'm getting phone calls. I'm trying to, what is happening? What is happening? Hello, phone? Got booted again out of my own live stream. Amazing. I love that. You know what I'm saying? Bob doesn't get any Snickers. No Snickers for Bob. None. No Snickers for Bob. These long, like, it's supposed to be a break, but like, okay, if a juror has to use the bathroom, puke, whatever, it still shouldn't be this long. Like, this is a little cuckoo, if you ask me. Like, I'm not sure what point he's freaking raising. I feel you on the Amazon thing, Freak. Sometimes when I'm just laying in bed, I'll just see something that I really want or really need, and I'll put it on my wish list, and then what will happen is it'll go like out of stock, and like nobody can even buy it if they wanted to. So then I have to like refine it. It's really obnoxious. I also don't like window shopping because then I see something I want and I'm like, oh, damn it, I can't buy that. I don't want it. So, yes, apparently. That's the point that I would get out of all that, which is so what? Something has more than one name? Whoop-de-doo. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. It just doesn't. Not even a little. Not even a little bit. Could be an easier term. Probably is easier for court too, for people to say, you know what I mean? Like, this is crazy. This is absolute craziness. Like, when are they gonna, like a bathroom break? Cool. Like, let's, chocolate Twinkie? They're a thing? That's a thing. It's amazing. I'm glad that's a thing. I didn't know chocolate Twinkies were a thing. I keep getting yeeted out of my own thing again. Here we go again with this. Listen, my internet is being called later on today. Like, this has been the most, I've been thrown out of my own stream at least 10 times today. Like, this is absurdity. This is not supposed to happen. Not supposed to happen. I have like all the other tabs closed. Like, what is happening? Today's just not my day. I just keep getting booted out of my own live stream. Like, what the hell? This can't be just me thing. Like, this is nuts. No, just me being booted out of my own live stream like 4 times in the last 2 minutes. This is a crazy. Ooh, Brie, that looks good. I'm gonna have to find those. I'm gonna have to find those.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, Mr. Alessi, you can continue where you left off.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I reapproach the witness?
Yes.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, you have in front of you, which has been marked for identification as MM, and you were discussing that. Do you recognize that document? So you can sort of start over to the audience.
Hear him again.
I recognize what it is, yes.
And what is it?
It is a picture of a stomach, of the mucosa of a stomach with multiple hemorrhages.
And does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict a stomach with what you have referred to as?
I've never had a deep fried Twinkie. I
Yes.
want to try it so bad. Never had one.
I object to Anthony as a chalk.
I'll, you know what, if I can use it as a public, a chalk
Yes, you
publication.
can.
Yeah, that's what I'll do, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President.
So you can have it displayed.
Thank you. And again, I'll leave this hard copy with the court reporter, and we'll use the screen.
Oh, so it's not in evidence.
It is not,
It's marked for identification.
yes, our identification, and we are with it. Mr. Wolf?
This is crazy. I think it's StreamYard and internet, or maybe it's just internet, because I'm not the only one having
Dr.
internet
Scorti-Bello,
problems.
is that the depiction that you were just describing at your witness stand?
Yes.
And could you please, with the laser pointer, state what you see in this depiction?
So this is a stomach. This is the mucosa, the folds of the stomach. They're not very folded in this particular picture, but you can see these distinct areas that are that have a darker coloration. That's blood. These are hemorrhages.
And to be clear, this is not the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe. This is a medical reference depiction to sort of generic or some other depiction other than Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, correct?
Correct.
If we could, with Your Honor's permission, Mr. Wolk, put side by side this chalk with what is in evidence as the actual gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe.
All right. The objection sustained.
Could we, with Your Honor's permission, publish simply Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes.
gastric mucosa?
Yes.
Isn't it correct, Dr. Scorti-Bello, that there are much less dark spots in this depiction of the gastric mucosa than there were in the chalk that we just displayed? In other words, that green depiction of what I'll just refer to as a generic stomach. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Isn't it correct that for hypothermia and the presence of Wisniewski's ulcers or spots, that you have to have a predominance of the stomach covered by the spots for them to be Wisniewski ulcers?
I think there's different levels and different grades.
In hypothermia, particularly death from hypothermia, wouldn't you expect to see a predominance of those ulcers, meaning they take up most of the stomach lining? Isn't that what you would expect to see?
Not always. I have seen that. I have also seen cases with much fewer spots, as you refer to them.
But isn't the majority of the cases that you have seen where someone has actually died from hypothermia that the ulcers predominate, take up greater than 50% of the stomach?
Yes.
And what percentage of the, and I'm trying to avoid putting it up again. So what percentage of the gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe would you estimate is taken up by the ulcers that you have identified?
I would say somewhere between 10, 15%.
Just 10 and 15%. Thank you. Now, if we could
Again, you did it again.
look to the issue of continuing with hypothermia. Let's go to frostbite. Do you note any evidence of frostbite on the deceased, Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
Do you know what the weather conditions were in Canton, New York on the early morning? I'm sorry, I keep saying Canton, New York. My apologies. Do you know?
Oh my God,
the
he doesn't even
weather
know where he is again.
conditions
The
in
hell?
Canton, Massachusetts,
Not in New York, sir.
starting at midnight on January 29th, 2022, going through 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2023.
It was very cold. There was a blizzard coming.
They called it a nor'easter, right?
Correct.
And when you say very cold, in addition to very cold, do you recall whether there were gusty winds?
I believe so.
And do you understand that when there's a very cold temperature in Fahrenheit and you add gusty winds, that is called, when you apply the two together, that's called wind chill, right?
Correct.
And with wind chill, doesn't the phenomenon of wind chill mean that the wind combined with the temperature brings the actual temperature down, and in addition to bringing it down, temperature in a wind chill calculation, it also has a physical effect on the body, correct? Wind chill. Doesn't wind chill also cause greater effects than if there was no wind?
Correct.
So in medical terms, the wind synergizes with the temperature and exacerbates the effect on a human.
Correct.
And with a wind chill, isn't it correct that you would have a
Ask the meteorologist,
greater
dumbass.
chance of frostbite than if there was no wind chill effect at all?
Yes.
So, you saw
So therefore,
no
he should
signs-
have frostbite?
no
No.
signs of frostbite on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
At the time of my examination and at the time of autopsy, no, I did not.
Did you see frostbite at any other time with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I only examined him at the time of autopsy.
So, at the only time you examined him, which is at the time of autopsy, you had zero signs of frostbite, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Skye3188, now that you have gone through your this part
This is so
of
absurd.
your examination here today, would you like to amend in any way
No.
your
Opinion? No.
opinions as to whether
Absolutely not.
hypothermia was any cause of the death of Mr.
No.
No, I don't. I still believe that there were hypothermic signs.
Hypothermic signs, correct?
Yes.
That's how you make an opinion, dumbass.
I'd like to move to another topic area, please. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you?
No, I did not.
In fact, there were
This is the
no
worst day ever.
injuries
Worst
consistent
fucking day
with
ever.
a motor vehicle impact on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
From the front, no.
Sustained.
Did you evaluate
Make
it
that
all
determination.
in your autopsy whether Mr. O'Keefe had any injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
And could you elaborate to the jury what you mean by no evidence of an impact site?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
What do you mean in your answer, no evidence of impact injuries?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
What I look for is some sort of bruise either on the outside of the leg or bleeding on the inside after the skin is reflected in the soft tissues, or any fracture of the bones of the legs. I did not observe those things.
That was going to be my question. You did not observe any of those things, correct?
Yeah, still
Correct.
doesn't mean he wasn't clipped by the car. It could have been his arm that got hit. Spun him, tripped over the berm, hit his head, and here we are again. Doesn't have to be in his leg.
I'd like to turn to, please, the face of the decedent in your analysis that you discussed on direct examination of
Bingo.
that area of
There's
the
no such
decedent.
thing as a standard being hit by a vehicle. And also, that's front facing, not back facing.
You
It's not
talked
standard to have a
about
back facing vehicle.
ecchymosis, you recall that?
Yes,
In medical literature, there's a synonym for ecchymosis. It's sometimes referred to as raccoon eyes. Is that correct?
Yes, raccoon eyes, dumbass. Exactly. No
Ecchymosis
car accident
doesn't
injury.
cause a laceration to an eyelid, does it?
What?
no,
Ecchymosis does not cause a laceration to a nose, does it?
there was an abrasion on the nose, but no, the answer is no.
Correct. So ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to the nose. Correct?
Correct.
A laceration or abrasion.
Did your
play
report
those
at
games now,
all evaluate whether there was any significance of the laceration to the eyelid that you spoke about in your direct testimony?
What do you mean?
Other than just noting that there was a laceration to the eyelid, did your report at all evaluate the potential significance, if any, of that laceration to the eyelid?
I noted it and photographed it, and it was part of the totality of the blunt impact injuries that I noted on both the face and the head.
Do you believe that the laceration to the eyelid could be caused by a blunt impact injury?
A laceration, by definition, is a blunt impact injury.
Do you believe the eyelid laceration was caused by a blunt impact injury from falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Not from falling backwards and hitting one's head, but that area at some point came in contact with a blunt object or surface.
Okay, if I could follow up on that, please. So you agree that if a person falls and hits the back of their head, that they cannot sustain an eyelid injury, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And if somebody falls backward and hits their head, they can't sustain from that impact to the back of the head a laceration to the nose, correct?
Correct.
Is he making the assumption that John just hit his head and like the glass didn't scratch his face? Like that is so absurd when there's glass
So if we
right
could,
next to him.
Mr.
It's
Wolk,
ridiculous.
and with your honor's permission, publish which is already in evidence, which are depictions. Let's start out with, please, the laceration to the right eyelid. And Dr. Scorti-Bello, is this the laceration to the right eyelid that we've been talking about of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And that injury could not be caused by a fall backwards and one hitting their head, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, we'll just need, and then I'm going to repeat the question. Can you state your answer again? Let me read. That injury to the right eyelid, that laceration, could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting their head, correct?
Correct.
Bear with me one moment, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Brennan.
Oh my God, make it stop. For the love of God, make it. I'm like done with today. I'm done with today. Completely done.
I would like, properly lay the foundation of it.
Okay.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, you.
Exactly, Jim.
You see what's in front of you.
Your client. Hope he plays that one. Hope Hank plays that one.
So, Mr. Brennan, are you objecting to that coming into evidence? Okay, so let's just put it in evidence.
Exhibit 165.
Thank you.
Because they're a-holes. Yeah. She said she picked a piece of glass from John's nose and it was gushing blood. So I hope that Hank plays that clip.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, I placed before you what is in evidence now is 165. Your Honor, may I have
I'm not
Mr.
sure what
Wolk
he's
publish
trying to say.
165? Thank you, Mr. Wolk.
But I am done with this day, I'll tell you that much.
So, Dr. Scorti-Bello, that laceration to the right eyelid could not be caused by a fall backwards where someone hits the back of the head, correct?
Correct.
So that injury you've called, what do you label that category? Traumatic, did you use that phraseology?
Blunt impact.
Blunt impact. So that's a blunt, in your opinion, that's a blunt impact injury, correct?
Correct.
So is it correct that that injury had to occur in some manner other than falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Yes.
And is that injury consistent or inconsistent with a punch?
I'll allow it.
Could be consistent.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, have the laceration to the nose. I'm sorry, hold off on a moment. Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to stipulate this going.
Okay, so like we can mark it.
Exhibit 166.
Oh, thank you.
She really needs to like
Yeah,
speed
yeah.
him up
Thank you.
because this is absurd. He
Dr.
takes
Scorti-Bello,
multiple
I
days
have
with
put
every
before you
witness.
What is in evidence is 166, and Your Honor may, Mr. Wolk, publish.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm done with the whole bit of today. I kicked out my live stream like 20
Dr.
times today. Like,
Scorti-Bello, does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the laceration to the nose of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, it's an abrasion. I described it as an abrasion, as a scrape.
it's an abrasion.
So
Scrape.
you would
Yeah.
classify that as a scrape?
Yes.
Yes.
That scrape could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting the back of their head, could it?
Not by a single event, no.
It could be caused by glass.
You can take that
Or
down,
skidding.
Mr. Wolk.
Yes. Yeah, that's his thing, right? Saying there's no hypothermia. They have the most ridiculous. Yeah, she tells Hank to move along quite quickly. All right, on to this line of questioning.
On your direct testimony, you talked about injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And is it correct that you, in your autopsy report, did not determine the cause of those wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
That's correct.
With your Honor's permission, I would like to Mr. Brennan. Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to stipulate into evidence these two photographs. May I please have them marked as next to evidence?
Exhibits 167 and 168.
Thank you.
I'm going to do the same thing, if I may, Dr. Scordy-Bello. I'm going to leave these with you, but I'm also going to, with the court's permission, have them published.
Okay.
Whatever one best allow you to answer the question. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish those two? Thank you. With regard to what is on the screen, am I correct that you noted these injuries to these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe in your autopsy report?
Yes.
And am I correct that you noted that there was a pattern to those wounds?
Correct.
And although you noted there was a pattern to the wounds, you were not able to determine the cause of those pattern wounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are those injuries consistent with a dog bite?
Based on our answer to the last question, ask something else.
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
Ask another question, sustained.
It's not a dog bite. Get the fuck out of here.
Can you
Rapes or dog bites now?
identify any cause of those injuries that would be consistent with what is depicted on the screen? Objection.
You're not reading the same
Can you answer
order
that,
we are.
Doctor?
I cannot.
Yeah, as far as I know, that is the edited picture. I'm not sure why the judge isn't catching on, or even Hank for that matter.
You can
The one
take
with
that
the
down,
dark
Mr.
in the
Wolf.
wound.
Thank you. Do you recall discussing at all on your direct examination?
Shocker.
Well, let me ask it this way. Did you evaluate at all in your autopsy
We are.
a gray hoodie
Aliens.
sweatshirt of
Could be
Mr.
aliens.
O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
So, were you aware that there was clothing associated with Mr. O'Keefe when he came as part of the autopsy?
He did not have any clothing that came to us. The clothing was removed at the hospital and was packaged and I believe submitted as evidence.
So the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, a t-shirt or a hoodie, didn't make its way to you?
No.
You were unable to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That is correct.
So you had doubts about the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, and you consider those doubts reasonable?
Sustained. Sustained.
You were not able to reach a determination as to the manner of death
Yeah,
of
apparently they,
Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And manner of
redress
death,
you.
as you've testified,
For autopsy.
includes the circumstances surrounding death in addition to the medical analysis that you performed.
I'm sustaining it, asked and answered.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alessi, Mr. Brennan.
Except I didn't see any reasonable doubt there other than the attorney trying to say that a scrape is a dog bite, which is just absurdity. Here goes Hank. Unless you can take several seats, Bob. Take
Doctor,
several
how
seats. You
many-
don't get Snickers.
Autopsies have you performed in your professional career?
At this point, more than 1,200.
When the person is brought to you, are they usually clothed?
It depends on the circumstances. If a person comes directly from their residence, they may or may not be clothed. If the person comes from a hospital where they went first for treatment, many times the person is unclothed. They may be wearing a hospital gown, but in most cases, that clothing has already been removed.
If that clothing has already been processed, is it common that it would be brought to you for inspection?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is too.
Is clothing that is not accompanying
He
the
brought it
person's
up.
body
The fuck?
commonly brought to you for observation?
Objection, Your Honor.
So
Just-
let's
no.
move on.
What?
Or
He brought it
after-
up.
You were asked questions about
Fuck, dude.
your opinions relative to spots in the organs of Mr. O'Keefe. And you were asked about part of your statement in the grand jury. When you provide statements, is it important to have the statement in context to understand it?
Yes,
Is it important to have a complete statement rather than just part of a statement?
yes.
And when you were asked the question that counsel asked you, do you remember that grand jury testimony you gave?
I remember it was a long time ago,
Okay.
but I do remember most of it.
Do you remember when he read part of your answer? It was in response to a grand juror's question.
Yes,
And he read part to you, right? I understand your question. And my answer is that I don't know, but given the environment, so if the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The doctor can answer that.
Oh.
Do you remember Attorney Alessi read you that part of your statement?
yes,
Do you remember that you had more to that statement that was left off when he confronted you with it?
I'm sure there's more to this.
To complete your statement, you said, but in the whole context, I believe that those are signs of hypothermia and not caused. Do you remember that completion to your statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, you can show her the statement.
Okay. I can approach.
So stupid. Like, why does it matter? He's
Actually,
gonna be
take a
pro.
look at part of your grand jury testimony. Do you remember Attorney Alessi reading part of your answer back?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'll strike that, have the witness look at it and go.
What the fuck?
Did you
Okay.
ask about your entire answer or just part of it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Can you read the rest of the answer that you weren't given when it was read to you?
Objection, Your Honor.
So this is phrased as refreshing recollection, so follow it appropriately.
Do you now remember there was more to your answer?
Yes.
Could you share with us the rest of your answer?
Without reading
Objection,
it,
Your Honor.
without reading it, turn the paper over, please.
I can take it, Your Honor.
Ask the appropriate
What?
questions. to them.
This doesn't even make sense that like
Do
it
you
is the
remember the part that
appropriate.
was left out?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Does it refresh your
Oh,
memory
come
to
on.
the rest of your statement to the grand jury?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
After looking at this, does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement you made to the grand jury?
Yes.
And could you share the rest of your statement with the jury, please?
The rest of the statement was that I have to take those findings in the context which was presented to me. So in the case of this particular case, those hemorrhages, in the context of a body found in the snow, I believe they were due to hypothermia.
Is your answer more complete in context?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were shown a photograph of
This is absurd.
two individuals that were
He brought it up.
in the
He
room
has the right to
at the time of
redirect on
autopsy.
it.
Do you remember that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you were asked about certain names.
Correct.
You said that there would be a log identifying names.
It would be a log. Yes.
A log. Do you remember exactly who logged in to that autopsy?
No, I don't remember their names.
May I approach?
Show Mr. Alessi.
Don't show Mr. Alessi. He's just going to sit there and object 75 times. It's kind of obnoxious at this point. That's an every report that you fucking have.
You have it.
Your Honor.
You have it. You said you have
If
it.
you need sidebar to explain, we just need a moment to take a look.
I can move on and we'll come back to it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
The fuck, dude? No. It's your job to be prepared, not Hank's, to wait for you to be prepared.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was a little under 81 degrees when he was brought to the hospital.
Yes, that's what the hospital records stated.
And again, a normal body temperature is?
98 degrees.
So there was, is it fair to say there was over an 18-degree drop in his body temperature?
Correct.
You shared with us that you generally understood it was a blizzard and cold outside. Do you have any experience on
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
how rapidly a body temperature will drop outside?
The body temperature.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
No, it's within the scope. Let's see if she's got the basis.
Within the scope. Sir, you went outside of the scope 17 times. How dare you?
The rate
He will, Jesse.
that the body loses heat depends on a number of factors. Depends on conditions, weather conditions. It depends on the original temperature of the body, and the higher the gradient between the body temperature and the environmental temperature, the faster the drop will occur.
You were asked if there's any signs of frostbite. There was no type of freezer burns or anything on Mr. O'Keefe's body, was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was there any type of burns on his body that would suggest that he was put in some type of machine or environment where there was cooling, mechanical cooling?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Sustained. Move on,
What the-
Mr. Brennan.
No, he is. No.
You were shown
as he
a
asserted
photograph, a chalk
Implied it.
that had spots on them. Do you know where that photograph came from?
I do not.
Do you know who that was from, what person that was from?
No, I do not know the context of that picture.
Do you have any information on the circumstances which led to that condition?
I do not.
Do you have any information about what caused the condition that you saw on that chart?
I have seen similar pictures in textbooks depicting gastric hemorrhages or Wisniewski spots.
Yeah, he does. Object. Your Honor. Why, Your Honor?
You
I
were
brought this up, but I don't
asked
want him
about
to
your
redirect
role
on
as
it.
a medical examiner, and there were a number of questions about your assessment from a legal perspective.
Yes.
You mentioned that you had information from a police report. How many police reports were you given?
There was a preliminary police report, I believe, the day of the autopsy, and communications with law enforcement in the days and weeks following.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a police report on this particular case.
Is that a police report from your file?
Yes.
And that police report, is that the police report that you considered?
Amongst other information, yes.
How many lines is that police report?
11.
What's the date and time of that police report?
This was initiated on January 29th. It says at 1941.
I have this marked for identification, all right?
Okay.
And what's another document?
Let us mark it.
Oh, sorry, can you have that back?
Yeah.
QQ for identification.
Thank you. May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Second document, was that another document in your file?
Yes.
And is that another report that you considered?
Yes.
How many lines is that report?
5.
I'd move to have this marked for identification, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit RR for identification.
I have no legs.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to the questions I asked you about logging in and refreshing your memory.
Mhm.
I'm going to hand you a document. I'm not going to ask you to read it aloud. I'm just going to ask you to look at it. Does it refresh your memory on the people who attended the autopsy?
Yes.
And who were they?
I believe one person was Mr. Keefe and the other one was Mr. Corner.
Are you part of the criminal investigation team?
No, I am not.
Did you go to the scene and evaluate any evidence?
No, I did not.
Did you do any of your own detective work or investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
So when you were asked questions about your role as the medical examiner in your medical evaluation of Mr. O'Keefe's body, you were also asked whether you considered any part of the legal aspect. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You would never, well, let me ask you. You submitted the death certificate on April 14th?
Correct.
I want to talk about some of the things that you may or may not have known about or considered at the time you wrote your death certificate or filed your death certificate. Were you informed or were you aware that before you filed your death certificate, there was information in the investigation that police spoke to a first responder by the name of Timothy Nuttall, who reported that the defendant,
I'm going to allow it.
that the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Were you aware of that
I became aware of it at some point.
during your 90-day window?
I believe so.
Were you aware that there was another first responder by the name of McLaughlin who provided information that the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Yes.
Were you aware of statements made by the defendant, to Ms. McCabe, that she said, may have I hit him? Did I hit him?
Objection, may we approach, please? Briefly.
Okay?
No. No, say no. She, like, for what? You don't like them repeating, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? Well, that sucks. They don't like you saying shit about shit that never happened and accusing innocent people. This looks bad for you? Well, that sucks. That's because it is bad for you, Karen. I should have went with my guess from 14 from the last time because we're already on 11, and there's no way it stays at 11.
So, jurors, I want to let you know that, like other evidence that was let in previously,
No.
this is not coming in for the truth of what's in the statements. It's
Excuse
coming
me?
in so that as it goes to Dr. Scorti-Bello's knowledge and state of mind at the
That's
time.
basically saying
her
that it's not
report.
true.
Thank you. At the time of your
What?
death certificate that you filed, were
That's
you
absurd.
informed that a Jennifer McCabe had reported that the defendant said, did I hit him or could I have hit him multiple times?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Get over
I
it.
don't believe I knew about Miss McCabe.
Did you learn that Ms. McCabe reported later that the defendant, while speaking to first responders, reported that she had hit him? Did you know that?
I was aware of that information later on.
Were you aware of the investigation regarding alcohol consumption?
Yes,
Were you aware that the police or Massachusetts State Police spoke to other witnesses about their observations that night?
about their,
Their observations?
yes,
Were you aware of an interview by Trooper Buchanan with firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 7, 2022?
I don't remember.
Were you aware that Mr. Whitley told the police that the defendant had expressed that she had gotten into an argument with the defendant that night?
That was part of the information I was given, yes.
Were you aware of a report from first responder Anthony Flamate about statements made by the defendant to him?
I don't recall that particular first responder, no.
Were you aware of statements provided by Kerry Roberts to the police that
I don't feel
the
like a
defendant
hero.
had called her,
I feel shitty. They suck.
citing Kerry, John is dead?
Yeah, I was given that information,
And the questions of did I hit him? Were you aware of that?
yes.
Were you aware of information that troopers had an opportunity to go and speak to the defendant?
Yes,
Were you aware of the statements that she made to the troopers?
not in detail.
Were you aware that when they spoke to her on January 29th, she informed that she had a broken taillight on her vehicle but did not know how it happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I was provided with that information.
Were you provided the information that she had never observed John enter the residence?
I believe that was part of the original information, yes.
Were you aware that she informed relative to the broken right taillight, she didn't know how it happened?
Yes, I was.
Were you aware that members of the Massachusetts State Police obtained John O'Keefe's phone and did a forensic data analysis on it?
I was not aware of that until much, much later.
After you filed your report?
Correct.
Were you aware of location data that was obtained from John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of healthcare data on John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of battery temperature data on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of voice messages left on John O'Keefe's phone from the defendant before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe before you filed your death certificate?
No.
Were you aware of statements from the defendant to various media outlets before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Did anybody ever come to you after you filed your death certificate and ask you to change it?
No.
Did anybody ever provide you any of this additional information you weren't aware of at the time, ask you to evaluate it, and then reconsider your finding?
No.
You were asked some questions about impact injuries. In your experience, are most pedestrian collisions where there's injuries to the lower legs, either frontal or rear impacts?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that because I'll allow that.
Most pedestrian fatalities that we see are with impact with the front of the vehicle.
When you gave the perspective that you looked for impact injuries, was that with consideration of your experience that most collisions are frontal impact injuries?
Most collisions involve frontal impact, yes.
How about cases where you've had an opportunity to observe people who sustained injuries from being clipped? Not hit, but just being clipped. Is your opinion any different in your experience?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Okay. How about a side swipe injury? Is that different relative to your expectations to lower extremity injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
A bruise on the knee, is that consistent with a side swipe impact?
Could be.
Did you do any type of biomechanical analysis of any alleged collision in this case?
No, I did not.
Were you asked to?
I'm not qualified to do that.
And so when you talk about injuries from a collision, are you in part speculating about what could happen to somebody?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Are you giving a direct opinion in this case about how the injuries were caused?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked questions about a nose laceration.
Yes.
And you offered that was not consistent with falling backwards on the head alone.
Correct.
You were asked if that was consistent with a punch.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's not the testimony. That's your objection.
That is, Your Honor. It was not quite.
Did you provide an opinion that it could be consistent with a punch?
I did provide that opinion.
Could it be consistent with broken glass?
It's possible.
Could it be consistent with sharp shards from broken plastic?
Possible.
Could it be consistent with first aid?
I'm sorry, what was
Could
it?
it be consistent with first aid treatment?
Anything is possible.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge of how the laceration on the nose happened?
I do not have firsthand knowledge.
Did you know at the time you filed your death certificate that there was plastic pieces of taillight found near Mr. O'Keefe's body around 5:45 p.m. on January 29, 2022?
I do believe some of that information was communicated to us, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, Attorney Brennan just asked you questions about alcohol consumption. You had the opportunity to evaluate the medical records of Mr.
Objection
O'Keefe,
outside of
correct?
scope. All you do is
Correct.
ask about it. That's it.
And
You don't get to go into it.
had,
That's what you're doing to Hank. So
in terms of the medical
Objection.
records, information with regard to the medications that Mr. O'Keefe had taken, is that correct?
I believe I reviewed those records at some point prior to issuing my report, yes.
Do you recall the list of medications
exactly.
that were in the medical records that Mr. O'Keefe was on?
Objection.
I do not recall.
If
Objection.
I
This
were
wasn't
to
gone
show
into.
you a document,
And
might
redirect.
that refresh your recollection as to the list of medications?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. Is in connection with alcohol too, you said, right?
Correct, Your
Go
Honor.
right ahead.
Oh, come on. That is so outside the scope. Are you serious? Of what he asked? He simply asked a simple question about alcohol. Was she aware of the alcohol consumption? That was it.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Like, I'm sorry. What?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, may I stand by the witness here?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello,
Yeah, this is
I am
the doctor.
providing you with a
Aliens are
document
possible.
up at the top. It says John O'Keefe, and I would like to draw your attention to medications. And to expedite it, I am going to focus on the fourth item on that list. Can you state
No.
what that medication is?
Objection.
The fourth
Start to look at all of them.
is omeprazole.
Oh,
Does
Meprazole?
that
You serious?
refresh your recollection as to one of the medications Mr. O'Keefe was on?
Yes,
And that medication is,
it's an antacid.
right, and so omeprazole
Yeah.
Is the trade name of omeprazole Pepsid?
I believe so.
And Pepsid is a proton pump inhibitor?
Correct.
And a proton pump inhibitor stops the proton pump in the stomach from releasing acid, correct?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to that in just a moment, but do you
Oh my
also
God.
recall testifying at
Let's do it
the
done with
grand
this.
jury with regard to alcohol consumption and potential alcohol consumption of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do remember testifying, yes.
And do you recall what your testimony was with regard to alcohol consumption and small ulcers in the stomach potentially associated with alcohol consumption?
Oh my God.
Alcohol consumption, I don't recall my exact words at grand jury, but alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers.
And alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers.
This is so outside the scope.
And what medications can
You can?
treat gastric ulcers?
Well, they
I didn't
don't
know you
treat
could do
them, they prevent them, but that would be a proton pump inhibitor such as omeprazole.
Right. So
Right. So you have no idea what you're talking about.
isn't it correct, therefore, that the ulcers that are observed in the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe that we talked about, the gastric mucosa, could have come from ulceration due to alcohol consumption.
It's possible.
As
Anything's
opposed
possible.
to hypothermia, correct?
Correct.
Not with the other things in his body, though.
Attorney Brennan asked you questions moments ago, and actually
Yes.
several of them,
Conspiracy.
of which included the words, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And isn't it correct that you had that information before you issued your
Not all of it.
final findings in this matter in April of 2022?
Yes, I did.
So
So
even though you had all that information, you still were unable to conclude the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
because she had
Thank you,
not
Dr.
a lot of the
Scordi-Bello.
other information, which the jury just heard.
All right, Doctor, you are all set.
Thank you, Your
very
Honor.
much. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Well, I lost. We're at 12. This is fucking absurd. Absolutely freaking. Oh, watch. It's 3:40. She's going to end the day. Watch. Well, I lost. Although, to be fair, there's still quite a few minutes left. You never know. They could tack on one more sidebar. What is the court officer pointing at? Yeah, Dr. The aliens could have done it, which is why we argued this lady last time, because she basically said anything could happen and anybody could have done it, and it could have been anything, which is absurd. I can't right now. I can't do anything right now. If I open anything else, I'm going to get booted out. And I've been booted out at least a dozen or more times today. I'm getting kind of sick of it, to be honest with you. If I get booted out again, I'm literally just ending this thing. My head hurts. I'm tired. This was a long, emotional day.
All right, so jurors, that is it for today. I'm told that we are on schedule.
Well, are we?
So with that, I'm going to let you go a few minutes early, so please do not discuss this case.
How could
with
we
anyone.
be
Don't do any independent
on
research
when you took
or
an entire day?
investigation into this case. If you
There's
happen
no way.
to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it, let us know, and be very careful with your social media. So we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Rest of the jury.
Utterly disgraceful. What the judge just did with all of those sustaining objections from Alessi, like, those are things Alessi talked about. Hank had the right to redirect on them. Every single one of them. He didn't need to set does that remember your recollection, because Alessi already did that. So, yeah, he finished with the medical examiner. What's happening now?
You may be seated.
All right, so Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you. I'll hear you, Mr. Alessi.
Thank
On
you, Your
what?
Honor. The topic I would like to raise with Your Honor is the timing and nature and significance of the information that the defense has received from the firm Aperture. And Your Honor may recall there are two individuals on the witness list that we understand are to testify in this matter. First is Dr. Judson Welter, and the second is Shannon Burgess.
And are they testifying in reverse order, though, than what you said?
My understanding is, Your Honor, yes, that
Okay.
my understanding, Mr. Brennan has the best information, is that it's proposed that Mr. Burgess testifies first and Dr. Welcher testifies thereafter.
Okay.
So
Point.
the Commonwealth has established in reports right up until May, not established, they had stated in the reports of Aperture, particularly the slide presentation of
Spit it out.
Dr. Welcher, a trigger called 1162.2 that they had associated in the report of Dr. Welcher with a specific time. And that specific time that they have associated with that trigger is 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. And we have been assuming that information, and this is from best memory, but I believe it's slide 137 or so, where the
Exactly. Talk about ARCA.
the statement is in the slide. And so we have proceeded with our defense. We have proceeded with the work that has been assigned to ARCA based upon that time period. On May 8th, not too long ago, Your Honor, we received an amended report.
Yeah, because you put in one on the
Shannon
7th.
Burgess that pushes that time period. I'm just going to get it.
Oh, well, it's because of the stuff that ARCA gave them.
So,
that's why.
Although it was dated May 8th, we received it actually on May 11th. And in that report, Mr. Burgess states that he is making an amendment, and he is now stating that that infotainment trigger of 1162.2 is further back in time, and it is past 12/31/43.
Do you have the time?
I'm going to get the exact time, Your Honor.
Exactly. Get the ambulance, dude.
It is 12/32/16. And Your Honor may recall that the seconds, literally seconds, matter in the analysis of many factors. I won't go into them other than to say I went through and developed testimony with regard to the cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen. He had a timeline. He talked about much human volitional conduct. Suffice it to say that that information is literally by seconds determinative in some ways of various analysis. So we basically commissioned, if you will, ARCA to be looking at matters based upon the infotainment trigger 1162.2 of 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. As of May 11th, we received information that has changed that. Now, Your Honor, that is a Rule 14 violation.
Exactly.
Among other issues, but I wanted to start there. It's a Rule
Theirs
14
is in response
violation.
to the
It's,
ARCA shit that's
obviously, as
late.
I stated, an amendment of a report of a significant matter. And also, with regard to the defense's ability to provide a defense, we have to be able to evaluate that information in terms of our entire defense. And it's just not limited to ARCA, it's our entire defense. The other data point I want to get to, so the effect it's had, we still haven't even been able to evaluate entirely that. And
please,
I believe, Your Honor, based upon the information that I have, that this may have been a calculated matter by the Commonwealth, but even assuming it's not calculated, the effect is pronounced.
So what I want to do, Your Honor, is to look at what the reason Mr. Burgess has given, which leads me to be very concerned about a calculation and a strategy calculation here. Mr. Burgess states in his own words that the reason why he is changed, that time is being changed, is to, quote, align the trigger with Mr. Whiffin's analysis. And Mr. Whiffin's analysis is based upon the extraction data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Bingo.
And I believe it's undisputed that the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred years ago. And the data from that has been extant, it's been available years ago.
Right, take
So
one to know.
to me, Your Honor, that basis can't be a proper basis at particularly this stage where we are approaching the end of the trial, just literally days before the testimony of Aperture. And we are in a very, very almost impossible, challenging situation. So, Your Honor, there are obviously, Your Honor knows the situation here. Our first request is that the May 8th report that we received on May 11th be not allowed, that it be not considered at all.
Too bad.
As Your Honor knows, I don't like to use hyperbolic words, but the word has been used for us, against us, ambush, ambush, ambush.
That's what
If there's ever an example of an ambush, this is it. And so, Your Honor, our request is that Your Honor find a Rule 14 violation, that Your Honor have the remedy be that the violation remedy be that this is not allowed, and that the Commonwealth proceed with its the information of Aperture that has been extant before the May 8th date of the report. Thank you.
That's
right.
not.
Do you have another option if that's not something that we do, right? Because the Commonwealth moved to exclude ACA or have them go by their old report, right?
Right. And Your Honor, I'm going to answer your question, but with just the quick point that this is really much different than ARCA because two reasons. We are the defense, and ARCA is a rebuttal to the prosecution's case. That is much different than a prosecution changing its theory of the case at this time.
I understand that. I'm just asking if you have another option.
It's not what I am saying that I am proffering. I think the only remedy here is exclusion and a Rule 14 violation.
And you're not waiving that.
Oh, I'm not waiving that.
No, I'm not asking you to.
Your Honor.
Okay, a continuance for how long?
I could have a better answer perhaps to that question tomorrow. I haven't given what's been going on. I haven't even had a chance to talk to ARCA.
All right,
Oh, well,
so tomorrow morning, let me
So
know
many
that.
of you.
All right, I'm
Gonna hear from Hanker. No.
In Your Honor, I will do that, of course. And I will also say, without getting into an elaboration of it, we have to look at all the witnesses that we called. I'll give you an example. Mr. Whiffen, I had my whole cross-examination, not whole, but a significant part of my cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen
Not whole.
based upon going through human volitional conduct off that phone that was after that 1162 trigger. And a lot of our defense in theory is based upon that it's been in existence
huge bias.
now for several months. And again, I go to the bottom line that the proffered reason in Mr. Burgess's report is to align with the data on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and then that's been around for a long time. So that's my answer to Your Honor's question.
All right, thank you.
That's not
Mr.
an answer. Mr. Brennan, go. Do
Your
it.
Honor, this disclosure is not a Rule 14 violation. The Commonwealth, just like the defense, is entitled, continues to work on their case and study their case as time goes on. This issue, the relevance of this issue has been clear throughout the case, including my opening statement. And the issue is that clocks are different. There is a clock in a Lexus that runs on a different time than that of an iPhone.
Correct.
If you recall in my opening statement, I talked about the fact that there are variances between those clocks. So instead of a moment that coincides happening at the precise second, sometimes there's a variance of time between the two. So the Lexus clock could be at a variance with an iPhone, but the event still could happen at the same time, given the clocks have different times. The defense provided a report by a person by the name of Mr. DeSorga, a noted expert witness who they've listed as a witness they may potentially call. Mr. DeSorga wrote a report, and in the report, he suggested, based on his analysis, that Mr. O'Keefe's phone always ran late. That means if the text stream data, the black box data from the car, has an event at 12:32:38, 12:31:38, and Mr. O'Keefe's last movements were 12:32:16, last user interaction 12:32:09, there is a variance between those times. We asked our expert to review their expert's report to see if he was accurate that the variance means that these times would never align. And that's what he did. He studied the data, he studied the waves, he studied the Lexus black box relative to the time. Doesn't change anything, doesn't change the data whatsoever, just adds to the time. What he learned from his opinion is that Mr. DeSorga was wrong. He used information from different phones, not recognizing the items that these timelines came from, and that his time estimates are wrong. So then he looked at the time of the event of the ignition on and off, and he compared that to the Waze data. And when he did, he found that he could identify what the actual differential was. Instead of guessing that it was within the 30-second window, it was somewhere around 21 to 25 seconds. And that 7 minutes before the collision,
They do.
Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 21 to 29 seconds ahead, which means you subtract that time, which puts it in the same variance that we've been arguing from the beginning, that the collision occurred at the same moments when Mr. O'Keefe last had user interaction.
This is fucking
And that
Massachusetts.
reconciles with the data. It does not
With this
change the
judge.
text stream data or the
Never seen
black box
anything like it.
information on the car whatsoever. It does not change ARCA's analysis whatsoever. We received this report on May 8th. I was surprised to receive it. I welcomed it. We turned it over on May 8th. There was no delay. It's been a week now. The defense has had this information. And so this is not an attempt to align anything. While it may reconcile or identify that variance more closely, it doesn't change any data whatsoever. And so this is not a Rule 14 violation. The effort was in response to disclosures that we believe were wrong by the defense expert, and it is clarified and it is favorable for us. And so we should be able to use it.
Did you intend to use it in your case in chief or only if this witness disorder? I don't remember reading that name, so I don't know how to pronounce it.
Case in chief, on my case in chief, because we now have this available data. As I said, this wasn't ambush, isn't something that we sat on. It was in response. Fortunately, we received their expert report, which caused us to focus more closely. And now that we've identified that variance, rather than having an open variance of 30
Can't deny it.
seconds,
They just got that
we should
report,
not be
May
precluded
8th.
Favorable information that has been provoked by a report by the defense.
Okay.
That's it.
Yes.
I'll do it quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, do it
Attorney
quickly.
Brennan has provided a lot of information.
Oh, well,
And
there's plenty of you.
he has accurately provided information, but he's got the time completely wrong. And the
That's his problem, isn't it?
respectfully completely wrong. I'm going to hit his 4 categories quickly.
No,
He
no.
said-
Those are for the
referenced,
experts to argue,
Mr.
not
DeSorbo,
you.
who is a defense witness. Two points about Mr. DeSorbo. First, Mr. DeSorbo provided his expert report within this reciprocal discovery deadline.
Okay.
And he provided that report months ago.
Okay.
So as I heard Attorney Brennan, he's saying the reason why we're getting something on May 8th
is because Mr. Burgess supposedly is responding to that. That was months ago.
Okay.
The more apt point is, or an even more apt point is, Mr. DeSorbo was responding to the information of Aperture. It wasn't like Mr. DeSorbo was coming up. He was rebutting as defendants do. So, and it's Mr. DeSogra, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. Again, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. So that's an important point with regard to Mr. DeSogra. Now I want to go to Attorney Brennan's comment about clocks are different. I agree with Attorney Brennan on that. The shortcoming for Attorney Brennan's argument, however, is that the clocks are different concept. It's been in existence in this case for over 6 months. I can give you by memory Mr. Whiffin's report of December of 2024, where his report went into the different clocks and what their significance was. So that is almost 6 months ago, at least 5 months ago, the issue of different clocks has been in existence in this case. So therefore, the issue of different clocks dates back to then. But even more fatal for the Commonwealth's argument is that Mr. Burgess himself issued his report and talked about the difference in clocks. He already knew it. He already had it.
Did he testify to that last time? Did he testify?
Aperture was not part of the first trial.
All right, I thought Burgess was, no?
No, neither. Okay. No one from Aperture was.
I knew Aperture was, and I thought he may have been something. The name just sounded.
Neither Burgess nor Welcher were part of the first trial, but they were retained. Aperture was retained, I believe, in October of 2024.
Okay.
And at best for the Commonwealth, Aperture had, and Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher had Mr. Whiffin's report that talked about the clock differences. So the clock differences cannot be, as the Commonwealth is proffering, some sort of new information that caused Aperture to provide a new report. This variance that Attorney Brennan talked about, it's called the clock drift. A more layperson's term is a variance of time. Mr. Burgess, in his original report months ago,
True that,
a whole
Dougie.
section on clock drift. That's
True
not
that.
a new concept for him. He's just changing the drift.
Okay, so what I'd like to do, because I want to address the other issue and I don't want to keep people here too long, can you wrap it up, Mr. Alessi, or is that?
Shut the fuck
60
up.
seconds.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the last point I wanted to make, and I think I heard Attorney Brennan correctly, is he said he was surprised that he got this report dated May 8th. That's what I heard. So if the Commonwealth is surprised that they got it, that should mean, to me, Your Honor, be an outstanding, fetching reason to not allow it, because they're surprised to get it. And I can lastly say this, Your Honor, there's nobody that's more surprised to getting this than the defendant when we got it on May 11th.
Okay, thank you. The other issue about calling your expert on rebuttal, Mr. Brennan, based on the late disclosure of the ARCA materials. What's your argument on that?
I won't iterate the entire past, but Your Honor has found discovery violations. Your Honor has found that I want to phrase this properly, the efforts of the defense were improper. And inevitably, we've now received an extraordinary amount of discovery on the most important issue in this case, well beyond the discovery deadlines, without any excuse. And the court, understandably, has overruled government's objection and has stated that it's going to allow the defense to proffer 2 expert witnesses in a very complicated field, in an issue that is the heart of this case. You've going to allow them to testify, despite the fact that we have not had adequate
Yes.
time to review and to prepare and to address it. The Commonwealth has the burden of proof. The Commonwealth has an obligation to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And this isn't simply late disclosure of some evidence. This is a massive amount of evidence of the most critical issue. And so we provided this information to Dr. Wexler. As you know, he was away. We did not get a report until maybe May 7th. We did not have a chance to look at it until May 9th. An extraordinary amount of work, effort, and expense has gone into preparing our case for the jury. He is still in the process of reviewing the materials.
Well, my beat you
There
too.
are entirely new subject areas within this information, well beyond the simple 4 opinions that they gave at the beginning. There are studies, there are demonstrations, there are experiments. This requires not only review, but an analysis, testing, vetting, and then preparing testimony to address the claims made by the defense experts. Not to get into a battle of disparagement, but our expert has found extraordinary issues in his first reviews of material. And some of those concerns lead him to need, in his opinion, to actually conduct his own tests to demonstrate the failures of these ARPA witnesses. That's going to take time. You've heard from the ARPA witnesses themselves. With the amount of data they received, they estimated they needed 5 weeks. And they were given 5 weeks despite all the discovery deadline violations. They were given 5 weeks. We did not get the report until May 7th. And so we believe we are entitled to have our expert review all the materials, do his testing, provide opinions. None of that is going to happen anytime soon, because he still has not finished reviewing all the materials. There's many, many gigabytes. He is in a difficult schedule. He is away tomorrow, Saturday. We were going to try to begin to prep at the end of the weekend. There is no way he's going to be able to testify anytime soon and have all of this validation and vetting and testing.
So what is it exactly you're proposing?
So what we would like to do is have him testify about what he has prepared, that he's had adequate time to prepare. If either of these ARPA witnesses testify and they introduce new opinions, new testing, new demonstrations, he should be able to continue reviewing the materials, actively engage his own testing now, so by the time the defense case is over, he will be prepared to come back and address the new issues, not the older issues or regurgitate his testimony, but to address any new issues that were provided in violation of discovery orders, and so that he can then address the jury on those specific new issues. I see no other way of this expert fairly being provided, presented to the jury. The unfair prejudice cannot be cured in any other way. We ask that he be able to continue his review, offer rebuttal opinions on anything that is new, and not to encroach on anything that's been previously provided.
Can Burgess testify after Welcher?
No, because Dr. Welcher relies on Shannon Burgess's information material. It will make no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense to the jury, his presentation, unless Shannon Burgess has an opportunity to provide the background information.
All right. Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you on this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think and I understand that it's very well understand the time of the day, so I'm going to do this hopefully efficiently. When we're talking about ARPA and the information of ARPA, it's very important analytically to put them in their 2 proper buckets. The first bucket is the information and opinions of ARPA that have been in existence since February of 2024.
Yeah, let's focus on the beyond. Let's focus on.
Okay, good, because my pithy conclusion is there should be no prejudice on that.
And I don't think the Commonwealth's even suggesting that. So
we're focusing just on the quote new information bucket. Your Honor, it's very important to understand that what ARPA is doing is in response response to the testing of Aperture. ARCA did not come up with new approaches. We, again, to state the obvious, are the defense. We get to rebut what the prosecution has put forward. And so what ARCA has done with the new information, new testing, is simply to rebut what Aperture has done. So I do not understand the length of time or the lift, if you will, that's being proffered for Aperture. Now with regard to the time period, Your Honor has already determined what the appropriate approach is for the new
I know
information
I'm muted.
from ARCA. When Dr. Rentschler was on the stand, and Dr. What you said,
Just
when can
yelling
you
at
get
me.
me the information? And they said, I think it was May 6th or May 7th, whatever, and they met the deadline. They did it. We
That was
proceeded
beyond the
along
deadline,
with the trial, with that information. We complied with that request to continually try to claim that there should be ongoing remedies of something that's already been decided. I do not understand.
So I did leave open. I did leave it open to address.
You did leave open the time, but Your Honor didn't
You're gonna
leave
tell her what she
open
meant?
that you were going to
Come on.
continue to
Stop.
address this matter as if the defense
Yes, she
is
did.
making perpetual
Yes,
violations.
she did.
There was a determination made, and then the question was the remedy. So I'm just addressing the
This is
Commonwealth,
the fucking
positing
remedy.
that somehow there's continuing violations. My final 2 points. What Mr. Brennan
You
is
just
seeking
mansplained
is improper.
to the judge. That's wicked
What
smart.
it's seeking is the most extraordinary situation, which is have Aperture come before the jury, testify to certain things, have ARCA have to come on, and then have Aperture come back and essentially have almost a rebuttal to a rebuttal as of right. I do not understand that process. I do not understand that proposal. It inverts the order of proof. It prejudices the defendant because it almost ipso facto gives a double
He says defendant one more
rebuttal,
time, I might cry.
rebuttal to the
It's
defense.
defendant,
I
sir.
believe, Your Honor,
Defendant, not defendant.
the final point is if Your Honor is
Are you
inclined
even a lawyer?
to
You
give
ghost.
Aperture more time, and I haven't even heard a deadline yet for Dr. Welcher. It's still
What?
open. What I would recommend, Your Honor, is
Look at her. She's looking
that
at him
we
like, "Fuck,
follow
Erica, you idiot."
the proper order of proof. We determine when Aperture can conclude its review of the ARCA work, and that there be a reflection that keeps the order, namely that the prosecution comes in with Aperture, Dr. Welcher, and Mr. Burgess, and then the
Also, you
defense,
think
as part of
you
its
run this trial.
case in chief, puts on ARCA, and we make the determination as to
No.
what happens there. Otherwise, what we're happening is here, it's almost a self-serving matter where the Commonwealth is getting to put on certain
Self-serving
witnesses here
Commonwealth?
from our witnesses and then have an automatic rebuttal. And Your Honor, I just think that's
It's
improper.
your fault they got an automatic.
There's
rebuttal.
another, and it's
Fuck outta here.
and
He's
importantly,
ready to cut him off.
it's a burden shifting to the defense.
All right,
No.
so I have a question for you, Mr. Alessi. Are you still thinking that if the defense puts on a defense, that will take roughly a week and a half for that to take place?
That is our best estimate still, Your Honor.
And not holding you to this because obviously you have no burden. If ARCA is part of that defense, when in that week and a half time frame would that be?
We haven't made a final decision, Your Honor, but we're pretty close that it would be toward the end.
Okay. All right. I needed all this information
Yes.
now, so I appreciate it. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
That was the most ridiculous legal argument I have literally ever heard a day in my life. Well, Your Honor, there's an open-ended amount of time for their experts to continue with the ARCA work that was just given to them, and they're just responding to the Commonwealth experts. No, they're not just responding to the Commonwealth experts, which the judge knows well, because they were not given all of the information in the first trial because they were given it by the feds. In this trial, they have to be given everything by the defense. So the defense had to hire them. They could have hired anyone, waited to the last minute, and give them everything. So they had to go over it again. All of it this time, not just some of it. It's the most wild legal argument I've ever heard somebody make a day in my life. Completely trying to shift the blame with your Rule 14 violations, more than one, to the Commonwealth to try to choke back what the Commonwealth can spit out on reviewing your corrupt experts' work that shouldn't have ever been allowed to begin with. I'll tell you this much. I don't like this judge, and I don't agree with a lot of the shit she does, but I'll tell you one thing. She isn't going to not allow the Commonwealth's expert. She has to allow them. She allowed ARCA after repeated Rule 14 violations. So they don't have a choice. I can't. It's literally buffering whether I have it on or not. It's literally a matter of time before it clonks out on me again anyway. That's why I'm trying to wrap this up quickly. Let's see. Let's do the eeny meeny. I'll share it in the morning because there's no chance I'm sharing it today, dude. If I open something else up on this computer, whether I drop this or not, it doesn't matter. I don't have anything else open. Like it's going to conk out on me again. And I'm getting tired of going in and out and in and out and in and out today. I've had about enough for today. I'll tell you that much. I'm going to reboot after. I'm going to set it on a reboot after. Let me check real quick and see if there's any last minute donations. We really haven't gotten anything since this morning. So if you want to make one real quick while I'm checking, you can do so these ways. You can hit the like button. You can hit the subscribe button. You can share the video. That's also helpful. Or you can donate these ways. And then we have a link for people who want to do it just credit or debit. We have the good old wish list, which is on our Discord. And then we have an Apple Pay link for people who want Apple Pay. Otherwise, it's just the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Revolut for people around the world. I'm just going to check real quick on my PayPal and see if there's anything I need to read there. Come on, come on. Even my phone is lagging today. Super laggy. It has been a long day. While I'm waiting for this to load anyway, do me a favor and say another little prayer for Kevin today. He could definitely use a couple prayers. Yeah, he was saying that they shouldn't be allowed to testify to the new information on the times. That basically like an Apple phone can be a different time than the car, which came from their experts' information that they calculated wrong. So now the Commonwealth's experts are calculating it correctly. And of course, the Commonwealth doesn't want, the defense doesn't want the Commonwealth saying that their expert's wrong and this is why. It's the dumbest argument I think I've ever heard. Please, Your Honor, I don't want the jury to hear what really happened. That's what that was. But if everybody can please take a second and say a little prayer for Kev, that'd be super helpful. So say a little prayer for everybody. Say a little prayer for everybody. Say a little prayer for, the O'Keefes and the Alberts and the McCabe's and I could use one too. Today was a tough day. I was not expecting to have the Emmy on the stand today on my dad's anniversary of his suicide. That was hard to listen to this morning. Of all days they could have brought that Emmy up. Why today? It just feels like that's my luck. But it's been an emotionally tough day for everyone, including myself. So I appreciate you guys sticking it out, and having a lot of Alessi today was just like kind of the topping on top of the cupcake that I did not want, need, or expect either. Usually we get like one cross and he's very long, but like all that was just like too much with him. Like he is literally like a torture machine. It is cruel and unusual punishment to anybody to have to deal with him. And that's what it felt like most of the day. I'll tell you that much. I wanted to give up. I'm not gonna lie. I definitely wanted to give up. Today was a lot, but I didn't. We made it. We all made it. We made it together. So I appreciate you guys for hanging out for the 7 hours and 42 minutes and 26 seconds of counting. Per usual, we will be back 8:30 in the morning tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. So hopefully we get some good experts tomorrow. I think there's an expert coming tomorrow, if I'm right. So hopefully we get some good experts tomorrow. If you make a donation on the restream while you're watching it, if you're rewatching it and we're not live anymore, I'll read it in the morning, obviously. Thank you, Casey. I'm telling you I wanted to give up. I kid you not. Like, I don't see anything else that I need to thank people for. I just wanted to make sure before we left that there wasn't something else. My phone is literally taking forever to load. There must be something going on with the internet. I'm going to reboot my computer anyway, so it's good to go in the morning. Yeah, Ring was supposed to be this week, so I don't know what. I don't know if they pushed that back. I don't know. Alessi takes a long time with everything, so you have to figure that a whole day was lost by Karen just needed sleep. That pissed me off this morning too, so that was a whole nother thing. The O'Keefe family doesn't get to call a timeout in the middle of a murder trial, so I don't understand why she did. But I'll catch you guys in the Discord in a little bit. I'll be in there a little later. But for now, I'm going to go. I'm going to try to relax. I love your stinking faces, and I will see you all at 8:30 in the morning. Bye.